Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Ost World Cup 2019. I'm joined today by Toy. How are you doing?
Hi everyone, doing great tonight. Excited for the next set of matches, of which we have China and Mexico coming up.
Yeah, we'll be covering two matches today. It's gonna be China, Mexico, and then Korea and New Zealand. I think Korea. I think a lot of people are gonna be excited to see Korea and New Zealand, considering it's been a long time since we've seen them play. But that's in an hour. We have China, Mexico now. China, a very storied team, but lately kind of struggling to find their footing a little bit, looks like.
Somewhat. They seem to have they seem to be missing a couple people that historically have been fantastic on their team. You know, D-Sen, old player. Rust Bell, of course, has been missing for a while, but looking at their team right now, it doesn't look too weak at all, so they're nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, they still have some big names, namely GGBY, who's now playing his 8th World Cup, which is just insane. You've got Crystal as well, which has been... Crystal actually is one of my favorite players. He's a multi-mode player that just excels at so many different modes, and I think that is such a rare type of player.
Especially
nice.
Since he's also pretty well-rounded in OSA Standard. He's the captain of the Chinese team, but is also like one of the best players on their team.
Yeah, also namely on the Chinese team, we have my Angel Miku, which I think a lot of people are big fans of. I see that a lot. And I think my personal pick for a new player to look out, because they do have 4 new players, probably David, who has been recently kind of showing up here and there. I think he's going to be quite scary. I think he's going to put a lot on Mexico's plate to deal with.
Yeah, looking at David's performance in the qualifiers, he was probably China's best performer. He played in all 10 of the maps and was the second highest scorer. So he'll definitely be quite a force to be reckoned with. Though looking over at Mexico, we've got a pretty seasoned team, even though most of them, well, all of them have been stuck in groups for the last few years. A lot of names that we've seen the last few years, you know, Hebel, top 50 player. Wolfie's been back. Atsuru's back as captain. We see Riot again. Kevstrak, like they're all of them except for 2 have played in the last World Cup.
Yeah, based on how they played the qualifiers too, you can kind of expect Riot, Wolfie, and Hebel to play most, if not all, of the map. Seeing as both of them played almost all of the qualifier maps and did really well on all of them, actually. So I don't know. Even though the seed is Mexico's the 22nd seed, I wouldn't say it's an easy opponent for China. So this should be a really good game.
Yeah, Mexico for sure has not a team that's completely new to this, so I'm sure they'll feel a lot more comfortable than some of the other teams that, well, China, right? They've got a bunch of new players. They might be a bit more nervous than some people who have been in the tournament scene here and there.
Yeah, we will now get into the warm-ups, and of course we do have the classic cultural warm-up. You can have a solid guess at who's warm-up this.
This one's mapped by Wolfie, going from a heart to a bit of a more broken heart. Now, one of my favorite parts of watching the World Cup at all is seeing what each team picks for their... I think it says a lot about them and why, like, what their purpose is here. Like, some teams might just bring something that they're trying to show off how good they are. Others are just like really trying to focus and play something difficult. Others are just here to show off the kind of, we're gonna goof around, we're gonna just have a good time to be here.
Yeah, I don't know why. For some reason, that's like by far the most common warm-up we see. Like all the cultural warm-ups, like all of the, like Poland will always pick a Polish meme or something, right? It's just a thing. So it's nice to see more countries. I think a good reason why they do it is it's good to get the nerves out of the way. Makes it more like playful, I guess.
Definitely. Rather than trying to spend all of your focus on warming up and being nervous about how you're performing at any given. It's nice to just kind of let loose and goof around before things get real serious. I actually remember in one of the catch World Cups, there was a team that I put on some like national anthem and then just didn't move their catchers. They just sat there in the middle while the other team's like frantically trying to catch all the different fruits, and they just sat there like.
Or of course the one. Who was it? It was last year? I think last year's finals where Wolf did a map specifically for the warm up, like honoring all the teams that had lost up till that point. Like that's stuff is really nice. I like that we have warm ups in the first place. So there's a lot of fun things like that.
Yeah, I playing in a lot of community tournaments. Most teams just kind of choose to, or most teams or players choose to kind of forego their warm ups because they usually have been practicing before the match and just kind of want to get into it. With this tournament, I think people like to just put a little bit of a show on for the audience.
Yeah, and then some others just pick the same map every time. Does that ring any bells?
What could you mean? Not like we mapped our own warm up and played it for every tournament we've ever entered.
Yeah, who would ever do something like that?
Alright. Looks like China's bringing in their own warm-up as well. This already sounds like it's going to be excellent.
It's a good song.
This is like the warm-ups when you have like two teams that will play songs that are very like me. It's almost like in like fights like MMA or whatever where they're like the two teams face off and they like do a handshake or like try to intimidate the others, but here it's just whoever can out-meme the other team. It's like a national pride flex is what these are.
I will say I do prefer this one personally.
The Chinese F-Zero edit. Big Blue.
Do you know a fun fact? I can't confirm this fact because I'm not like 100% sure that that's the case.
It's more a rumor than a fact.
Yeah, but so in this song is oh, you're changing. No, okay, this is the one. Yeah, in this song it's Gachi, right? It's I think most people should be familiar with Gachi by now. And the Chinese like YouTube equivalent, this is Gachi. The Chinese YouTube equivalent, I think, like doesn't allow the visuals of that show, right? Because I mean, it kind of makes sense. It's very understandable, right? So in order to get around that, they actually made like Miku Miku dance Toho models like replicate what they do in the videos for these types of things. It's fantastic. If anyone has any spare time, it's a good time.
That's actually incredible. Just I don't even know what to say about it. It's just hilarious. I think it's a good time to point out one change for this World Cup that I think hasn't really been made clear to a lot of viewers is you'll see a lot of players be using no-fail during their matches. The reason for that is for this tournament in particular, no-fail has a multiplier of 1x, so it doesn't actually change your score, but it does prevent you from failing. So it's essentially the little workaround to have your scores count even if you fail the... it's been something that's like a change in rule sets that's been going around through the community tournaments that is finally being enacted in the OSA World Cup as well.
Yeah, it's basically just some different version of allowing failed scores to count. And just that rule by itself, we've seen that rule change so many map pools. Like it allows the map poolers to do so much more. And we've seen a lot of like pretty like dramatic results of not having that role every now and then for the past couple of years, right? Something like dopamine, right?
Yeah.
Where sometimes it would just not matter how you played the map. All that mattered is that like you passed the ending, and obviously that's not the best like competitive environment to determine like who's the best team, right? So that's the solution to it.
At that point, I remember playing Dopamine in the 2016 pool, and it was just whoever could pass the map. Like, it doesn't matter how well or poorly you do in the rest of the map. If you don't hit that ending, it doesn't matter. But I remember also, like, sometime during that year, people were saying, wow, Uta is probably the best tiebreaker you could have. It's the most exciting, but I think map builders were afraid to use it because the ending stream was so ripe for fails that they didn't want to use it. But now, the no fail rule, free to use it. And anything else that's similar to that. However, with the warm-ups over, we're gonna start to see some bans from both teams. Seems Mexico rolled higher than China, or no, that's a lie. That's just both our Mexican players rolling.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because they keep rolling.
But Crystal from China did opt to pick first. We'll see what they.
I feel like it's actually
these teams will ban.
Quite hard for both of these teams to determine what the other is good at, because just based off of qualifiers, like it's hard to know what Mexico's good at now because there's very little history or like recent history about them, right? It's like, do you look at the last year's group stage, which was really easy and people would like 4-way FC every map almost, right? Like it's not a very good indication. And in the qualifiers, they were kind of just well-rounded, you know? Like they didn't have any particular strength or weakness. And kind of same could be said with China to some degree. China did do really good in no mod and hidden, but you know it's kind of hard to like target ban that. So I don't know.
Exactly.
We'll have to see what they go for bans. I can kind of see Mexico banning something like Silver Orbit maybe. Just
I would
considering China had the 5th best hidden performance in qualifiers. So
looking at their scores, I would not be surprised if Mexico wants to ban Silver Orbit. Though conversely, I would not be surprised if China wanted to ban something like Hard Rock, maybe even DT. Mexico's performance on DT1 was wonderfully solid. So if they're going to ban DT1 here as well, I would not be surprised. Yeah, here, DT2 ban from China coming out.
Yeah, I don't think that's been a common ban, but I understand it.
It's actually been the first time a DT map has been banned so far.
I was gonna say, I think a lot of people are just comfortable on all of them, right?
Mm-hmm. Though Mexico's got quite a few pretty solid DT players, like especially when you've got leading the charge, it's a little bit scary to put your team up against that. I do like how whoever gets to pick their warm-up second is the song we get to hear throughout this whole.
Yeah, this was the good choice.
Hidden won a ban from Mexico.
Okay, that's interesting. I was casting a match earlier with OMG Force, and we said the same thing. It's like the other team is strong and hidden. They're probably so the other team's probably going to ban Silver Orbit, and they didn't. They banned Hidden 1. So I don't know. Maybe it shows that even if a team might not be that strong at Silver Orbit, it's the type of map where if you play it enough times, you know how to play it and you won't miss, right? So
yeah, Silver Orbit and a bunch of other of the reading sort of maps. They are very difficult to sight read, but the more you play it, the more you can really feel like you're improving on it within a week. One of the big things about like tournament and like practicing map pools is that some maps and some sort of skills you can't really improve a lot by practicing a map over and over. Like if you can't stream 250 BPM and there's a 250 BPM map, you can't really practice a whole lot, can't improve that much. But with something like Silver Orbit, you can definitely get your team up to snuff by match day.
As we're talking about it, it is going to be the first pick from China, and I think, in my opinion at least, even though this is Air 8, and a lot of people are like, "Whoa, Air 8 hidden, that's hard, can't do that." It's actually pretty like straightforward. I think I've seen a lot of like non-Air 8 players do well on this, right?
Yeah, I was playing through it, and I was pretty impressed at how consistent the spacing is in it. A lot of like more recent reading maps will try to use inconsistent spacing to try and trick you and make you feel like you're bad at reading. But this map right here is actually, like, all the patterns that you'll see will repeat, and it's not too bad. Like,
Yeah, it looks a lot harder than it actually is.
a lot more daunting at
you've-
first glance.
Yeah, once you've played it a couple of times, it becomes pretty easy. But I do say that, but so far, stat facts. This map has the second lowest average score out of all the teams that have played it so far. The other one being the other hidden. So, but we won't be seeing that one as it was banned.
Understandably, honestly, because I think hidden is something that requires a lot of focus, and when you're playing in a pretty high stakes match, that's the first thing to kind of go. You know, you got your mind racing, thinking about whether your teammates are holding up, the opponent has missed yet or not, whether you're gonna FC the hard section of something. So if you're not focused, that's when like misreads or misaims tend to happen. I think that affects the hidden picks a lot more than any others.
Yeah, for sure. Especially this being the first map, which, in my own experience at least, first map is probably where people are the most nervous, right? And that can be a dangerous thing, but that can also be a very abusable thing. If you know your opponents are also going to be nervous.
Absolutely. One big thing is like if you try and pick like the very small CS hard rock map for knowing that your opponent's gonna have a bit of a tough time keeping their cursor steady.
I'm so glad I have validation from you saying that, because I actually pointed that out last game I cast. I was like, this is something the USA does. They pick the CS 6.5 and the other team just falls apart.
Definitely. I remember against China last year, we did that same thing. We picked the small hard rock very early on, try and throw people off. Maybe same sort of strategy if you want to try and throw people off with your focus and hidden.
Yeah, very early on, it seems like it's pretty effective for China. But I do think Mexico did not, at least the Mexican players did not seem very happy about this being the first pick. I don't think they're a fan of this map. I think their scores kind of show it right now. China with a pretty sizable lead, considering we're only at the beginning.
Like we mentioned, David with 99% accuracy, looking just completely comfortable on this. Just no problem at all. Though Teriri also with the full combo right next to him.
Yeah, I think watching the Chinese team is going to be pretty interesting this year, because they do have 4 new players and not much is known about them, right? At least in like the Western world, not much is known about them.
Yeah,
so it's quite interesting.
Not sure how many like pretty casual players would even recognize most of these names on screen. Like I think Crystal's probably the most known besides Hebel as well, but everyone else can just be a surprise to see what they have to show off.
And yeah, the Mexican team seems to be struggling more and more. Right is the only one holding a decent combo, but
and just now Teriri, the biggest combo and only full combo left on China was so it's tough to say. I don't think anyone besides Riot right now has a full combo. But oh, actually, I lied. Crystal just completely chilling in the corner. I missed him. he's having a great time. Now, Crystal, this is exactly what he's known for. You know, like just reading hidden. He's got no problems here.
it seems like quite a comfortable first map for China. Good pick from them.
Yeah, even if they didn't end up with like a whole handful of FCs, their Mexican opponents definitely did seem to struggle a bit more. Riot drawing a little smiley, just happy to be there. And you know how I was mentioning that that no-fail rule before? Because of that rule, it's only beneficial to add no-fail. Though we see 3 of the Chinese players without no-fail here.
Yeah, there's no reason not to do it, pretty much, right?
Yeah, besides just showing off that you don't care, that you're better than. It's the only real reason to not use no-fail.
And it ends that first map more than 1 million points ahead. That's quite something, but I don't know. I'm not sure how telling that is, as it does seem like if there's one map, there's going to be a gap this big. It's going to be on the hidden.
Yeah, I think China really found Mexico's weak spot and then took advantage of that. Crystal with the only FC 96 497. That was the weirdest way I think I could have said that number, but
Yeah, I think a lot of things that might not be too known about what goes behind like picking maps in World Cups, right? It's sometimes it's not so much about what you're good at, but more so about what your opponent isn't good at, you know? So maybe like something that isn't your own strong set. If you know you're better than the other guy at it, then you're gonna pick it, right? So
yeah,
I think a lot of like the research that you do on these teams can be super rewarding.
Yeah, especially when all of the maps that you're comfortable with, your opponent might also be comfortable with. It might be worth the gamble to not FC something, but just to know that you are stronger than the opponent on something. I think that's something that some teams will kind of falter for, because a lot of players will, want to be playing for the stream and want to show off that they can FC maps. But if your opponent can also do it, then you're just going to lose the point.
Yeah,
at the expense of that.
Kind of telling to what we were just talking about, Mexico going with DT1, which is a map where pretty much every team is gonna four-way FC this, or very close to, right? I think it is arguably the easiest map in the pool, so it's the map most people are comfortable on.
Yeah, especially with DT not being so aim heavy, there's a lot less room for error in doing something like DT1 consistent. If you can play the BPM, then you're gonna FC it most of the time if you can do it. And Mexico has shown time and time again that they're the team that can do like more generic DT maps every single.
Yeah, although we did see a lot of teams just find a lot of random breaks on this and the other DTs to be. So as comfortable as you can be on this, I don't know. Sometimes it seems like the nerves get the best of people.
Just random mishaps will happen, Some people might get small lag spikes. Some people's keyboards might double tap. But for the most part, should be seeing quite a lot of really strong performances on this.
Alright, small issue as we load in.
Just let the rest catch back up. You can see Riot was wanting to go triple time there.
He's too fast.
He's too fast. Everyone else couldn't keep up. We had to reload the client.
A lot of accuracy breaks early on. I'll say a little bit more than I would expect. I think what ends up happening is, especially since we just came from the air hidden, now people have to play like a faster DT. I think this is just air 10. It can catch some people off guard. Seems like everyone's is kind of recovering, except for Kevstrack, who's still struggling with his accuracy.
And on a map like this, when there's potential for all 8 players to FC. Oh, as I say that, Riot breaks. Accuracy is going to play a pretty big role.
Yeah, I mean, unless Riot breaks.
Unless that situation. But aside from that, or the situation where Wolfie also breaks. Besides those 2 scenarios, accuracy will play a large role.
Yeah, actually, Wolfie's still holding the highest accuracy despite the break. Right, finds another miss. Not comfortable in this one.
I think less comfortable on this one and just kind of getting into the swing of the match. Though China seems to have already found their footing, with all 4 players still holding their FC.
Yeah, despite some... Oh, Crystal actually does find a break there.
Correct.
That was a bit unexpected. There's like a note before the spinner or something. I was gonna say, despite the 4 FCs, which are now only 3, accuracy on the side of China could definitely not. It could definitely improve a little bit. I don't know. Yeah. I think for this map in particular, we've seen some insane like we've seen some near SS plays on this. So I don't know. It's good to see that even though a team looks to be dominant like this, I think there's still a something you can abuse. There's still a weakness that's shown here. So it's probably going to be a quick 2-0 for China. Mexico can potentially see that. Hey, accuracy is not looking too good. We can pick some consistency or something.
If anything, I might say it's something for teams of the next round to kind of look at. That if they were kind of struggling a bit on accuracy of the DT last round, then maybe the one next round is going to be a little bit harder and they're going to see a few more breaks. However, Hebel and Ebisuzawa also FCing this map.
Yeah, a lot of breaks near the end for the Chinese players. So only 1 FC on either side, but yeah, the score difference was over 500k on that one.
Yeah, we saw a few misses from the side of Mexico, but Kevstrak and Wolfie both have S ranks, which means they either must have misaimed just like very slightly on a burst or something. It's not your typical sort of misaim. It's just very slight and get caught. And
okay, this is weird. I thought this would. I was gonna say Mexico should pick something like this because this is very easy to get ACK on this map, right? It is the highest average ACK in all matches played so far, but China's the one who picked it, so that's gonna be interesting.
Much like Chaos King of the qualifiers, if you can combo through the different alternating patterns, then you're going to be having quite high accuracy. And Crystal, of course, as we know him, this is also something he excels at, is these sorts of alt B maps. Also probably the jammiest song of the entire pool. Like, this has been picked the most out of any song so far. This map.
I think this has... I don't have the stats open right now, but I think this has 100% presence. Always pick their band.
How many matches have there been? 7? If 7, then yes.
There has been 8.
Then
now 9. Well, it is still the highest presence map.
And they've all been picks as well. No bans, just all teams wanted to play this.
Yeah, I mean, I think similar to DT1, like you were just saying, this is a map that every single country will have 4 players comfortable on. It is very, not basic, but it is very common, I would say. It is not an unusual mapping style here, which we do see a lot of, like in Carnation, for example.
Yeah, I think, though, the thing about maps like this is that most players will probably be able to play it and be able to FC it, though I find that these alti-style maps are the ones that players tend to make really simple mistakes on them. Like, it's very easy to either like misread something or just kind of lose your flow and miss an entire pattern.
Yeah, Wolfie does find a miss at the beginning, though. I don't know how impactful that's going to be, but I don't know. If everyone else FCs, that's going to be quite a big deal.
As long as China holds their combos, it's going to be quite impactful. You can see their lead is just inching out further. A couple of SS is still on the board as well for China.
Yeah,
their
they actually had
accuracy
3 with David, but he did find 100.
Yeah, I think collectively China has 3 100s on their 4 players. I also find it interesting which players choose to either alternate these maps or which ones choose to single tap. Like a lot of players who are stronger at DT will choose to single tap them, and others who are more reading players will alternate.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to single tap this, because this would be pretty fast, wouldn't it? This would be 268 BPM single tap.
I wish I knew that before I had played it. It's faster than I had actually thought it would be.
Oh!
Ooh.
You're actually finding a miss. The Flame Shock actually answers with his own, so pretty much even still. So it's still just going to be a lead on the side of China off of Wolfie's earlier miss, and it's just off of accuracy. And again, those same 2 players do find the tilt misses, man. What's he missed once? Suzawa finding another one as well, but and again, the second one, the tilt miss, man, it's always there. So it's not now only 2 FCs to 2. But Wolfie has the 1K combo on his back. I don't know if there's enough time for him to come back, but
I don't think there's enough time. But the combo advantage is in Mexico's favor. But the song is just about it.
Oh man, he needed like 10 more seconds, but not going to be enough.
That
44,000 point victory.
I gotta say that red bar is a bit deceiving, because that's a lot closer than it looks. Oh,
Yeah.
50,000 points?
Yep.
It looks like they have a much stronger lead than that red bar indicates.
Crystal finding 100 FC on that, almost the SS.
David Q as well, 3 100s, and then Hebel from Mexico with 4 100s.
We have seen a lot of SSs in this. So far, we've seen 3. And we've only played like half of the round of 32 matches, so it looks like this is a very accessible map, I guess. It is the easiest to act, so.
Do you think it might be the easiest of the pool, considering most teams have opted to pick it so?
I think so. I think DT1 would be that.
It's fair.
I think DT1 has most players comfortable on. I think this one is more susceptible to just random misses. Right?
Would you say DT1 was easier because more players are comfortable with it, or it's like objectively anything?
No, it's just the most common like play style, I suppose. Like everyone can play that. I'm not a DT player, and I can play DT1. That's my gauge. If I can play DT map, it's too easy. We will be seeing DT3. I believe.
Picks. Yeah. I honestly think that Mexico realizes that DT is their strongest suit, and if they're gonna have any chance of taking a point off of China, DT is going to be the way to go. Maybe just shake off a bit of the nerves that are present, because it's been slowing them down a bit in the last couple maps.
Looks like there's a bit of a misunderstanding. China did ban DT2, not DT3.
Yeah, they banned Saison's Spectacle, and I think they wrote that out. Like, I think they wrote out the name of it.
So this is a valid pick. Maybe it's one of those things where, you know, in their own files or whatever, they had DT2 and DT3 swapped.
Could be. It doesn't look like a misunderstanding by the whole team, though. Just maybe a player that got mixed up. So do we have a ruling on if a team misbans something? Like, they'll write something out and then take it back either like a minute later or like a few seconds. Is that pick or ban locked in, or is there sort of a grace period where they can change if they kind of messed up?
Honestly, I'm not a ref, so I don't know for sure, but I would assume no. I would assume if there's a grace period, it's like 5 seconds or something, you know? Like, generally, once you type something out,
Right.
you know, it's up there. We have seen a couple of cases where I don't remember which team it was, but I do remember someone typoing their ban and like not realizing it until like somehow no one noticed, you know? So they type like no mod 5 instead of no mod 6 or whatever. That was pretty funny.
I think that's why it's best to just write out the name of the song you want to ban.
Yeah, you just paste the whole thing in.
Just to type the entire thing out. This one gets ethered. See, I don't want it. I'm gonna write it in my death note right here.
You just ban it by the ID. Just post the map ID in chat.
Just delete it from the website. No longer exists. We banned that. Wipe any memory of anyone ever playing that map. It is gone. Which map? It never existed.
As we get into Mexico, despite the very early accuracy lead,
Slight accuracy lead for Mexico, yet Kevstrak with 91%. Only to be matched by China's like 93.
Terry and Kev actually find misses, so they both trade. So the lead is still in Mexico's favor, but I think this is a good pick for Mexico for exactly the reason I pointed out earlier. If you notice the accuracy, it's pretty dominant towards the Mexican side right now because this is OD8 DT. It's super hard to be like precise on all these pretty fast bursts, right? So a lot of accuracy struggles on the Chinese side here. Mexico is taking advantage of that.
It's also significantly faster than DT1. DT1 was 222 BPM, and this is 255. So Mexican players who are a lot faster than maybe the Chinese players will.
Oh, hold on a minute. Crystal actually does find a miss. That's right in the middle. MBC as well.
Oh,
so
wow.
David now the only on the Chinese side. So yeah, that's pretty bad for the Chinese side. And that's gonna be really solid lead for the Mexican side.
Yeah, Mexico's lead is going to grow significantly now, especially during this little slow section. They've got 3 FCs still on the board, and Kevstrak with 5, nearly 600 combo coming.
Pog.
A lone pog in the wilderness. If a pog is written in a map and no one's there to hear it, does it make sense? Though I think it's pretty sealed at this point. 3/4 of the map already played, and Mexico's lead is pretty far ahead. They're too far ahead to catch now.
Hebel actually has really good accuracy on this right now. I don't want to jinx it because the ending could still drop it, but we haven't seen many 99s on this. I just had to say something. Kevin Wolfie fighting misses in the end, so actually I think both of them had no, Wolfie had not broken up until that point, I believe.
Oh, Hebel, all of them miss right at the end. No FCs left on Mexico's side.
Not at all.
And yet, despite that, a 500,000 point lead. Mexico coming back saying, we're not getting clean sweeped today. Very solid from all of them.
Yeah, definitely a good pick. Looks like just judging from the whole misunderstanding with China potentially meaning to ban this instead.
I do want to point out really quickly that Hebel, despite slider breaking right before the end, has a much higher point lead than David, who did FC it. So you can see just how much that 98% AC is going to help you versus having a 95% FC.
Now we're seeing variable. Pretty it's kind of rare to see maps pick that fast, honestly. Just no hesitation. Like as soon as the other one ended, no mod 3.
I think both teams just they just know what they're good at, and they know like their sort of game plan.
I would hope so.
It also just shows just how prepared these teams are. They're ready to go. They know exactly what their game plan is. Especially with these sorts of teams, they're very different in what they're good at. So I think it's very obvious. Like Mexico wants to go for DT, and China wants to go for the like reading map. Variable, of course, landing more on the reading side of that spectrum. A lot of very technical, for lack of a better word.
I think most of the misses on this will mostly just come from aim, to be honest. Even though there's very little aim in this map, but if you're gonna miss, it's so long that you're eventually just bound to get a random slider break somewhere. It's happened a lot. We'll be seeing Atsuro coming in, I believe, for the first time in this match, as well as GGBY. It's always nice to see. Again, his 8th World Cup. Not many people play for that long.
I think it was former #1 in ranked score as well at some point. Am I remembering that right? He's played a lot of
I remember something like that, yeah. Maybe 3 years ago or something.
Yeah, before Sutsuma came in and took over the world.
Pretty sure you follow that leaderboard much more than I do.
Oh, there's a whole Discord server for score farmers.
Wow.
It's an active community.
Yeah, that I did not know. See if you can farm some score on this map.
Bound to be worth a lot. 1700 combo, I think, at its max. Looks like Mexico swapped in their captain here as well. Atsuro, I think first map we've seen him on today.
Yeah, I think on this type of map, I would pay attention to Crystal and David. And as I do say that,
Take a good look at David.
I'm glad I made everyone look at him miss. That's fantastic. But Atsuro will answer with his own. So the lead is there is no lead. It's pretty much all tied right now.
Yeah, it might come down to accuracy as well. Riot and Hebel and Crystal all with 99.7.
Oh, wait, that was client. Atsuro never missed. So still 4 FCs on the Mexican side, but we did just get started. All right, what about that one? Is the client gonna fool me twice?
No, I saw a 50, so that was probably a slider break.
You never know. Riot also. I don't know. Okay, those look pretty real to me. So 2 slider breaks on the Mexican side there, and none since David on the Chinese side. To be fair though, that was one of the harder parts of the map, so this is when it really starts picking up, right? So it's where you would start to expect a break, if any. Wait, what? Wait, what? What? How did what? 3 breaks on the slow part? All right, looks like everyone just forgot to blink or something. 4 breaks on the slow part. All right, guys, come on.
China's just gonna run away with this because of Crystal and Ebisuzawa's combo advantage. Those reverse sliders just boosting them into outer space. 1100 for both of them, and the highest for Mexico right now is Riot with nearing 6.
Yeah, David just broke his combo. It wasn't a full combo, but it wasn't 1,000. Yeah, unless Crystal and Ibisu break here. Honestly, even if they do, this looks pretty done for.
Yeah.
And we are now on the hardest part of the map, so might see a couple breaks here and there. GTBY and Hebel finding one for themselves. And Evisu and Riot, so only one FC now.
Just Crystal, the lone rider out here.
Wait, David never missed. Okay.
What?
See, sometimes you just never know.
You know?
It just gives you the surprise like 30 seconds later.
David just hid in a cardboard box and then popped out near the end of the marathon. Just like, hey, I've been running this whole time.
Alright, so I was completely correct in the beginning when I just told everyone to watch Crystal and David as they both get the highest score.
Watch David.
The highest accuracy is David, despite the one miss at the very beginning. Only 500s on this. That's pretty insane.
Watch David, everyone, because he's about to pull a magic trick. Now you see him, now you don't, but hey, now you do again. Here he comes.
So I think without that miss, that would actually be the third best play on this map we've seen so far. Only behind Mr. Boom and Red Pixel, so very good performance. Unfortunate miss. I'll take the blame for that one. I kind of cursed it a little bit.
Fantastic act, though, despite the one miss. Wow.
And now Fremont won. Again, the instant reply on the Mexican side. Now China's on match point, so Mexico does not have a lot of room to have any mistakes here.
Remember earlier when I said that that rail map was the jammiest of the pool? I completely forgot this one existed, and every time I hear it, I get a little bit... I love this song.
Yeah, I think this map kind of piques my interest about what mods people run on this. I think when we're still in early stages and like it's completely viable to go HDHR for some people, it's kind of interesting to like think about what people are gonna run, like if they're gonna go for a safer option, or if people just add hidden to the hard rock anyway because it doesn't add much difficulty. Or we've seen a lot of the underdog teams just completely over mod, just in hopes of just having more points from the mods themselves, right? So we'll see if Mexico chooses to do that, but.
Yeah, I believe it's just pretty generic sort of map, right? Like, not too much to write home about. It's just a really standard map. Just really well done. There is, I believe, a relatively longer 220 BPM stream right near the beginning.
Yeah. Very familiar with that one.
I think you and I both. That might be a place where people just either drop a lot of accuracy or just kind of lock their finger. Lots of mods.
That's a lot of mods on the Chinese side. 2 HDHRs, 1 hard rock, and 1 hidden.
And
one no just fail. 3 mods. The no fail, I'll point it out.
1 no fail for each team.
One more thing that's worth noting now that we're touching a free mod map. We do mention this, I think, every single match, but it has been like 8 hours since the last one, so I'm sure it's a different crowd that's watching right now. The new free mod rules this year require a player on hidden solo and a player on hard rock or HDHR, right? So you can't just have 2 random mods. It has to specifically be one of each at the minimum, right? So
yeah, and HDHR using both mods will count for the hard rock rather than the so you will still need to run a solo hidden player if you're using one with hidden hard rock.
That basically means it's no longer possible to do like quad HDHR, for example, which we have seen a couple of times last. It was quite entertaining.
Ooh, everyone nailing this stream aside from Flame Shock. I will say that this new rule allows for some more reading-based free mod picks to kind of force some teams actually play the lower AR maps rather than bypassing them with hard rock.
Yeah, there's a strong lead on the Mexican side right now. It looks like the mod choices for the Chinese players may not have been the best options.
Though Mexico looks like they know exactly what they're doing with their mod choices, because all the players using mods still have their full comp.
Yeah, 3 FCs to 1. Although it's definitely not over yet because there's strong combos on everyone that's broken.
Just unfortunate misses all around for China, though they were pretty early. So if we do see later ones like on Wolfie, there is a chance for China to come back. And Crystal now. Bringing it back to Mexico's favor. Crystal being the highest combo just now, gone, with Riot and Hebel still holding strong. The 2 Hard Rock for Mexico.
Yeah, the 3 high combos on the Chinese side. There's no FCs left on the Chinese side, but there are 3 massive combos, so it's still quite scary. It could still go either way, even though Mexico does have a sizable, like, 230k lead or something.
I think it's just still going up, though, because despite Flameshock missing early, he's also, like, kind of on par with the Chinese combos, and then Riot and Hebel just maxing out what they can do. It's looking pretty solid.
I just gotta hold it until the end.
We should remind everyone that only Riot has no fail on. So if someone fails, not gonna name names here. If someone fails, there's a chance. So I really doubt there's gonna be one. It's looking like a really solid second point for Mexico here.
Very good pick from them. It's actually quite nice to see a pretty solid victory from them. 367,000 points in their favor with 2 FCs, 2 Hard Rock FCs nonetheless.
Just like really unfortunate early misses all around 900 combo, or like 300, I suppose, for China. That really hurt them because gave Riot and Hebel the green light to just run away with it.
All right, so it was 4-1 a minute ago, and now it looks a lot more closer. Not over yet.
Still a long road ahead for Mexico if they want to bring it back, because they will have to play the tiebreaker to beat China. However, not saying that's never been done before.
We actually have not seen the tiebreaker yet of 8 matches, I believe.
Have we seen any of the like more closely seeded ones? I guess we have seen Hong Kong and Norway, which were the 15th and 18th seeds, as well as Indonesia and Italy, which were 13 and 20. Those are the closest seeding pairings. Though I think both of those matches ended up with pretty convincing wins.
I think I'm personally looking forward to the France game. I believe tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, tomorrow for us, but
yeah, Sweden versus France, the 16th and 17th seed, and yet, like, of course, seeding is supposed to predict like which teams are roughly at what level, but those 2 teams seem pretty equally matched. Like about as equal as you can get. I'm actually more looking forward to seeing Romania and Japan. I want to see how that turns out.
Oh yeah,
that
that's
one is a toss-up.
Also, a fun fact about that game is if Romania wins, they're against Poland. Ooh! I'm not saying anything, but you know.
I'll say something just to remind. Well, no, just to give context of why that's notable is Romania was the team that knocked Poland out in groups of last year, along with, I believe, Austria beat them in groups, but Romania was the team to take that second point to deny them their entry. So that'll be interesting. I remember someone was saying something. I think it was Juan. He said something like, if France had just gotten 1 seed lower, they would be against Hong Kong, who they have faced the last couple of years in groups, and they've just denied France their entry into the knockout stage of the tournament.
Still deciding on their pick. They do decide on 4 Ultra players, so I mean,
Interesting.
they won on the DT maps, right?
Yep. I think they're just picking whatever's the highest BPM.
Yeah, I mean it is quite similar, although the AR is significantly lower than the DT maps, but yeah, a bit of a speed
Well,
might be good for them.
Let's think of what other options they have, right? They have Mephisto, which is 170 BPM. It's pretty slow. They have Junshin Always, which is just mostly aim. And that's honestly, most of the time, kind of a toss-up in these sorts of earlier stages. They've got both Hard Rocks open. I don't think either of these two teams really feels super comfortable like on Hard Rock. Of course, they've got players that are like pretty strong, but I don't think like as a whole they feel super good enough to pick it. I don't know. I think Ultra Players is not too bad of a pick, especially if their players are feeling up to it. Played 2 DTs so far. The fingers have got to be warm. This map actually, though, mapped by Toybot specifically for the World Cup. We've been seeing a couple maps that have been mapped specifically for this tournament. I think Hypersonic in the qualifiers was also mapped specifically for.
And Silver Orbit in the same pool.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I honestly find that really interesting because that gives the poolers like a lot of leeway in like finding a map that's exactly what they need to balance out a pool. Early miss from Wolfie.
Oh, what's happening?
Whoa.
from everyone. Only 3 FCs left.
I'm getting whiplash. I'm seeing so much red.
I know. Okay, it looks like
No, it's not.
Zero's miss wasn't real. Okay, people are really struggling on this map. What's happening?
Got a lot of really strange rhythms. It's not just like your typical stream map. It's got quite a few like differing rhythms that'll choke you up, and it's really messing everyone up besides a few.
It looks like everyone has mostly recovered from the beginning. I think it just took everyone off guard or something.
Everyone just took a
so many misses. Okay, Teruri does find a miss at a more critical point than the beginning. So, you know, China does have the point lead. Mexico does have the combo leader now.
Mexico, though, not out yet. It's a very close game, and if either Crystal or David break right now, like, we could see Mexico come in like red hot.
Tsuro and Wolfie do break though, so it's only Hebel with a full combo and Riot not too far behind. But
did you see Hebel though?
No.
He got like a full 100 stream there. Still has his combo, but it was scary.
This is pretty much all on Crystal and David to see if they can keep their combos at the end. But yeah, the gap is just increasing, and with Riot breaking, that is pretty much it.
Yeah, we see no one with no fail, so once again, fail potential is technically there.
They have the same accuracy. I just want to point that out. The carrying duo of China with the exact same accuracy. Very fair. And
strong finish.
That will be it. Yeah, very strong finish. Again, Crystal and David with pretty good accuracies, all things considered, on this map. It's quite hard to tell.
Same accuracies, but David with one more combo, showing he's just slightly more alpha than Chris. And so that's China, the winner of this matchup. China, the 11th seed, beating Mexico at 22.
Yeah, and that was actually quite an interesting match in my opinion, seeing the new players, namely David. I did mention David before the match began, but I mean, kind of just showing us that, you know, China's scary again this year, I would say.
Yeah, these new players are exactly what they needed to kind of get a refresher from when their old star players just kind of stopped playing. David really showed up in the qualifiers and he's showing up again in this round. So China moving on, going to face the winner of Germany versus Chile in 13 hours. So sit
And
tight.
I believe we're now swapping over to Korea and New Zealand though, as soon as that match is ready. So not
Sit
over
tight.
for us yet.
We got one more before another large break, and we'll get a whole new round of matches. I do think personally if you were to catch any match, it would be Romania and Japan. I think that one will be a very, very close match. Plus, we'll get to see your debut, Azer, for this year.
Oh yeah,
I get to cast that for you. Exciting. Take a quick look at the bracket, how it's going so far.
And with that win, we'll be facing against the winner of Germany and Chile, and Mexico dropping down to face. We don't know that yet. Actually, I think it's just straight up the loser of Germany and Chile, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, whoever loses between Germany and Chile will face Mexico down in the losers bracket. The only matchup decided for next round so far has been Brazil and Russia, and that already looks like it's going to be a very, very good. Like Russia, I think on paper, you look at their team and you see like Alimetri and Red Pixel and Talala, and they look a lot stronger than Brazil, though Brazil has been really showing us this year like how good Mouse Easy and Mistia and the other Mistia like just like completely decimated. They've got some great names, honestly. Some good names in there.
I think the Brazil versus Russia thing, I think both of those teams have a lot to prove. I feel like a lot of those teams are historically very underrated. And yeah, that should be a very interesting match next week. But for now, it is South Korea versus New Zealand, which may not be as close on paper as Brazil versus Russia would be, but we do see South Korea, which is a very dominant, historically the most victorious team in all of the World Cups, coming up with a pretty huge roster this year after not the best of performances last year, all things considered, compared to how they usually do, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, if we take a look at like the result from previous years, where did it go? Oh, here it is. Yeah, their lowest performance last year, like out of any World Cup, OSA World Cup they've performed in, they were out at 9th to 12th place when historically their worst result was 4th. So I think they're trying to come back on a bit of an upswing this year. And looking at their roster, it would be hard pressed to find a team that can also take them on. They're looking fierce this year.
Yeah, and on the other side, it's a roster we haven't really been accustomed to. It's a roster that usually doesn't really play in the World Cups, or just simply hasn't made it in a very long time. But now with the qualifiers, they do have a chance, and they did show that they earned it by qualifying, right? So,
yeah, New Zealand I don't think had a team in 2017 or 2018. And yet, despite that 2-year gap, they've got 2 players who have been playing in the World Cups at least 2 other times beforehand. You've got Short Potato, who's making their 4th World Cup appearance, and Yellowy, who's making their 3rd. So a couple of veterans, but everyone else, all new faces. And they're coming up against like one of the scariest monsters of the World Cup. It's got to be nerve-wracking. We'll see how they stack up here.
yeah, a lot of big names on the Korean roster.
A lot of names that you must be familiar with.
Yeah, namely Firebat in the room, I think everyone was going to be familiar with, but I think most notably, at least for recent history for Korea, Gomo and Karuna, even though last year the Korea did not do so good, those two showed up so huge every single match. They carried so... Those two are probably the two scariest players on this Korean roster, if I would say personally.
That's hard to say. Like, just looking at the entire roster, it's hard to say who is the scariest, because I'm looking at it and I think every single one has their strengths. We've got, of course, Firebat making an appearance again after sitting out 2018. Aristia, aka Pring, making an appearance despite sitting out last year, who, like, if you know Aristia, if you give him an aim map, he will FC it basically every time. Flying Tuna as well. And then 3 new names in Ponytail, Zyson, and DDM. Ponytail and Zyson known for being extremely fast players, and DDM as one of the strongest like hidden tech players out there right now.
Yeah, DDM certainly made a name for himself in the last year or so. I don't know how much of that he'll get to show in the World Cup, but it's always nice to have like that one player that, you know, if the map shows up,
Yeah,
he will too, you know?
exactly. And I'm sure like those skills will translate to maps like Variable, where you can take off hidden and it'll still be somewhat the same map. I do want to note something of interest, that Gomo has been the captain the last couple of years and was posting about their roster, and they had a different player. They had Hugh, Huue, I think is how you pronounce it, who couldn't actually play this year. They had to swap him out for Karuna. And I thought that was really interesting, that Karuna was the player that was like next in line, because I thought Karuna was one of the strongest players last year. I thought he performed so well.
Certainly, and I don't like this.
I, you know what? I don't either. I was gonna say it looked like Doko's Brain Power, like the 8-bit drummer one. This is the same background he uses on that map. But this is, oh Jesus. I'm gonna assume this is well, I can't assume anything, I guess.
I would safely assume this is the New Zealand warm-up.
Karuna and Yellowy both opting for easy mod. And honestly, adding easy on this just looks like, oh, it looks painful.
It does look a lot scarier with the skin, though.
You know how Osu will sometimes yell at you if you delete backgrounds? It'll say, Osu's angry. I think it'll be angry if you keep this one rather than...
I'd rather make Osu angry for this one, I think.
Make the sacrifice to remove this.
Sorry, Peppy. Just gonna have to delete a background. Just once.
You've seen it. I hope you would agree. Oh my god. I don't think... Wow. Did anyone hit those back and forth? I think Angel Sim did with Hard Rock.
Big E. Apparently,
and Big Z, actually. Oh, wow. Was that like a custom hit sound that I just heard?
I'm not sure.
Or was that part of the song? It's hard to tell. You know, we were saying earlier about like how warm-ups kind of let you know something about the team. I don't know what this says about it. If you think this is a warm-up, I don't know what this is supposed to say about your personality.
Because the Big Z's really good, apparently, because he's still comboing.
Either that or he's prepared this ahead of time and just knows all of the different gimmicks. Actually reminds me of when Taiwan played their washing machine map in OWC.
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking at the song title. Is this a Pokemon song?
No idea, but it's a safe assumption. It's got a lengthy warm-up.
Yeah, it's 4 minutes long. I think my favorite part is during those back and forths when people just stopped being able to hit it. Like there was no like hit sound because no one was hitting any notes.
I think it's just because Ponytail just stopped playing entirely.
Yeah.
He didn't even bother trying.
I want to ask, is Ponytail using Tap X. Is he a Tap X player, or is he a mouse-only player? I don't think it's the latter. But I actually did not know that about him, if he is a Tap X player.
Yeah, it's actually one of the Korean players I'm not exactly familiar with.
And yet, I see him pop up, like, sporadically here and there with, like, insane pass.
Whoop!
Song is over.
I think he was just playing Tap X for the warm-up.
Maybe. Could be.
Anyway, well, now that's over. If we could move on to the next one and wipe the screen from this. Thank you.
Good thing they picked this first, otherwise we'd have to listen to this throughout the bands.
That was okay.
I guess so. It's just a reminder of what we've seen.
How many warm-ups do we have?
I feel like I should point out, I was mentioning Ponytail potentially playing Tap X. Tap X being a playstyle in which as one button you tap your pen on the tablet as a click, and the other one is to click the X key as the second one. So you're essentially using both hands to click, but in very different ways. Because with a Tap X style, you have to both aim and tap with your aiming.
Yeah, it can get kind of tricky.
But because you're using two hands, potentially you can go a lot faster with that style, because you're essentially alternating two wrists.
It's like playing taiko in standard.
But I think it's a lot more difficult to pick up. But once it's mastered, it is pretty volatile, to be honest. There's been some pretty historically good players that have used, good or fast players that have used Tap X style. I mean, you used it for a little bit when your wrist was bothering you, huh?
Yeah. It is like extraordinarily hard to aim, and you are so limited in map choice. So it's a little hard to pick up and like actually use. There are typically a couple of maps in OWC that it can be used on. For example, last year we had Everything Will Freeze.
Yeah, low spacing, streamy maps are usually where Tap X players or people who have that as a secondary skill will. Second warm-up being picked, not counting for the actual scores, but Mapped by Flying and the song itself sounds like a banger. I'm into it. I just hope the background is pleasing.
Oh, with the small tidbit we see of it, it looks like potentially scary. I don't know what's there.
Whoa!
Oh, okay.
It's a man in a pink balaclava.
Is that what these are called?
Yeah, those are balaclavas.
That's actually the name.
Yeah.
Balaclavas?
Yeah, it's like the mask people use to rob banks and stuff.
I never knew that.
Yeah, you know the Arctic Monkey song?
Oh, I do.
Yeah,
I didn't know that's what it was
balaclava
named
is.
after.
A balaclava, aka ski mask or balaclava helmet, is a form of cloth headgear designed to expose only part of the face, usually the eyes and mouth.
Oh, thanks, Toy.
You learn facts every day here at Osu Live. I took a look at Flying Tuna's mapping recently, and there are some interesting things. There, like if you look at the patterns going on here, oh my gosh, they look brutal.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like a Flying Tuna map.
There's a large full screen jumps where you don't expect them. You got some strange like overlapping patterns here and there, and then you have like slow sections that don't seem to be like mapped to anything. But all in all, some of them are pretty fun because they're just so like off the like look at that triangle pattern. What was that? I'm convinced that only Flying Tuna knows how to play Flying Tuna maps.
Probably, yeah. These don't seem very friendly to many people. Banksy somehow, I don't know how he's hitting all these patterns. Looks like a pretty crazy player. He's hitting everything. Everyone else is missing. He's hitting everything.
Big Z right now is actually the #1 New Zealand in PP rank, with a Zoomer close behind him. Both have a 10k PP.
All right. I like the inverse scores that they have. All right, that will be it for the warm-ups. So now we'll be getting into the roles and the bands.
With the rolls and the bangs and the picks and whoop.
Kind of curious to see. I think kind of similar to last game. Nobody's really that familiar with the New Zealand players, or what they are particularly good at or weak at. You know, so finding a band for South Korea might be a little complicated.
Yeah, it's either very scary because you have no idea what they're capable of, or it's just indicative of like, maybe they won't be too big of a problem. It's hard to say. They didn't seem to do terribly in the qualifiers. They were in the top 3/4 of the qualifying teams, barely. They're seed 24, and Korea jumping in at the 9th seed, barely missing that top 8 teams.
Yeah, screwed a lot of pick'ems, I think.
Yeah, I think people either didn't get either Canada or Brazil or both. I think it was where people would miss that, because I think you mentioned that no one picked all 8.
I was gonna say that, yeah. Not a single person correctly guessed the top 8 qualifying teams. Not a single person at like 2,500. It's quite interesting. I don't know. To me, it shows that like there's a lot of competition for those top 8 spots. Right? You could realistically have maybe like 15 teams, more or less. Who do you choose to ban first? Who? Who are you banning first, Toy?
Who am I banning?
Yeah.
The referee. That way I can pick whatever I want.
Smart.
I haven't thought of that yet. Taking a look at New Zealand's like qualifier stage results, they were the 15th best team on Hidden and the 19th best team on DT. Those, I guess, were going to be their stronger picks. Probably Hidden. I know Yellowy is pretty strong with.
But they did just ban Hidden 1, so.
All right, never mind. You know what? Forget what I said.
I think it's just one of those things where you just, even if sometimes you're good at something, you just have to respect that the opponent is better at it. Maybe that's the case.
With an opponent like South Korea, it's hard to say what you could even be better at, because they're just so well-rounded. No real notable weaknesses, honestly. a team roster that, like, again, on paper, you should recognize a lot of these names. They're spooky.
Yeah, they do have a very scary core. But again, 4 new players, I believe. 3 or 4 new players this year, so.
Yeah, 3 new players. Though I think DDM has played in some tournaments, so I think Zaysen and Ponytail are relatively new to tournament.
Still waiting on Curry's ban.
I'm sitting in my chair. I'm just kind of grooving to this song.
Yeah, seems like a hard decision.
Either that or they fell asleep.
Possible. Very unlikely. Extremely unlikely, but possible. Actually, I was going to point this out last match. It didn't happen, so I didn't point it out, but I think one thing that happens commonly with specifically China for some reason, it happened during the Mania World Cup where they were all playing the 4K World Cup that just happened, and every single person on the team disconnected, all of them.
What?
So it was just dead for like 3 minutes. No one knew what happened, and then all of their messages sent all at once, and they all got silenced.
Oh my gosh. Getting silenced kicks you out of multiplayer for 5 minutes. They just couldn't play. Hard Rock won ban from South Korea.
We haven't really seen much of that map. Actually only seen it played once. In 9 matches, I believe. But that will not be seen in this one. Creators banning out the consistency hidden. Or Hard Rock, rather, not hidden, sorry.
Yeah, this one's been banned 3 times now, including this one. It'll be 4. Tokimeki Sugar, not a very popular map. I think it has to do with, like, it's a pending map, or I guess graveyarded map now. So it hasn't been through the same sort of like rigorous modding that ranked maps are generally like set to. So I think, despite it being a good map, I think it's got a few kinks here and there that will throw people off. People just don't want to mess with it.
Como giving New Zealand the first pick, so see what they have in store for us. It's the first time we see New Zealand play in 3 years. It's been a while.
I think that might also benefit them in the sense that they really want to make this like their best shot. Rather than
they
like,
could have a lot of secrets. We don't know. Nobody knows. Like we saw Big Z just pop off on the warm up. Maybe he's like secretly just like an insane player and nobody knows.
You know, New Zealand is frequently like left off of maps, like world maps. People will just literally forget to add New Zealand as a country. Like there's a whole subreddit dedicated to finding maps that have left New Zealand off of it. So I'm thinking like everyone in that country has just been like just cooking up in like a big like witches cauldron, some like crazy strats, and they're about to show them off because they're like, don't forget about us.
It looks like we can start off with Mephisto though, which is one of the easier maps in the pool. So this one map in particular as a first pick is kind of interesting to me because there's this one section with, I'm sure you know the one section with like the jumps, like the very like linear jumps. There's not many of them. Like about halfway in, I think with the nerves, that might get a couple of people. I feel like.
Yeah, it's like right after a like 1/3 section. It's like a little diamond shape into a faster stream, and then like right after, you got these like, what are they, like red like roses style jumps separating into the corners. Can expect to see quite a lot of mods on this one because I think due to the map being easier to aim, opens up a lot of potential for people to, add more mods. I think of all the maps that we've seen, more people would choose HDHR on this.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, but like we said last match, you do at least need one person on the hidden alone, so...
There's been 6 people who have played Mephisto with HDHR. And only 5 of them have played on Unagi with HD.
We'll be getting started with Korea versus New Zealand. Looks like a pretty conservative choice of mods for both teams, with the Short Potato and Aristia on Hard Rock, Karuna and Div on the Hidden, and of course, everyone on No Fail.
Because why wouldn't you? There's no real reason to not. And Mephisto really stood the test of time as a map as well. This is map in like what, 2013, 2014?
Oh, and Big Z actually finds the first break. Well, Karuna answers back, and Div, and Short Potato. Okay, a lot of breaks. But yeah, Korea's still with the 3 full combos, so gonna have a pretty solid lead at the beginning here.
Wow. Get those early match nerves, I think.
Yeah.
They'll sneak up on you. You'll feel...
And there you go. Gets 3 people. No combos on the New Zealand side now.
And yet 3 still alive and well from South Korea.
So what? Huh? Wait, what? Is that client?
It's hard to tell. But Karuna and Firebat both looking like they missed on a reverse slider.
What? It was a hold reverse slider. No, it was okay. So it was client from Firebat. I don't know if Karuna's miss was real. I think it was. Just hasn't. Surely it would have updated by now.
Yeah.
It's a really weird place to get a slider break on, but not gonna matter too much, as Aristia and Flank Tuna is still holding full combos.
Everyone from New Zealand kind of recovering pretty well now. They found their footing. But Big Z dropping once again.
Yeah, after those initial jitters, it's like not many problems. Alright, okay. Every time we've mentioned them, one of their players missed. Welcome to the World Cup New Zealand. This is how it goes.
I hope you enjoy your stay. We're going to slap you with a 1 million point lead as your comeback, with Aristia, Flying Tuna, and Firebat all FCing. Karuna only with slider breaks as well. You can see as well, like Aristia with 96.9% AC, but about the same amount of points as Flying Tuna with a 99.6 no. So even though Aristia with the bonus points from using Hard Rock doesn't really matter too much if someone from New Zealand would answer back with a high accuracy. I think that's something Aristia is known for, is FCing everything, but with like 95% accuracy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, do we know it?
It's trademark move.
Gotta trade accuracy for combo.
So Korea will be taking the first pick, and it is now theirs to decide. So see what they go for.
Full momentum for Korea here, yeah. They get to do whatever they want right now. Of course, barring the banned maps, but that's a bit more obvious.
I'm actually kind of curious to see what type of map Korea will want to go for.
Like a Nomad 1. It's as weird as that sounds. I think
They're definitely a Nomad 1 country, yeah. I don't know, actually, they did ban Hard Rock 1, so I don't know. It's pretty similar.
There's a discrepancy between Hard Rock 1 and Nomad 1, at least in this. Nomad 1's a lot more straightforward. But yeah, like, the style of players they got, probably a DT map, or I would say like Nomad 1 could be expected. Because I think Firebat just played one map of the variable.
Nice.
Interesting. We'll probably see DDM come out for this. Like I was saying, this is the sort of map that DDM is known for.
I would hope to see him as well.
His first time playing in the World Cup. That's always exciting. I was saying, like, Firebat, I think, played one map of the qualifiers and FC'd Nomad 1, and that was arguably a more difficult map than this one, so they've got the team for it.
I think most people will just be happy to see Firebat playing at all.
Yeah, especially after he skipped last year.
Looks like Kerno will be dropping out. We're gonna see DDM step in.
I'd be surprised if it wasn't. Oh, actually, maybe Gomo.
Yeah.
Gomo would be pretty solid. Yeah, there he is. Big man Captain Gomo stepping in. And then stepping right back out. Where'd he go?
Oh, there you go. Hey, which got debated. DDM coming in. Playing his first map in the World Cup ever. I'm quite curious to see how he's gonna go in particular, because I think everyone would expect to do really good on this, but like I just said, it is his first OWC match, or his map played in OWC like ever, right? So I don't know, that tends to do a thing on people's nerves usually, right? So
A little bit. Though he is playing in community tournaments, so he's not new to the community scene at all. I think he'd do all right. High accuracy at the very least if he does an FC.
yeah, we'll have
For
to
sure.
see. I gotta say, just these 4 names on the screen for Korea is so scary. These are all like just really good players.
Which is why it's so crazy that they qualified at 9th. Like, not to like disparage their team in any way, just like the competition of the tournament. Like, if these 4 players already, like, big names in just single player general, they're placing 9th across this tournament. Honestly, looking at the entire like roster list for this year, it looks to be like the most competitive year of OS World Cup that we've seen.
For sure.
And I think we say that every year, but this year especially, I just think like the discrepancy between teams is nearly non-existent. Like, it could go in anyone's favor at like any real like fork in It is difficult, and they were both slider breaks, so
yeah.
all S's across the board still. But you can see Korea's little red bar of doom is growing down at the bottom, especially as Faye misses again. The 2 veterans of OWC, Short Potato and Yellowy, still holding on for New Zealand.
promo drops from any play. Oh, okay. Broke. Wristed just breaks there. Just releases the buzz slider too early.
No, that was client.
Oh, okay.
I have to say right now, having 4 FCs and 6 across the entire board right now on this map, still up, that's really impressive.
Yeah.
It's scary.
I don't want to curse anything, but we're in the hard part, so to get through this, we're very likely to get through with 4 FCs, which we have not really seen at all. We've only seen that in one match, which was yours, I believe, on Mephisto.
Look at DDM. Look at his accuracy. 99.6. 99.7. Flying
Everyone.
Wow.
Oh, please tell me that was client. DDM, no.
Wait, that was a 50.
No,
I
okay.
saw 50. I think DDM did break, as did Short Potato, but still 4 FCs remaining from
It's tragic.
both
It was
teams.
after the hard part. It was done. No 4-way FC, but still an incredible performance from Korea there. Basically 4 FCs with DDM's pretty absurd accuracy. 600s on this is insane, honestly.
S's for everyone. We're just out. Santa came early, dropped an S, and everyone's stuck. Wow.
Yeah,
look at
and
these.
honestly, New
High
Zealand
90s.
played that map like super well as well, with only just 2 unlucky breaks from Faye and Big Z at the very like middle of the map. So they showed up huge too, but I don't know what you do against basically 4 FCs on that. That's crazy.
Yeah, like getting 377,000 or what, 3,777,000 across like your 4 players on a Nomad play, that you're looking real strong. If you cap out at around 4 million and you're getting 3.7 million, whew, that is a good pick for you.
Yeah,
Looking
I
to
think
see.
that was. I would say so far, from at least the matches I've seen, that was like the most dominant first pick, or like the best performance on a team's first pick, I should say.
Yeah.
Like nothing really went wrong. It was super clean, other than the tiny oopsie DDM I had at the end. But now New Zealand will be going for Hard Rock 2, so the more old school Hard Rock CS5 map.
Interesting response from New Zealand. I'm wondering if they're just feeling more comfortable on it themselves. They're trying to poke some sort of hole in Korea. It's not like Korea did particularly poorly in the Hard Rocks of group stage either. 3.6 mil on both. But New Zealand slightly, it's like a little bit behind on them, like 3 million, 2.8 million on the Hard Rocks of the group stage, or not group stage, I guess, qualifiers.
I think I would have to say Korea is probably one of the more well-rounded teams.
Absolutely.
I don't see a weakness in this Korean roster, so it's very hard to pick against or ban against.
I honestly think that because they went out so early last year, that people are going to be kind of turning a blind eye to them, and they're going to show up pretty strong this entire tournament. Like, I think they're going to shatter a couple expectations for them, while people are looking at the bigger names of like Poland and the UK. I think South Korea is going to make a pretty strong run in the background.
Yeah, a lot of really strong teams. Like last year, it was pretty much just USA versus UK, and that's what everyone was talking about. No one else was really mentioning any of the teams. You know, like Germany was good, but you know they're like third place good. You know, and now this year it's like there's like 6 teams that could make the finals, like easily, even more than 6, but like 6. Depending on who you ask, you're gonna get around 6 different answers, right? So
Yeah.
It's very
Like, Germany
interesting.
was good last year, but that was because they proved themselves to be that good last year. But this year, it's like you just look at the rosters on paper, and you're like, what do you do? Nucifera, the first break of the map.
It's worth noting a very sizable accuracy lead for the Koreans here. It's already a 200k score gap.
A couple of client misses there. That was goofy. No one actually missing on that reverse slider. You know, we kind of laughed at Aristia for FCing aim maps with low accuracy, but look at him. He's got the highest one on Korea right now. Well, now flying tuna, but still holding 98. Very strong.
Yeah, Ponytail does find the first Korean miss, and Inferno follows it up, but it's a little too late. It's pretty much most of the map is over, even though it's only 2 FCs to 2. Still a 300k score lead, but it is slowly shrinking. Okay, hold on. Flying Tuna does miss. I don't think there's enough map left.
I don't think so either.
But
hard to say. You got to give a credit to the New Zealand team, though. 2 FCs.
Yeah, there was a glimmer of hope there at the end, but map's too short, unfortunately. Just needed like another 10 seconds, maybe. Again, good performances out of Short Potato and Yellowy with those full combos, but just not enough to take Aristia down.
Really just shows that having that experience in previous World Cups, I think, really helps you out for the future ones, either because you are more experienced in dealing with the nerves of playing in it. If you're good enough to be playing that many years, then you're probably going to be one of the better players of your team. But good job. Good job to all 3 of them for FC.
And the pick is back to Korea's. Have to see what the choice is this time. Nomad went extremely well for them last time, so again, Nomad 1 still open.
They also did pretty well in hidden like the AR8 hidden last week. They got the 8th best hidden 2 play of the qualifying stage. Yet, I don't know if they'll pick that.
Yeah, this one is a little bit different.
I still do think that Korea is mainly a no-mod team and dips into DT at times, but yet is still strong on hidden and hard rock when they need to be. I think you can kind of see that when they play in free mods, they'll opt to keep 2 players on no mod rather than to add more mod play. They just like playing no mod, really.
Taking their time to pick. I think compared to last game, at least, they seem a little bit unprepared, at least undecisive. Whereas last game, people would just instantly pick map. But it is going to be 4 ultra players, so a bit of a speedier nomad.
I think it might be because might be a little shaken up by how well New Zealand is performing. Even though, granted, the match is going 3-0 right now, New Zealand is playing pretty well, especially for such a low-seeded team, right? Where are they right now? They're at 24th seeded team, and they're getting a few pretty good FCs here and there.
Yeah, it's always easy to just be like, all right, we are on paper, right? The qualifiers are much better than this team. Like, there's no possible way we can lose. It's like, it can be kind of easy to get complacent like that. But yeah, no, New Zealand shows that it's there's always a fight to be put up, even though it is 3-0. A lot of these maps have been kind of close. We'll be seeing Zoomer coming in.
I think I should mention that, like, as I was saying, that Korea is a more nomad heavy team. They scored 5th, 3rd, and 5th on nomads 1, 3, and 4, respectively, for qualifiers. Like, they are very, very strong on nomad, just all around. Though we've seen this map in particular for ultra players has tripped some people up, especially last match that we just. It's been a bit shaky for people.
Definitely.
Getting into it, getting the client back to synced. Hard to tell who's still holding combo and who's had early breaks, but as things kind of shape up a little bit, looks like Big Z has missed pretty early.
I think it was right at the beginning too, so it shouldn't really matter too much. I think for now what matters the most is accuracy, and that seems to be in favor of Korea. Big Z does find another break, as well as Gomo.
Short Potato also missed earlier, so there's only 2 FCs to 3 New Zealand to Korea. So despite Gomo missing, Korea still has the advantage. And it is a really short song, like it's already halfway over. The lead's still creeping up towards Korea.
New Zealand actually just lose an FC there, so it's only Zoomer.
And you really have to hand it to the Korean team, like this match. They've come in here with like absolutely no nonsense. They've came ready to play.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think at least so far from all of the like top contender teams that we've seen play, Korea looks really good. As I do say that, Firebat does fight a miss. Shouldn't matter too much.
I think they're the ones that have like looked the most ready to play and like dominating of the teams that you would expect to dominate.
Man, that was quite a convincing map for them. I think 900k ahead.
They've had a match. They've had a map where they won by like 1 million, and then another one now 900,000. Like these are very, very convincing wins. Aristia and Flying Tuna coming in with FC against a none for New Zealand, I believe.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to figure out what to do if you're New Zealand here. Kind of tried a couple of different things. At least it is their pick, but okay, it looks like they're going for Silver Orbit, which is.
Oh, I was about to say, like, if you're in this situation, you're backed up against the wall. Why not just throw out this? See what happens.
This is a wrench in the plans. But you did just say Korea had the best low AR hidden score in the qualifiers, right? So
No. I didn't say they had the best. I said that they've got a pretty solid one. But looking at New Zealand, they're not too far behind.
Yeah, this should be quite interesting. This map, if you guys haven't seen it yet, it was exclusively mapped for this round of the World Cup, and it is quite something. It's not very sight read friendly. So let's hope all of these people have practiced it well.
And I mean, looking at the Korean team's performance so far, they look like they're very well prepared. So, I mean, if you really wanted to catch them off guard on something, this is probably the map to do it on. And yet, even then, they don't look like they're going to be, like, letting up too much.
Yeah, New Zealand have a long road ahead if they want to win this match. It'll be quite a feat, honestly, but it's 4-0 right now. So they can at least get a point in. I think they do deserve one.
I mean, Considering how well they've been doing for like a pretty mid to lower seeded team, I think they've been doing pretty well.
We'll see if everyone practiced. I think it becomes pretty apparent if someone didn't. I think I really like this map, or this type of map being the pool, because it's something we see in other World Cups a lot. Like a lot of practice, let's say practice heavy picks, right? It's not necessarily memory, but it's very practice heavy. And we don't really get to see that too often in Standard, and we finally do get to see it. I think that's very nice. Face struggling a little bit with the beginning there.
Yeah, but everyone else looking like they're pretty comfortable with the map, or at least have practiced it quite a bit.
Yeah, just missed a lot of the stacks, the harder to read stacks. See, even now we're getting full hundreds. I don't think he's practiced. I don't want to say it, but
Don't tell anyone.
yeah, everyone else actually doing really good though. Oh, sharp potato, this might break. But I was gonna say, from what we've seen before, okay, there we go. There, the misses started to happen.
I was gonna say that it maybe Goma hasn't practiced either, because he was sitting at like about 93%.
Yeah, I think the hardest thing about this map is the fact that it's like 3.5 minutes. Because most people might play this, like they'll play the intro and they're like, all right, okay, I know this map. And then, you know, there's 3 more minutes.
I mean, look at that. 3 FCs still for Korea versus 1 from Yellowy.
Also, almost 399% FCs, worth noting.
Well, as you say that, DDM drops to like 88, 98 points.
And Karuna.
Whoops.
And the longer this goes on, the more this looks like a pretty good point for Korea. Still 3 FCs to 1.
Yeah, it's looking more and more like it's going to be the second 5-0 sweep of the round of 32 so far. First one being Australia versus Finland. It's just not a lot to say when the players here are saying everything for you. Just letting you know just how strongly.
Yeah, it's actually quite nice to see. I did say earlier, a lot of the very one-sided matches on paper actually weren't really one-sided. We've seen a lot of people just drop like one map or two, and yeah, Korea just not having any of that, just coming up, showing up their best game and getting 3 FCs on Silver Orbit, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you look at some maps, or you look at some matches that are 5-0, and like you'll comb through the match. People are winning by maybe 50k, 100k. Korea has been consistently winning by like millions, like a million. Just outstanding from all of them.
Yeah, I'm going to say, at least so far, definitely the most impressive performance out of any team that's played this round. South Korea with the clean sweep, and New Zealand did try. They did show up pretty well.
Yeah, they
But
didn't.
it's just
do
not
poorly.
enough.
They really didn't do poorly. It's just that you come against a team like this that's ready and prepared and has practiced, and it's like it's almost futile to even try.
They sure tried, though. At least it's not over for them yet. New Zealand will be, of course, moving on to the losers bracket.
They will face Finland there, the other team that was subjected to a 5-0 loss. and South Korea moving on to face Australia next week. That will be exciting, I'm sure. Because as I know, from what I know of the Australian team, they are also trying very, very hard this year. I think they realize that they've got a pretty strong roster and they want to make the most of it. So if both of these teams are going to be trying their absolute hardest, that's a match to watch next week.
For sure. Actually, the next 3 matches are probably the 3 hypest ones, I would say. So if you're going to be looking to watch some high-quality World Cup action, make sure you tune in to the next 3 matches. Those will easily be at least on paper, the 3 closest games, right? I think the games of the tournament, I believe Japan versus Romania, Taiwan versus Denmark, and Sweden versus France. Really, really close games. So
and they're all in a small little block for your viewing pleasure. Can't wait for that. That'll be really exciting, actually.
Definitely, and I believe that wraps it up for us. So thanks for joining today. Thanks for commentating with me, Toy. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, same to you. It's a fun couple matches.
Make sure you guys tune in 7 hours for some more action. I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
Hello, 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 and welcome to the second day, the Sunday. The round of 32 is going to conclude today. Joining me, Kano.
Hello, Bowen. How you doing, man?
Hello, hello. I'm doing good. I'm not as tired as yesterday, mainly because it's about an hour later, and I've been given time to wake up adequately.
It's good to see that you're feeling refreshed today. Definitely hoping that's the case because we've got some matches ahead of us, that's for sure. Taiwan and Denmark. Look at these two teams.
Taiwan, top 8 qualifier. Cheetah, Noriko, Shield, Snowy, Zane, Flask, GFMRT, Riser, and Rucker.
The return of Rucker. Welcome back.
That's definitely hype.
Yeah, I'm gonna be very curious to see how he does play though, because to my knowledge, I mean, he's been kind of MIA this year.
I think he's been MIA for 2 years.
Well, yeah, I mean, him not being the most active might change how this match does go, but I mean, he managed to make it onto the team again, so
yeah, that has to count for something.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of room for surprises.
The other side, the Denmark team, we've got Spork Lover, Akayume, Contaminate, My Aim Zogs, Razor 1234, Tixi, Van Darb, and Waifworth.
Yeah, another solid lineup on the side of Denmark. They are missing a couple of players from the previous year, but in this situation they're looking to be the underdogs, but Denmark have always been a team that's capable of causing some sort of upset early on. We obviously did see that happen last year, so I wonder if it can happen again. They have the potential.
Denmark, I think, have always been one of those underdog teams. They have the potential to pull out some insane performances from the whole team. We've got these 4 players on the wrong sides.
Oh, well, it looks like they want to switch teams for the day, mix it up a little bit.
Just
Denmark.
Just a bit of flag swapping. You know when you see your favorite football players swap t-shirts, swap jerseys.
It's pretty much one of those instances,
Well,
you know, you get on the field and
after the match,
things look a little bit different, but at the same time they also look the same.
We'll get the players in the right place. We'll bring you their warm-ups.
Oh, yeah, and speaking of warm-ups, once again we have another opportunity for Taiwan and Denmark to show us what they have to offer in the warm-ups. Are they going to pull out something original and new? Or are we going to see something from a previous year? Or is it just going to be a standard warm-up? Who knows?
I feel like looking in from the outside, you've got Flask on one team, you've got Spork Lover on the other. 2 players that are known to be competent mappers.
Yeah, they're definitely capable of whipping something up for us in terms of mapping, but I don't know. I feel like I've seen Taiwan bring memes, you know, their traditional memes to the table. For sure. As for Denmark, I can't really remember if they had one last year.
I'm sure they'll find one. There's got to be one somewhere.
I mean, we had enough roster reveal videos this time around, so I wouldn't be surprised if every team's kind of caught up with the warm-ups.
I suppose on the side of Taiwan, you've got Kolazy as well, who did the washing machine map.
Yeah, there's been the washing machine one, and I believe Katachar as well. That was the other one. That's another Taiwanese. Yeah.
Good gimmicks. Very good gimmicks. Enjoyable to watch and to play. Very fun.
We're also going to see which team has practiced their role. So that's going to be exciting to see whether or not Taiwan or Denmark are lacking in that regard.
We'll see if they practice the right amount.
Yeah, I mean, after you revealing your strategy yesterday, I wouldn't be surprised if they had some ears in on that one.
It's the whole reason we never let Doomsday roll, is 10 years of rolling, and he's used all of his good rolls.
Probability is just not in his favor anymore.
First warm-up comes out.
It's actually a map by Shiraha, which is interesting to see this one being picked. I do actually know this map. It's a pretty cool map, honestly. This is one of his first few maps that he's actually managed to go all the way and complete, if I'm not mistaken.
I had the joy of test playing the first 10 seconds or so of the map. I didn't actually know he'd finished it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's entirely finished, but I know a lot of it has been completed. I'm pretty sure at least a minute's worth, if not more. But yeah, this is a very, very tricky map from what I've seen. There's a lot of technical patterns, but it's pretty well done.
I'm very much looking forward to watching it. See how it's changed since those first 10 seconds I had to go up. It's also because it's a non-meme selection. It's also a good opportunity to see what these players can do, whether their strengths lie in tech or elsewhere. See a hidden from Shina Noriko.
This map is definitely going to be a good test of skill. I mean, this features a whole lot of everything, honestly. It's very, very tricky in terms of some of the spacing and aim involved. Not the friendliest side read, I must admit, but as this does go on, you'll see a lot of misses all over the place on some of these really tricky patterns. The early misses coming in from Contaminate, Shield, Snowy. Whole Taiwanese side have dropped their combos. Spork Lover is still holding onto a full combo at this point. Tixie does happen to drop the high combo on the side of Denmark, but it is warm-up, so these combos do not matter at the moment.
Spork, well versed in his hard mapping. He hosted a tournament all about hard maps. The map pools were about 2 or 3 stages harder than they would usually be.
Yeah, Spork Lover, definitely someone who is into some tricky maps, as you can tell. He's performed pretty well on this one overall, managing to hit a lot of these patterns, but yeah, his selections of maps were very interesting, I would say.
Just about gets passed by Shield, who drops a load. Circles. Actually gives Spork Lover back the lead. Just barely.
And that's some nice slider art to finish off the map. But
So
yeah,
he did finish the map.
starting off with something a little bit different from what we've seen. Obviously, not a dedicated meme, but we might see that later on. There's always room for those things to happen.
And Taiwan take that point.
Yeah, they're opting for the normal map this time around. Oh damn.
Euclid.
Yeah, this one's a interesting one to see as a warm-up as well. I mean, both teams opting for something a little bit more standard.
So standard, in fact, that this map was included in a World Cup map pool in years gone by.
in a year before my time. Well, I mean, I was around, but definitely a year before I was pooling at least.
Some good memories on this map. I mentioned Doomsday before, and I'll mention him again because he carried so hard against Poland. It was our final pick, and this map came up. We said, "All right, let's do it."
Doomsday MVP. I mean, he may not be on the team this year, but he's still the MVP in all of our hearts.
Oh yeah, he's our coach. That discussion we had yesterday, we're getting a coach.
Every team picking up coaches this year. Before you know it, we'll have Osu Esports. Gonna be really interesting to see how they do perform on this though, because this is a little bit more picked around something that's somewhat present in the pool. Obviously, tech isn't. It's hard to compare these two tech maps together, you know, the Arena 32 one and this one. But it still has some elements, which maybe Denmark are trying to scout out of Taiwan.
Yeah, there are 2 uses for warm-ups, maybe even 3. One is the standard, normal, let's warm ourselves up, pick a map that we're going to do well on. The second is let's scout out their skills. And the third is let's just have some fun. And I don't know. I don't think this is a scouting warm-up. I think this is warming them up for free mod.
That is true, yeah.
You see the mod picks.
Yeah, they're over-modding this very, very hard right now. So it could just be a test of, you know, keeping themselves in the groove kind of thing. They might want to stay fresh on their mods. So, you know, having a couple people opt for Hard Rock and even a Hidden in there as well keeps them fresh and ready for mods. So we might actually expect some picks in the mod brackets from Denmark. I mean, after all, in the qualifier results, they did have the best performance on Hidden out of all of their performances. And Hard Rock did follow behind. But as for Double Time and Nomad, those were a little bit behind Hard Rock. So, you know, their priorities are most likely going to be around Hidden and Hard Rock, which is a good thing, especially because, you know, you have 2 pools to pick from, including free mod, which also features the same thing. A couple of these Hard Rock FCs are insane at the moment though. Just look at Flask and Spork. Razor just happened to drop it, but still nonetheless, getting up to this point with Hard Rock is impressive.
Oh, there goes Spork.
And Flask is
94%, but he gets it.
Flask is having a monster run on this right now. What is happening? A Hard Rock FC on this, on demand, would be insane.
Let's go, Flask.
He's got a little bit of calm before the storm. The next part does pick up a fair bit. After all, this is just warm-up, so this is quite a showcase he's pulling off for us. All eyes on Flask right now. He's the MVP for this warm-up.
You want to talk about nutty warm-up performances? Flask had another one. It was, no, what's the... Oh, the HoloWings map that just uses horizontal sliders.
Death Dance? Oh, wait, no. Oh, I know the one. Tsubaki.
Yeah, Tsubaki. He FC'd that in a warm-up.
Damn. Yeah, Flask is going full OWC mode right now. This is an insane performance. Managing to full combo that with Hard Rock in warm. This is just a warm-up, by the way, guys. Like, come on, Flask, calm down, buddy. All right, the match hasn't even started yet, and you're already pulling this stuff out. What's going on?
See, that's just that's calling his shot. He's ready for finals map pools.
That is definitely going to be a shock to the Danish team. They're just. I'm in shock at the moment as well. Being able to FC
Flask's
that
in shock.
with Hard Rock, what? Like on demand. It's not like it was even their pick. You know, he hasn't been practicing.
It's incredible.
It was.
And with the points scored, that's 947,000 points for Flask. And the Denmark team had 1.4 million. So he was about 2/3 of their score on his own.
Absolute madman. It was, you know, almost a 1v4 situation, but I mean, luckily for Denmark, it was only a warm-up.
And so Flask leaves the room for 2 or 3 maps to calm down, cool off. Maybe that was their plan. Maybe that was get the adrenaline running in Flask, make him hyper tense, get him out of the room to calm down.
So it would appear that Denmark won the ban? Won the roll, sorry. So they are going to be choosing whether or not they ban first or ban second. Oh my goodness, this is so confusing with all the picks and ban rules.
Yeah, I think it's the lower roll chooses ban and the higher roll chooses pick.
So Sporklova opting for the second ban there. And Taiwan are going to be going for the first pick.
It's really interesting. Ban and pick orders have a lot of sway on the match. If you ban second, choose the other team to ban first. There's a 1 in 15, maybe 1 in 14, because you can't ban a tiebreaker. There's a 1 in 14 chance that they ban the map that you were going to ban. So essentially, you get 2 bans.
Yeah, I must admit I've been in that situation before where I've had the opposing team ban something that I wanted to ban, and then I get another option of something else that I wouldn't like having present in the pool. So I can see why players do like having the choice in this situation. And the same goes for pick as well. Pick obviously a little bit less likely because at the end of the day, ban you're trying to remove something, whereas pick at the end of the day, you both have to play it. So, but even pick order to an extent, sometimes you just might be unsure as to what you want to go for first, and you can always leave it up to the other team to start that off. Because if they let's say they happen to pick Hard Rock and then, you know, you beat them on that map, you can always opt to pick Hard Rock again.
That's very true. And Hard Rock left untouched by the bans. Taiwan opting to ban No Mod 1, Junshin always. Denmark taking DT3 out of the pool.
Yeah, we're going to be waving goodbye to the aim map and the speed focus map.
Was it the speed or was it the approach rate that they want to take out?
Yeah, it's hard to say on that
8.6.
It could honestly be a mix of both, Bobbleman, but whatever it was, they didn't want to play it. They were not keen on that one at all, especially not against Taiwan. As we mentioned from the qualifier results, No Mod and Double Time weren't looking too hot for Denmark, whereas Taiwan only had a little bit of trouble on No Mod, which is a bit of a surprise because they have a lot of No Mod giants on their team. But it could have just been an off day for them in the qualifiers, but they did happen to perform really, really well on every other mod, which did manage to secure them the top 8 seed.
And we get to see them picking No Mod 2. For Ultra players, is this the first time we've seen this map? It's certainly the first time I've seen this map.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is definitely the first time we've seen this map, that's for sure. As for in the other matches, I didn't actually get a chance to catch them because I was sleeping during those hours, but this is going to be the first time that we get a chance to see it.
It's been played a couple of times, say our sources I did catch a couple of maps. I saw it banned a few times.
Yeah, this has actually been a common ban. We did see it banned twice in the 2 matches that we casted yesterday. But today we're going to be seeing it picked, so the other way around. It's going to be interesting to see how they do perform on this one, because this one does feature a lot of, I would say, relatively high BPM streams or bursts, whichever one you'd rather call it. Some of them are slightly longer than others, but also a lot of 1/3 sections as well, so it's not all about streams.
Taking a look at the qualifier scores, and it's an interesting parallel between the two teams. Seems that both of their lowest scores on Nomad came from the stream map.
Yeah, and I mean, if you
the
take
clients synced up.
if you take the stream map performance from Denmark alone, they wouldn't have actually made it through the qualifiers, but obviously you're not going to take just one map result. It is a qualifier for a reason. But they actually placed 37th in the tournament on that map. So I think Taiwan have been looking at the sources, and this is probably the reason for that pick. Despite them not having the best performance on the stream map themselves. Getting into things, we've had both teams trade misses, Band-Aid and Shield. It's pretty even, honestly.
Is it? Look again, Spoke Lover Van Dab drop. Their combos are off the board. Ryza follows up with another miss, but it's still 3 large combos to 2. Slowly taking it out in their favor, but Sheena drops, but as does Razor Van Dab. Sad face. Bottom right of our screen. Unfortunate miss.
It's
Wait
pretty
for
much
going strong. Snowy misses. It's now
It's
1
gonna
FC
be
to none. Shield.
all on Waveworth at the moment. It's gonna. Oh, Shield does happen to break. No, but Waveworth follows up with another one. That was Denmark's opportunity for a comeback.
Although
Spoke-
Denmark still does have an opportunity for a comeback. Spoke Lover. He is in the lead in combo. The gap will close. Not fast enough.
Gonna have to see a lot of chain misses, but it's too late at this point, obviously. Like, in that situation in the map, we would have had to have seen so many chain misses coming out from Taiwan and Waveworth to have held on for just a little bit
3 S
longer.
ranks. That's 3 slider breaks for Denmark.
Yeah, sliders being the tragic moment for Denmark. Taiwan will be taking their pick though, but it was a very close one. So we're in for a match. Denmark is going to be picking something that they're probably going to be stronger on, that's for sure. They honestly weren't looking too bad on that though. It could have gone either way, because those misses that happened from Taiwan at the end, if only there was a couple extra combos from Denmark still there. So they're actually opting for the other alternative, which is the slower version of the stream map, basically. Carnation.
So firing back against Nomad with another Nomad. Thinking at the differences in this map. Going to give the edge to them. Denmark pick up the AR 8.5.
Yeah, they are opting for the slower stream map, which does feature some 1/3 and a relatively tricky section in the second half. things are going to build up in intensity at that part. But we're going to have to see what happens. Denmark have probably practiced this one. I would doubt it. As for Taiwan, I think this one could go either way, because after the last map, it was looking pretty damn close. So Denmark picking this, obviously they're wanting to play this. And we do also have Rocket jumping in for this one. Coming in for the low AR, low BPM. Honestly, that'd be something I'd expect out of someone who has been a little bit inactive or had a break. Usually that's a skill that's generally maintained by players.
I know that feel. Every time I come back for a break, there's always a big reading buff, but massive speed nerf.
Yeah, speed and stamina will always take the hit after a break. Unless that stuff is pretty much just ingrained, but...
Even then, it does drop a little bit. After that intro, slight advantage to Denmark. GFMRT catches an early break. Will it matter as we get into the meat and potatoes of this map? Stream spacing relatively consistent. It does change direction every so often on an offbeat. Catches you out. And jump catches Van Darby. Rooker follows up though. Accuracy does mean that Taiwan are set in the lead, but not by much. Slightly higher combo on the side of Denmark.
The spinner almost sent it back in their favor. It did look like they were spinning pretty hard. The scores are flickering at the moment. It's really, really close just because those two players did trade misses, and also with GFMRT having the miss at the beginning. Going to be getting into a slow section.
Watch the
pretty much
accuracy
the calm
this
before
stream.
the storm. Yeah, the 1/3 stream doesn't catch any players, but accuracy drops were there. So far, Denmark are taking a bit of a lead. Some
that
accuracy
stream
drops
doesn't
on the
catch anyone.
streams.
Getting into the last key, Sport Lover drops.
And with Sport Clubber dropping, look at that score difference. Goes
Flask
right
and
back in their
Sheila.
favor. Flask and Noriko both just dropping there. It's going to go back in favor of Denmark right at the end. And they're going to take that one back just because of those two misses.
And that makes it 1-1.
That was a very, very quick turn at the end there. I mean, it was looking pretty much over for Denmark when Spork missed, but having both Flask and Noriko drop their combos right at the end, that was enough to just set it sailing back in their favor.
And it was just neck and neck enough.
Seeing some comments in chat about nerves being a thing. A lot of shakes going on. It's understandable, you know, it's your first match at the tournament. Gotta get back in the groove. I mean, assuming that you don't really count qualifiers as a match. But people would probably be nervous in qualifiers. I don't know about you, Bo, man. I don't know how you handle nerves and that kind of thing, but...
I feel like in qualifiers I heavily psych myself out, because in qualifiers it's not beat the other team, it's do as well as you can.
Yeah,
That's
it
where the
definitely
nerves really come from.
definitely a different mind game when it comes to playing in a qualifier versus playing in a match. It's hard to say. Like some people would probably be relaxed, but other people would probably get, you know, all nervous over it. I know for a fact that I do. I get nervous in almost any tournament, so it makes no difference to me. But
You see tournaments, it's either you win or you lose. In qualifiers, it's you place first, or you place second, or you place third, or you place fourth, or you so on and so
Yeah.
forth.
32 different thoughts, or maybe even 43 if you really think about it. But yeah, we're going to be getting into Hard Rock 2. This is... Wait, yeah, I believe they've picked the wrong one.
Hard Rock 2.
Hard Rock 2, we've been
Here we
mistaken.
go.
This is going to be Taiwan's pick. Looking to test Denmark on Hard Rock. Small circles, bit of precision going on here. Getting a bit of a roster switch up. We've got Mayam Zogs coming in. Rocco will be stepping out. Ryza coming in. Also got Snowy jumping in as well. Shield 2.
And again, we can look at the qualifier scores and say Taiwan placed 6th on this map. And in fact, placed 2nd overall on Hard Rock.
I must admit, I was very surprised when both of the teams were picking no mod, seeing as it was one of the worst performances out of all the mods that they had to play through.
But again, it's a case of not do your best, it's beat the other team. And if beat the other team is easiest on no mod, even if your performance in the grand scheme of things is a bit lower than it could be, what does it matter?
That is true. I mean, obviously both teams have managed to take their pick so far, so I don't really think the whole no mod aspect actually matters that much. But this one we might see a different story.
We did see good performances from Denmark on Hard Rock. What happened there, Contaminate? It looked like you pressed your smoke instead of your tapping key.
Well, that early miss shouldn't be too costly.
That might be though. Vandari also finds an early miss. The linear single taps catch him out. Allow the lead to head over to Taiwan. Slowly take it in their favor. They've got the combos, they've got the accuracy. Ooh, Shield drops his SS.
Yeah,
This
Shield
is
does
into
fall,
Cider.
but Contaminate responds. Flask
That's
also drops combo.
Shield's accuracy keeping him competitive. Contaminate misses again. But there, Ryza, now there's 3 high combos to 1. Zog drops. Still 2 to 1. Denmark are going to take the lead back if they can keep the accuracy. Contaminate misses. It's not going to matter too much. The accuracy is still there, but the lead still in Taiwan's favor.
Yeah, despite Denmark having 2 high combos on their side, Taiwan have managed to build up a lot of mid combos. And they will be taking their pick. It almost looked like a complete misfire at the beginning of this. But they're going to be taking that one away. Snowy coming in clutch with the full combo.
They just keep it just safe. 100 on Shield. That's nuts for Hard Rock.
Yeah, Shield's accuracy is absolutely insane. In comparison to the rest of the lobby, that's for sure. 99.68, 1/100. They pretty much could have almost been an SS.
This match is definitely looking to not be one-sided at all, despite what the seeds may suggest.
Yeah, we've got top seed versus no seed team, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Denmark being no seed. And they are giving Taiwan a run for their money, but they are known to be early game killers, man. They took out, I believe it was Poland last year, right?
They did. Although that was a pretty big group of death. Their group was Poland, Romania, Italy, I think, and it was quite possibly the hardest group draw that you could ask for.
Well, luckily we don't have to deal with groups anymore. Everybody gets a second chance in this tournament, except for those who didn't make it through the qualifier stages. But, to be fair, people at least had the opportunity to qualify. So some teams which might not have made it in based on their ranking made it in this year. But we're going to be getting into variable.
Ooh, variable.
Yep, this is Denmark's pick. Gonna see if they can take this one and bring it 2-2. So far, both teams have won their picks, so gonna see if that trend continues.
Lots of sliders, lots of cut stacks. I'm predicting we're going to see a lot of people mistiming those stacks. Missing the last note into the slider.
It's definitely very possible. But, I mean, after how Flask performed on Euclid, I would be very, very, very scared if I were Denmark right now. But it is 1 man versus 4, and the maps are different. Of course, variable is a much easier version of that.
So
especially
Denmark's,
considering...
Maybe they know something we don't. Maybe it was a false sense of security. That's why they all picked Hard Rock. So it's the same artist. Same style of map.
It's the mind games. The mind games are in full effect right now.
And of course, maybe Flask's FC was off the back of having the higher approach rate. He drops a load of hundreds on the first few notes. Now, waste no time in getting started. Contaminate drops the first miss of the map. Followed quickly by Riser. You see it even out slightly. The accuracy is keeping it in Taiwan's favor for now. Contaminate misses again though. Extra little bit of advantage.
Yeah, that second combo reset from Contaminate doesn't put Denmark in a good position at the moment, especially on their pick, but there is plenty of room for a comeback. This map is far from over. We're not even a quarter of the way in. Getting into another intense section. We might see some misses coming up here. Contaminate needs to hold on. But for anything to happen for Denmark, Taiwan needs to find a combo break somewhere. And GFMRT is going to be the one, but MyMZogs also trades one back. Razor drops Contaminate as well. It's only Spork holding on for Denmark. Those combos all need to drop from Taiwan for any sign of hope. For right now, Flask, Shield, and Riser. I'm not looking to give that away.
And now that they know they're comfortably in the lead, they're in a comfortable position to take their score advantage and run with it. They can relax. So Flask though finds a miss.
It's definitely hard to say if you're gonna get. Yeah, if you're in that situation where you actually get a chance to see the scores, it's hard to say if comfort's always going to be the position that you're in. Spork definitely does have the potential to carry this back, but we're probably going to need to see Shield and Riser drops sometime soon. Otherwise, it might be all said and done, unless everyone from Denmark holds on.
There is a good amount of the map left. What I was about to say, in a comfortable position, you can relax a little bit on your accuracy. Make sure you're hitting those circles. My aim Zogs finds a small miss. As does Contaminate.
Not the misses that Denmark need right now, but it doesn't look like Taiwan wants to give up. They're going to be holding on. Shield is looking to full combo this map. Ryza also responding with a nice 1300 combo. And despite Spork Lover's performance, Taiwan would have taken that pick regardless. Very well played by Spork and Shield, getting full combos for their team. Ryza also with crazy accuracy. 3 100s and 1 slider break.
It was a very early slider break as well. Just unfortunate timing on that. Three to 1.
Gonna see the first breakpoint of the match. Taiwan managed to steal away Denmark's pick, and now they're in the position to pick. What's it gonna be? Are they gonna test them on Hard Rock again? I think free mod is definitely a possibility coming up into this one, though. Some good alternatives for these teams. We did see them opt for a lot of mods in the warm-ups, so free mod might be the next direction for Taiwan. And as always, guys, if you are here to support your favorite teams, make it known in chat. Who are you going to be going for in this one? Is it Team Denmark or Team Taiwan? Make your voices heard. We're going to be getting into Hidden 1, though. Taiwan's pick. This map is pretty tricky overall. It definitely has a insanely difficult intro when it comes to the spacing. Some players are going to get it down packed quite easily, other players are going to struggle a fair bit. This is a map which is, I would say, more towards the low BPM specialists. A lot of spacing changes involved in it, and just finger control in general. Room for error all over the place, though.
This map currently shares the most banned percentage. Shared with No Mod 1, surprisingly.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if No Mod 1's just a case of people not wanting to play it, whereas this one being a case of
people not wanting to play it.
Maybe people not wanting to play it, but more towards the skill set orientation. You know, some teams just might not want to face another team on a map like this, which is understandable.
It is very, very easy to just drop a miss off the end of one of these cut streams. The streams are 155 BPM, so they're slow enough to where any misses at the end of the cut streams just hurt. You have the time to feel the pain as you move from the end of the stream to the next one.
Gonna be getting into one of the harder sections in the intro here. Waveworth is going to be the first one to have the combo drop. Flask, Tixie as well. A few players struggling with this.
Waveworth again.
Most players managing to get through it though. A lot of players have also mentioned that they are quite nervous, and this is a map you don't want to be playing with nerves at all. You need as much control as you can get. Flask does find a miss right before this section where we are likely to see misses. Flask and Razor. Riser also dropping as well. You got Razor and Riser dropping at the exact same time on that section. Those sliders are pretty nasty to hit.
That is 3 combos to 2 now. Denmark have a slight lead. Riser missing again, as does Flask, I think. Nope, that was just smoke for his earlier miss.
Taiwan do have the higher combos. As much as WaveWorth has picked it up a little bit,
They
I
have
would
the
say
higher
Denmark
combos, but the lead is coming over to Denmark.
Denmark ever
Watch
so
it
slightly have the
slowly.
advantage. Now
Flask
is the
again.
time for a comeback. WaveWorth drops the combo. Flask is having quite a bit of trouble at the moment. Spork Lover does drop that combo. And it's going to be all said and done. That is going to be going to Taiwan. They will be taking their pick. Both GFMRT and Sheena Noriko going absolutely wild on that map. Spork Lover also had a very solid performance, but happened to miss right near the end.
4-1. It's match point. Taiwan, in fact, have 3 match points. But it is Denmark's pick. They have to get through this. They have to take a break point, and they have to win on their pick again. They want to take this to tiebreaker. What are we going to see? What's likely?
Yeah, I am honestly not sure. Oh man, we might see something like No Mod 4 or even Hidden 2. I think they might dive into either of those 2 maps, but anything is possible at this point. We might even see some free mod coming out because it's been neglected in this match so far.
Oh, and they go out left field. DT.
Interesting, because they did opt to ban for a double time, so now they're picking one. But as much as those aren't really similar, this is very different from the other one because it's bigger jumps and a little less speed focused as the other one is. But a pretty standard map overall. Taiwan did opt to ban No Mod 1, which was an aim focused map, so maybe that's where Denmark is going with this one.
It could be. It could be. Taiwan have a lot of DT talent.
Yeah, it's a risky pick, but I think in this match, so far with how close it's been on a lot of these maps, I'd say for both teams almost anything is a risky pick.
If they want to continue in this match, we need to see the Denmark team pull themselves together, gather themselves up, get some good combos going, or else they're going to be knocked into the lower bracket. We have, I think, the players in the lobby. They will be setting off.
What could potentially be the last map of the match? This is Denmark's pick. Can they bring it back 4-2? Or are we going to be seeing Taiwan take this 5-1 on double time? Riser getting an early miss.
Seems to be a common theme in this map. Very slight early misses. Ooh, what was that?
I was almost thinking that was client for a second, but apparently Noriko did have a little bit of an oopsie happen in that section right before the build-up. Spork Lover also dropping before the intensity. Going to be getting into that very shortly. This is the place where we're most likely going to be expecting some misses coming out from players, if any. As the aim does build up, Noriko does happen to find another miss. It's not looking good for Taiwan right now. After all, this is Denmark's pick though. They're going to be going into this one pretty confident. You've got to wonder if Taiwan just have tears in their eyes from the song at the moment. We're finding a bit of a random miss or nothing.
Does give the combo advantage back to Taiwan now. The higher combo on Riser compared to Sport Lover, as well as the high combo now Sheena has been building up.
It's going back in favor of Taiwan. That is going to be shifting over very quickly. Wafer finds another miss. Noriko also drops there as well. Spork Lover with that miss is probably going to set that in stone.
It's not quite the end of the map yet, though. There's still a third to go, and Sheena, again, really struggling with this.
Despite the chain misses, though, Taiwan have 3 very high combos against 2. We're almost at the end of the map. Those combos need to drop right now in order for any sort of hope for Denmark. It doesn't look like they want to give up anytime soon.
Smoke again, but there's still 2 FTs on either side and one very, very close. From Riser will seal it. Lock Denmark out of this match. 5 points to 1.
Yeah, it's really hard to say if that was a convincing victory because a lot of those maps were really, really close. I mean, 5-1, it definitely looks like a big score difference, but those maps, this match in general was just close overall. Very well played by Denmark and Taiwan. 2 full combos and a near full combo on that last map there to secure them the victory.
And that will be that. Taiwan move on into the round of 16.
Yep, they will be moving on in the winners bracket. It's not over for Denmark though. They're going to be dropping down into the losers bracket. At the moment, we'll
can tell you that Taiwan will be facing Netherlands next week.
Going to be a pretty interesting match. I mean, Netherlands, another team that's pretty similar to Denmark, so that is going to be a match ahead of us for sure.
And of course, Denmark drop down into the lower bracket to face Singapore. We'll be seeing that, of course, next week, but what we will be seeing this week. It's another match bring to you.
Yep, and this one is going to be a crazy one. We have Romania versus Japan. 2 of the middle seed teams fighting it off this early. These are powerhouse teams going against each other in the round of 32.
Of course, on paper you look at it and you think, that's not an early round match. And if it is, well, surely Romania must be the lower of the 2 seeds. And that's where you're mistaken.
That's not the case this year. We have Romania coming in at number 14 and Japan at number 19. So they didn't have the greatest performance in the qualifiers, but still a strong team nonetheless. Romania definitely looking a lot stronger this year though, for sure. Last year, I believe, based on rank, they were a low seed team. So this time, obviously proving themselves.
they've really, really stepped up. Especially in rank. Their average rank seed, which is the seeding based on every team's average rank of all 8 players, they are 10th. So by rank, they are possibly the 10th strongest team in the tournament. Which is a big change. Despite only getting 3 new players, of course their team being Bado, their rock, their captain, Afterwind, Kamusiala, Christie, Eternum, Maxim Bogdan, Rohulk, and Royley.
I mean, when you look at those names, you've seen a lot of them throughout the tournaments this year, and just powerhouses overall. Romania, a force to be reckoned with. I think they're going to be one of the teams that are honestly a top 8 contender this year, without a doubt.
I agree. People are going to look at that team and underestimate it because it's Romania. They've only been to 3 World Cups. This is their 3rd. They can't be that experienced. They can't be that good. They are. They got out of the groups against Poland last year. What does that tell you?
I mean, that in itself pretty much speaks volumes. You know, being the Poland group stage killers, they're going to go pretty damn far this tournament.
And of course, it's a big upgrade in seeding anyway. The qualifiers possibly done them good. They were seed 22 last year. As you said, low seed, almost bottom seed. And they still managed to take 3 points off Australia and 2 off Russia last year.
Yeah, the qualifiers definitely did change things this year. I mean, them placing at 14th, they're looking pretty solid overall as well. There isn't really anything that they're particularly lacking in.
And of course, on the other side, the Japanese team, they are 7th in average rank.
A lot of high ranked players on that side, and I mean, it's still a solid team despite the seed number.
Very solid indeed. We've got Shiroha My Mommy, A Blue, Dectopia, Katata Katata, Konkon Kinakon, Sykes, Varvalian, and Vento. A lot of known names.
Definitely worth mentioning that Shiroha My Mommy is a name change from Delis this year. Bit of a cheeky name change, but it's going to be hard for the commentary. That's for sure.
Oh, you love it, really?
I can't say I'm going to be saying the entire thing every single time there's a miss or something substantial happens, but it's a name. It's definitely a name. But nonetheless, the team...
Really, the power pairing, Doomy and Delis. Of course, now known as Shiroha and Shiroha My Mommy. Must at least make you smile. Come on.
I'm definitely having a bit of a chuckle to myself right now off mic, but nonetheless, Japan is a very solid team overall from what we've seen. Despite their seed coming in at 19th, they are pretty strong overall. They have a really, really solid double time roster this year. They are, in the qualifiers, they did fall behind a little bit, but honestly, this team should still be solid overall. They have a lot of players capable of all sorts of things. So another team definitely not worth underestimating. They are also top 8 contenders, I would say. I mean, we've got a lot of teams that could easily make it top 8, and the craziest thing is that this team is in seed number 19. When you're thinking top 8, obviously that in itself is just a big difference. You know, if you're seed 19 but you managed to make it to top 8, they did last year. So
they did last year, coming in at seed 10. So they were a high seed that made it to top 8. And in fact, further than top 8, they made it to top 6.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see if they do make it that far this year. It's going to take a lot of dedication and determination for that one, because they're going to have to get through Romania first.
We're getting in the players joining the lobby. Let's see what warm-ups have been prepared.
I mean, you see Badu writing in chat, Shiraha, my daddy. Now, where's that one gonna be? Who's gonna name change to that one? Are you up for that one, Bubble Man? Oh no!
sh
It's happening.
store. Is it /store? Let's have a look. pby.sh/store.
Not like this.
Bubble
Bubble Man.
/listing.
Not to the dark side.
If you go there, you can change your name, but you can also buy a profile banner to show your support for these teams.
Unbelievable! You
Put
really
it on
took
your
that
user
opportunity.
page.
True. The banners are worth getting if you are willing to support your team, and obviously if you do call the right one, you get it for longer. Can't go wrong with that. So yeah, if you want to show your support for your favorite teams and support the World Cup, by any means, get those banners, get them going.
Of course, it's $2.50, and any proceeds from these banners do go directly to the prize pool. Well worth it.
And as you mentioned with the warm-ups, we are back at it again with some banger songs. This has to be Romania's warm-up.
Oh yeah, it's Chiu map.
I don't know if this is Romania's warm-up, honestly. Well, man, this might be Japan's. What are your thoughts on this one? As much as it's a Chiyu map, maybe mapped it for
no.
Japan so that they could pick it.
Yeah, there could be some mind games going on. I do actually remember this map. It might have been picked in a warm-up by Romania before last year. Although, who knows?
Oh
well.
boy, and we're starting it off, even with the background itself, just...
Oh boy.
It tells a story. It tells a story of Romanian warriors in the distance, ready to face off against anyone that gets in their way. And Japan being the first, they are going to witness the wrath of this warm-up.
Something I noticed in the last warm-up as well, spun out. I mean, I suppose it is free mod, but...
I mean, sometimes you just don't want to spin, man.
I suppose.
I know I don't want to spin in warm-up, that's for sure. Why waste your hand and your energy on that? Have you seen how some people spin? It's like
How do some people
anything that's above 450 is just... It's going to be a desk shake, you know?
No, it doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be, but it definitely will be. There's a lot of force put into some 450 spins, that's for sure. You can't do that naturally, alright?
Yeah, you're right. That's true. Unless you can, in which case, what is wrong with you? It's impossible. When I started the game, I was spinning 280. That's
Now
about
what are you
enough.
spinning?
That's about what spun out is.
What kind of spin are you rocking these days, Bob? Man? You flexing on us?
A 3 something. When I'm not trying. What about you, Kano? How fast can you spin, Kano?
On a good day, I'd say about 460, I think.
Ooh.
But That's on a really good day. On an average day, it's
so
probably
you're
like
speaking from
380.
experience.
Well, my mouse spin used to be insane, but when I switched to tablet, I just like stopped caring. So my hands just kind of, like spaghetti arm that stuff. Kind of like flail my cursor around. I mean, we weren't
Yeah,
even
that
talking
worked.
about the warm up here, but Romania managed to take that one, and it was kind of expected due to the fact that they obviously have had the opportunity to practice one. But nonetheless, Varvalian getting 768k on that, where did that come from?
There's a lot of tough patterns in that. 6.7 stars too. Again, just like last time, I suppose with Flask.
I mean, we were having a casual discussion about spinners, and just Varvalian out of nowhere puts on a performance for us while we weren't even watching.
Also, I suppose
How
Eterna
rude of
putting
us.
performance on Hard Rock.
Crazy stuff, oh man. And once again, it's only the warm-ups. We saw the same thing happen last match, and it's happening again.
Well, we've got a moment of downtime. Let's take a look at what we can expect these teams to pick. Now, the Romanian team in qualifiers, of course, they placed top 16. Their highest performance was on Nomod, where they placed 9th. On the Japanese side,
Romania are looking pretty solid overall.
yeah, they were very balanced. There wasn't really one standout score because they were all pretty good. I mean, 12th on Hidden as well. A lot of opportunity. On the Japanese side, though, there was a peak of 6th on Double Time.
Yeah, I did mention it earlier that Japan are looking pretty strong on double time, lacking a little bit behind in Hidden, but the other skill sets are also fairly strong, based on the qualifier results at least. Obviously, any team is, capable of more than just beyond what the qualifiers say. So as the maps do change and the styles change, we're going to see teams opting for mods which might not look favourable based on the qualifier results.
There's also, I suppose, what we were talking about before. It's a different scenario. It's not can we do our best, it's can we beat the other team.
Yeah, exactly. You're competing against a team rather than competing against yourself.
It can be a big change to mindset, a big change to nerves as well. Might have even been nerves that decided their qualifiers placement. 4 new team members for Japan. Although saying that, there's 3 new team members for Romania. Getting to Japanese warm up.
And a nice song.
Nice relaxing song.
After Wind does find a miss on that slow slider there. Bit of a rough one to read on sight read.
We do, though, kind of get to see what Badu does best.
Yeah, Badu's just doing Badu things. And I mean, considering this is most likely a sight read of him, this is pretty insane, especially the accuracy as well, 99.84.
One of the best aim players in the game. Also one of the best technical players in the game. Came out of nowhere a year or 2 ago and has just been setting score after score since.
You got Con cursor dancing all over the place. pretty much living up to the spun out mod at this point, just, you know, spinning around everywhere. It appears that Camo might be experiencing some technical difficulties, but at least we're getting that all sorted out throughout the warm-up. Better than now than in the match. That would be the worst time for that kind of thing to happen.
Oh, he hits those cursor dancing. Impressive.
So once again, we're seeing another crazy warm-up performance from Badu specifically. Valiant also building a high combo on this map so far, but what is Badu doing right now? Considering I'm expecting this to be a side read. I'm going based on the fact that I don't think he would have played this map. But what is this? What is this person? What are they doing right now?
Nah, I think this might be a map that Bado's ran across before. Just because he's played most of the maps in the game. Especially in the style that he's used to, that he's comfortable on.
I mean, even with some sort of practice behind him, this is an insane performance on a map like this. And as you said, he is one of the best aim players and technical players, so you're borderline combining the two on a map like this. But like with this accuracy as well, 99.85? Following pretty much all the sliders, having no troubles whatsoever.
Has to be said, an early miss on Varvalian, but he's bringing his combo back. Proper warm-up for him.
And once again, we see another warm-up where a player goes full OWC mode. Badu getting 3 100s and a full combo on that map. What just happened, Boberman?
Badu happened. That's really all that needs to be said about that.
Badu happened. But we will be getting into the rolls very shortly. So Badu has rolled an 87 and Shiraha has rolled a 14. So Japan will have the option to pick whether or not they want to ban first or second, and then Romania will get to choose whether or not they want to pick first or second.
Got the 14 maps to pick from, plus the tiebreaker on your screen.
What are you thinking when it comes to the bans, Wolfman? Do you think the qualifier results are going to say something about that? Do you think we're going to see maybe a hidden ban from Japan?
I would expect one. I would say it's almost definite that Hidden is going to get taken out of the pool, especially against this Romanian team. Especially against Badu, who's good with reading, good with the slower maps. And the more technical maps. I think on the other side, Romania are going to look to ban something from double time, something faster.
Yeah, obviously with Japan having some strengths and weaknesses displayed from the qualifiers, you might see some targeted bans and picks going on here. As for Romania, it's really hard to say what Japan would want to ban besides one of their weaknesses, you know, like they're not particularly banning against Romania because Romania are pretty consistent across everything, at least if you're following the qualifier results, but I would say the same thing for their team in general. Like regardless of whether or not you're looking at the qualifier results, these players are capable of pretty much anything, which is why it makes them so scary this year. Like when you've got a very well-rounded team, as strong as Romania, they are going to be a force to be reckoned with this year. Japan, on the other hand, do have strengths in specific places which they will be able to utilize in the later rounds.
I suppose it's like you said about the Australian team. They have very strong strengths. Hard Rock, DT, possibly even No Mod if they find the right maps.
Yeah, definitely one of those situations where it's probably going to be map dependent as well, but nonetheless, strengths which they can play to. And obviously in this tournament you will have the opportunity to ban out some of your weaknesses or things that you just wouldn't want to play.
That's interesting. Romania choose to take out Hidden 1. And on the other side, Japan for Hard Rock 1.
I must admit, this is definitely a polar opposite of what we were expecting from the bans.
That's almost exact opposite.
Well, nonetheless, those are the bans. So maybe Romania not looking too hot on Hidden 1. It is a very different map from the qualifiers. That is for sure. As for Hard Rock 1, not really much to say about it. It's a pretty standard map overall. Japan probably not looking to play it against a team like Romania, seeing as they are very favoured towards Hard Rock, I would say. Hard Rock and No Mod being their specialty. But strong overall.
Will be DT2, the first pickup. From the Japanese side, Assassin Spectacle, 230 BPM.
Good
Quite
song.
heavily stamina focused. Good song. Lots of streams.
Yeah, a lot of burst streams, around 230 BPM. It's going to be a test of stamina on this one in particular, but definitely room for error on the aim as well. One of the older maps in the pool, which doesn't quite feel like it's aged. You know, it still feels like a standard map. It's not one of those ones where you're like, yeah, this definitely feels like a 2012 map or a 2013 map kind of thing. Just a nice map overall.
Of course, already stated in the chat. Oh, cool. The only map I can't play, says Bado. That's tactics. Of course, so a targeted pick. Bado very good at the aim. Technical, finger control, flow aim, but not the fastest player. So they've chosen to target him out. Make him, force him to leave the lobby.
Yeah, it seems like Japan definitely do want to play around with trying to force Badu out of the match, but at the same time, Romania do have players to answer that, so it's going to be their time to shine on this one.
We'll wait for them to start the first map of the match, Romania versus Japan. Seemingly a Japan-favoured pick, this one, according to qualifier results, but we will see. Nothing is ever certain in tournament play.
Oh no, this is danger. Hopefully this isn't a disconnect from the beginning. If so, we can maybe get this restarted. But it might just be, yeah.
No, it was a slow load. Wait for all of the clients to sync up again. We'll get going.
Alright, now that we have Dectopia back in the match, we'll be getting things rolling ever so slightly. All players still holding on to full combo at the moment. A few client hops, but we will get through it. There's going to be a place for misses. This is probably where it's going to be. As you can tell, the map does build up in intensity. Some tricky sections coming up here.
Relatively low OD for a DT map. OD 7 does become 9.1, and Christie with the first miss drops his combo. 7 still survive through this Ki, the first chorus.
As much as you say Christie was the first miss, Valiant actually did miss from the Japanese side as well. Just a bit before that, which we didn't catch on, but that does even things out. 2 players have dropped. It's still in Romania's favor at the moment, but Japan will be having the combo advantage very, very soon. Their accuracies are also very similar. You've got 2 high accuracy on both sides. Christie does find another miss, so we'll be going back to Japan. Valiant is holding on. Scores are flickering at the moment, but Japan will be taking this one away if they manage to hold on to these combos. It's still close though. Eternum breaks, Vento breaks, Afterwind breaks. That's still too many breaks for Romania though. Japan 2 full combos to 1.
We've also got Valiant with a 500 combo. Sitting in the background, ready to take over. The lead has widened. $200k in it.
Looks like a few players were struggling on that burst back there. Some of these longer bursts are definitely going to call for finger locks. Christie does find another miss. Afterwind as well, responding with another miss. We're going to be seeing this one go to Japan. It's definitely looking very, very close at the halfway point, but after those breaks, it did go well in favor of Japan. They will be taking that one away by about 500,000.
They
Almost
break the 4 million
600,000
mark
points.
too. They will get their first pick on the board.
2 full combos to 1. Very impressive accuracy from Camo as well. Only 4 100s on that map.
Camo back after a short break away from the game.
I mean, we were talking
Showing he's
about how
still
a
got
short
it.
break. We were talking about how a short break, you know, sometimes you can run out of stamina or have issues with speed and stamina, but Camo proving us wrong in that regard.
He's done his training. Shook off the rust. Ready to go toe-to-toe with the best.
And they're going to be giving Japan a run for their money, without a doubt. So they do take that one away, as much as there was no Badu for that match. I think that was Japan's tactic for this one. Trying to force Badu out of the match, but there isn't really going to be much left to take him away.
Is there going to be a pick from the pool that forces a Japanese player out? Is there a Japanese player that you would want to force out?
It might be possible from the Romanian side, but seeing as they banned Hidden, it's unlikely. I don't think that they're going to opt for Hidden. It's a possibility, but I don't think that they're going to opt for it. Without practice, that map is just... it's so rough. And I mean, with it being left open, both teams would have practiced it pretty well, but even still, it's hard to say how much practice you need to put into it, because that map can call for a lot of mind blocks the more you practice it, so you have to be careful with how much you actually practice it. But we're going to be getting into No Mod 4, which is Oldu Ramvu, the alternating pick. So we'll be seeing Badu back in for this one, which is scary for Japan, that's for sure. He is probably the MVP on Romanian side. We've seen him do some crazy stuff in tournaments this year.
Seen lots of insane FCs. Insane consistency. They make sure it's a map that he can sit in for. Rohulk playing for the Japanese team. He's going to make a quick switch. And you get the final Japanese player in.
And the real question here is who's going to be single tapping and who's going to be alternating this map. I think there's a few that we definitely know. But are there going to be any single tap chads on this one?
I think we could look out for Delis single tapping this.
Dallas might go for the safe route, that's for sure. I would say single tapping most alternate maps is pretty safe, especially if you have the capabilities of doing so. I know for a fact that when I can actually single tap an alt map, I will be able to aim it a lot better, but maybe that's just because my alternating isn't quite up to par with other players.
And we have two switches. Sykes and A-Blue in for Japan.
I've actually experienced playing against A-Blue on low BPM maps before, and A-Blue is a force to be reckoned with on that kind of stuff. No surprises to see him in on this one.
Quite an interesting contrast to what we see from him in solo play. He's a very, very talented 3-mod player. Lots of approach rate 11 scores, lots of aim scores. So he's got the aim to go toe-to-toe with Bado. He will be single tapping it. So does Dallas.
We've also got Afterwind opting for the single tap as well. Everyone else choosing to alternate or hybrid alternate. See a few single taps coming in from Rohulk, but still alternating on sliders.
Another relatively low overall difficulty map, this one. It is OD8. We're going to be seeing a lot of high accuracies. The timing windows are wider than usual on a map at this difficulty. And Rohulk, the only one to break on that space triple. 1 of 2 in the map. Definitely a difficulty spike. Does mean, however, the Japanese team are in the lead. 4 FCs to 3. Rohulk misses again. Can't quite build up his combo again. Although if the blue team keep going as they are, it won't matter too much.
Anything could happen, honestly. When you have 7 players still holding on to full combos, things can get scary very quickly. The tides can just turn almost instantly based on any combo break in this match. I mean, if we see 2 combo breaks from Japan, that's just going to sway things back in Romania's favor. But it's going to need to happen soon if there's going to be any hope for Romania. They are still holding on to 3 full combos. Rohulk is slowly but surely starting to find his call in this map.
Oh, but the first of the 2 space triples gets Shiroha Maimami. Drops his combo, the combo on Rohulk now at 500. He's built up his combo. He's hit the space triple, and now Romania looking like they're going to drag the lead slowly back into their favor. It's going to be slow. It's going to be painful to watch. And it's going to be very close because there's only about a sixth of the map left. High accuracies for Romania. If they can hold their combos to the end, this might switch back over into their favor. They might put a point on the board. And A-Blue misses.
With that miss from
FCs
A-Blue,
to 3.
this is where things are likely to go back in favor.
There's 3 FCs to 2 on Japan. They still have the lead, but the lead is going quickly over to Romania. It's gonna flick right at the end. Romania take their pick, put their point on the board.
And this is what I was telling you. The danger of losing 2 of those full combos, despite A Blues being right at the end. Shira My Mommy also only getting 1 X100 and a 1 miss. But that just changes things so quickly. The fact that the 3 players from Romania managed to hold on to their full combos for the rest of the map. The 2 breaks from the Japan side, and it just flicks straight back in their favor. They were looking to be zooming ahead. And then it just goes right on back to Romania.
We've got a match on our hands. Not, I think, the first time that's happened. Specifically on Oida Ramvu. We'll see what Japan pick up. They came so close. It might knock their confidence.
Well, both teams taking their pick. I'm going to see what Japan have in mind next. I think we're all pretty curious, to be honest, because both of these teams are looking fairly evenly matched. Obviously, Japan had a little bit of an edge on the double time pick, but I think anything else from this point will most likely be close. And that map in particular, it was just insane. The fact that it flickered right at the end, ridiculous. All because of 2 combos breaking right at the end. Despite Rehulk having so many chain misses throughout that map as well, the 3 full combos made the difference there.
Indeed. If the Japanese team keep going with their strategy, they don't. I was going to say No Mod 2 might be their pick, but they instead take DT3, speedy Natsu mapping, Fortin Field. Slightly higher approach rate, lots of repeat sliders in the middle of bursts.
Once again, opting for another double time. Not a bad choice from Japan. They did perform really well on the last one, so I think they're hoping for the exact same performance on this. And despite whether or not this does place Badu in this match, I think they are looking to beat Romania overall. They're not focusing on Badu alone. They're just looking to see what they can play to their strengths.
Of course, we did see Japan place 6th on DT. So as you say, as long as they can outperform Romania overall.
We saw them do really well on Safe and Spectacle, so this map being somewhat similar, not entirely. It's a shorter burst, but higher BPM, obviously also higher approach rate, as you mentioned. A little bit more focused on some basic control, but these players are more than capable of that, and they've proven that based on their previous DT performances in this match and in the qualifier. Romania are going to need to pull some magic out of the hat in order to take this one away. So far things are pretty even. Accuracy advantage to Romania. Sykes is going to be the first one to break for the Japan side. Royally also following up with another one. Things are still pretty even.
No real advantage to be seen. Very slight combo advantage for Sykes, but his accuracy lets him down somewhat. They are going to take the lead, Japan, off the back of that 50 combo Sykes has over Roly. Few hundreds here and there. Lead relatively similar. It flickers a little bit, Roly misses. His combo is now gone. Sykes has free reign. Can build up that lead.
Looking to go back in Japan's favor. Despite the high accuracies coming in from Camo and Eternum, Cheryl, my mummy, and Vivalion both holding up to 99s as well. Getting into the break, players do get to see where they're sitting right now.
Badu not happy with Broly. The equivalent of your captain shouting at you mid-match to do better. Obviously, there's nothing he can do, but there is something that...
The tides are turning, though. Vivalion and Vento have both dropped their combo. The score is going back to Romania once again, right at the end of the map. This is another situation where 3 full combos on the Romanian side are going to pull them through. Those misses from Vivalion and Vento came at the worst time. Eternum does happen to break, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Vivalion finds another chain miss. It's too late. Japan have lost their double time pick. All because of the 2 misses that happened at the end. It was almost looking to be a similar situation to Olduvranvu, where Romania had 3 full combos once again, but Eternum did end up breaking near the end. Once again, stellar performance from Camo with 99% full combo. I mean, the break is just not phasing him at all.
That will be a break point that Romania take. Thank you very much. We'll put it on our board. And they're now in control. They get free choice. A lot less pressure on them. As long as they win their points, they're going to take this without a tiebreaker. What do you think we're going to see? Slower map. No mod 1, no mod 5.
I think we might see Variable coming out sometime soon. No mod 1 is also an option as well. But interestingly enough, that might be a good call for them, seeing as I think it was Japan who banned the Hard Rock 1, right?
It was Japan that banned Hard Rock 1. Hidden 2.
We're going to be seeing Silver Orbit in action.
Get to see some reading on full display.
This is going to be one of those situations where you're going to see a few players on each side really, really struggle with this map, but other players just do crazy things on this map. I feel like Air 8 in particular on Hidden is always going to be one of those skill sets where unless you have a team that's, you know, capable of playing pretty much anything, you're going to have a few outliers.
Yeah, you can either play it as a team or you can't, and you rely on one combo, maybe 2. Who are those players going to be, I wonder, that get the combo on this map? Or are they all going to? Have they practiced? Of course, Approach Rate 8 is something you can practice and memorize. Make sure you know how the map goes so you can not get tripped up by any of the approaching rhythms, aim patterns.
And without a doubt, this map is one of the maps which requires probably the most practice, but once you get the practice in, it's pretty straightforward, honestly. A lot of teams in this tournament shouldn't have too much trouble, but again, if you're not too fond of Air 8 Hidden, you will struggle on this, regardless of practice.
An interesting thing to note, Rohalkin for this, I'm not aware of how good he is on Approach Rate 8 now. He's very, very well known for his Hidden Hard Rock prowess. Didn't really have the ability to read Approach Rate 8.
Yeah, he did happen to play a lot of Hidden Hard Rock, but I mean, I remember a long time ago he was talking about tutorial, like some sort of, you know, practice routine, and he always used to play like AR8, OD10 or something. So maybe some of that has stuck with him, but it really depends on how long it's been since that time. And especially on Hidden, it's a completely different story from playing no mod. So yeah, very rhythm-heavy pick on the Air 8 hidden. Karada going to be the first one to find a break. Dectopia also responding with another miss on the Japan side. A lot of really tricky patterns and rhythms that you need to pay attention to in this one. In particular, Camo is going to find a break on the Romanian side. Badu currently holding onto an SS. Rohawk also with high accuracy is sitting on 99.6. As I do say, that does happen to break and drop that accuracy ever so slightly. Japan are still holding on to their combos, as well as Romania. Camo is slowly but surely building up a combo. Rohawk having a little bit of trouble. Both Rohawk and Camo having a lot of trouble finding their comfort zone on this map. Karada gets another miss. Managed to hold on to quite a decent combo. We are at the halfway point. Shiro, My Mummy, and Konkon both dropping their combos as well, though. That is going to change things very quickly, especially with Badu still holding on to the SS. Dectopia is the only high combo from Japan, not even a full combo, against two full combos on the Romanian side after win. And Badu getting into a slow section. You're going to see that score change drastically. It's going back in Romania's favor. Japan have pretty much no combos besides Dectopia. We're going to need to see Badu and Afterwind miss right here, right now, in order for anything to go back in their favor. And with Dectopia breaking for the Japanese side, it might be over for them. There's just not enough combos on their side at all. Pretty much every player on the Romanian side would have to, have a heart attack or something. We're going to need to see combo drops and accuracy drops non-stop in order for anything to happen, but I think it's going to be a pretty convincing victory for Romania on their pick. Both Afterwind and Badu definitely showing their strength on this map here, though. Badu does happen to drop the SS. Oh, and Dectopia actually didn't happen to break. That was a client issue, but despite holding on, Romania still had the two full combos, and that is what carried them through to get that 3-1 victory. Badu with a 1x100, Afterwind also getting a nice full combo for the Romanian side. Dectopia doing their best despite the early miss, managing to hold on as long as they could.
Very impressive display from Badu. There's a lot of tricky rhythms to read. And they'd be tricky even on a higher approach rate. So to get that sort of accuracy on AR8. And it continues. As long as Romania take their picks, they're going to take it without a tiebreaker. Japan, where do they go?
It's definitely hard to call that one. I think maybe diving into free mod or hard rock might not be a bad option for them. I think perhaps they have the ability to overmod. But at the same time, the Romanian side definitely do have players capable of overmodding themselves. I mean, picking free mod is a dangerous game, especially when you've got someone like Rohawk on the opposing side, who can pretty much just slap on hidden hard rock and do it on anything. so far he hasn't really been having the best of performances in this match. We've seen him having a few random misses occurring all over the place. He is probably in for a lot of the maps which he wouldn't particularly like to be in for, but nonetheless, it's going to be interesting to see where they do go. What is the next pick for Japan?
Free mod 1 is their pick.
As I mentioned, they are diving into free mod. Going to be interesting to see what kind of mods we see coming out of this one. Obviously, Japan are going to be rocking a few hard rocks. Probably a hidden or two.
Definitely predict hard rock on Valiant if he comes in for this, which he does. Where's the hidden going to be? I think the hidden's going to be Vento, maybe Dectopia.
I think, honestly, probably on Shirahama Mami. But any of these players are capable of modding or even over modding.
I think we're going to see hidden on Vado for Romania. Of course, with these free mods, with this new free mod rule, have to have one hard rock, can be hidden hard rock. Have to have one hidden only, and that can't be hidden hard rock, so there must exist hidden only. Seeming like the Japanese side misunderstanding the rule. Perhaps not practicing with hidden. We do see some over modding. Hidden hard rock for Dectopia, hidden hard rock for Vento. For Afterwind as well. Could even be a match on mods. We'll see Rolly join them, I'm sure.
When you've got two powerhouse teams, you've got to wonder who was the one to make the first call when it comes to mods. Who forced which team? Or maybe both teams have practiced the overmod strat. Because we did say before that, you know, in most of these cases, teams are going to mod match. So let's say, for example, Japan put on all their mods, so Romania felt the need to do it regardless of whether or not they've practiced hard with these mods. But I don't doubt that both of these teams have practiced with the mods that they've got right now. And I mean, obviously we see that Romania are down one hidden hard rock. But that is the slightest difference in mods, so regardless, should still be pretty close in terms of score, no matter what happens.
Double tapping in the World Cup, Vado? Come on. Make sure he hits that stream, but at a cost to his accuracy.
Could be another one of Japan's strategies as well. I mean, as much as Bado's in for this match, we're not going to see him get close to an SS like we did on the last map, so not a bad option. You know, he is, after all, on a mod, so him having that accuracy disadvantage is going to play to their favor. Afterwind did happen to break earlier as well, so right now, Japan are looking pretty comfy, but we have seen it change very quickly, so anything is possible.
Well, so yeah, this is the same situation as most of the other maps that Romania have gone on to win. 4 FCs to 3, and then Japan just kind of lose it at the end, but Eternum drops his combo with the hard rock. Shirahama Mami follows up. That's the hidden gone from Japan. Have to win with a strong combo.
trade off a hidden and a hard rock FC. Afterwind also finding another miss there. It's not looking good for Romania at the moment. They only have 2 full combos, which is definitely something different from what we've seen in the previous maps. Victopia, Varvelian, and Vento all still holding on very strong. As I mentioned, Shiro Hamamami is actually rocking the hidden this round.
He's had a lot of reading practice this year. He's done some very good easy plays, especially in tournament. Players will get to see the state of the match. Some really tough aim patterns, especially on Hard Rock. Afterwind drops again, as does Eternum, but the Japanese team looking strong, and even if they fall apart now, it won't matter too much. They're in the lead. Vento drops.
I mean, you say even if they fall apart now, but if all of those combos were to break, it would change. But
they'd have to drop a lot of accuracy.
Yeah, they're definitely zooming away with that one. Almost 700,000 points, and they'll be taking
4 100s for Varvelian. Just the one miss for Delis.
Incredible accuracy from Delis, and Varvelian also with the 4 100s on Hard Rock. Very well played by the Japanese side.
Playing on home soil. It was a Delis map. And so we move to Romania's pick. A second point on the board for Japan. They're going to need a break point. Possibly even 2 if they don't want to go to tiebreaker for themselves.
The thing is as well, this gives Romania the opportunity to pick around Badu once again. I think Variable or Jinshinoi are definitely going to be 2 picks we're looking out for. Carnation is also an option as well. I don't think they're going to be opting for Ultra players.
They take DT1 after winning on Fortin Field. Some confidence in DT now. I am still incredibly surprised for Ultra players hasn't been picked.
Sad song again.
Japanese pick.
Maybe this is Romania's strategy. Trying to get Japan to cry during the match.
Tactical blinding.
Assuming they're not already doing it themselves. Tactical blinding. That's a good one. But we cannot encourage this.
Always aim your Nerf guns away from people's faces, never at the eyes.
Stay clear of onions at all times.
I was trying to think of a third, but I don't have one. I'm sorry. I let that one go.
Or I guess in this case, try not to cry during Ring of Fortune. But as we do get into this map, probably not going to see too many misses in the beginning. As much as that has been the, as I say that, it has been the theme of every single time this map has been played, but Shiro Mamami is going to be the one to get the first miss early. Misses are definitely expected in the next 200 combo or so when things do start to ramp up a bit. Rolly is going to be the first one to miss for the Romanian side. It's going to look to send things back in Japan's favor very soon if things do manage to remain the way they are. Both
With
for
a double
Valiant
miss
and
from Eternum
Eternum.
for Valiant.
Yeah, they're trading misses on pretty much the exact same jump. Scores are evening out once again. It's flickering back and forth. It's going back
It will
in
be the
favor of
advantage.
Japan.
The advantage
Yeah.
on Shirahama Mommy against Roly. It's a straight 1v1 between Eternum and Varvalion. And these two other players that match each other. Into the second chorus. Broly is the first to miss in this chorus. Combo is gone, and now Shirahama and Mommy can take the lead Japan have and run away with it. Maybe a misfire from Romania on this, but again, we've seen the storyline of this match. 2 or 3 FCs on the Romanian side holding strong to the end.
I also want to take a moment to point out Camo's accuracy. I'm going to do that in the break because
Yeah, thank you for
there's
not
no
mentioning
opportunity
his
for a curse. But yeah, still 99.9. He has been the MVP on double time maps so far. Both Badu and himself have been trading MVP throughout this match. But it looks like they're both going to be in that situation now. Varvalion finds another break, which I think is late enough into the map that it should be okay for Japan. The score is
Now
going
it's
to get
getting
pretty
late
close.
enough. Ablu
With
misses as
Ablu
well.
missing as well, that's not looking good, but it's still going to go in their favor. They held on long enough and managed to
He's
take
not
that one
happy.
away.
Did you see that spin? That's the spin of a player who's just missed the last note of a map. 3-3, a break
In that
point.
one.
Misfire from Romania. You're going to even it back up again. And now there's no more double time. 1 pick left for both teams. They're going to get it. The only eventualities here are a 5-3 or a 4-4 tiebreaker, and we will be seeing Score to Triss be played. Japan have options. They've got Dynasty, they've got Mephisto. Variable for Ultra players.
I must admit, I think
Always
Mephisto might be a really, really good option for them at the moment. That or maybe Dynasty. For Ultra players is also up for grabs. But I think right now the picks are pretty clear on both sides.
The reason I'm looking at for Ultra players, really, yeah, Mephisto is picked up by Japan, but the reason I was looking for Ultra players, they picked Seisin Spectacle to get Bado out of the room.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. They're looking to try and either force Badu out or at least make him a little less scary based on an accuracy thing. But they are opting for Mephisto, going for free mod once again. Probably looking to overmod this one, but could be a mod match.
They've proven themselves on the Hidden Hard Rock. They could take it again. Slightly more mechanically intensive this one, but slightly slower. So, relatively similar in difficulty, I would say. Do you think Romania are going to pick up Hidden Hard Rocks instead of Hard Rocks only?
I definitely think it's possible that we might see Rohulk jump in for this one, seeing as this is a map which you'd most likely see him on, especially for Hidden Hard Rock. They might try and go for a mod match or even an overmod on themselves. Although we could see some safer picks. Anything is possible on this one, but I think this is a bit of a scary pick because Badu is definitely capable of playing this BPM. For Ultra players might have been a better choice as you mentioned, but even still, I don't think this is bad for Japan. They did really well in the last free mod. They have the potential to do well on this one as well. But you've got Badu and Camo in for this one, and those two have been the MVPs for a lot of maps in the past for Romania. So I think they're looking to do the same thing again. Two very, very scary faces on the Romanian side.
Of course, we're dead even. We're in a best-of-3 shootout. Show your support for your team. Who do you want to win this? Let us know. We're seeing, interestingly, 3 Hard Rocks without no fail. So if they drop at the end, they fail the map, their score's not going to count.
Yeah, the lack of no fail is definitely a scary thing. I mean, the fact that you can now basically cause your team the victory if you happen to drop all of your HP at the end, that's going to be a big difference maker if it does happen to happen.
Particularly drops already from Japan.
It's looking to be a bit of a misfire, but Camo does respond with a miss. Shiro Mamami also drops as well. Eternum finding a break. There's breaks all over the place. Valiant is the only person still holding on for the Japan side.
There's Con again. 2 FCs to 3. 2 FCs to 1.
Oh my goodness.
Slight client bug.
That is client.
But that was a legitimate break on Vento. They're lagging behind slightly. They're about 100k. Small deficit. Shirahama Mommy breaks again. And Con.
These chain misses from Japan are not looking good at all. This is not what they need right now.
There's lots of uncharacteristic misses. And it's looking like it's going to be another breakpoint. Something drastic has to happen to the Romanian team, and they're looking settled in the groove.
Yeah, I mean, despite Varvalian's full combo with Hard Rock, Badu, and Afterwind managing to carry the Romanian side through that one, taking away Japan's pick, which puts them in a very sticky situation.
Indeed, they now have to break point. The Romanian pick, whatever it ends up being, have they saved something for the end? Have they kept something back for their last resort? Because if you end up picking all your 100% win picks early on, the picks you know you're going to win on, all that's going to be left is things that are a toss-up. And we see Jinshin always, for Ultra players, variable and Dynasty to pick from.
Not many maps left, but definitely a lot of options for Romania. You gotta wonder whether or not for Ultra players... Yeah, you gotta wonder whether or not for Ultra players would have been a better alternative for Japan, but maybe it's just a map that they weren't keen on. After doing well on free mod, I think Mephisto was something that was in their eyes. They really wanted to try it out again and see if they could do well. I mean, a few uncharacteristic misses happened, and I would say probably in practice they would have done a lot better.
But it's always the case, isn't it? Practice isn't really the same conditions as a match. You go in, you know your team can get 4 full combos, you kind of expect it of yourselves to perform, and when you don't, there's a big confidence knock. Romania opting to take Carnation, no mod 5, going to be AR 8.5. Lower approach rate, a lower BPM than Mephisto. But a very similar map. We're going to be seeing streams. We're going to be seeing slower streams at 1/3. Direction changes, sometimes on offbeats. You need a lot of reading, a lot of control. Romania, we've seen it from them. And now we need to see it from Japan, or else going to be a 5-3. And it's going to end up in Japan, in the lower bracket. Romania have Afterwind, Bado, Rohulk in the lobby. Dallas, Vento, Dectopia, and Varvalion are in for Japan, ready and waiting. Camo joins. Been a big MVP for his team.
And for what could be potentially the last map of the match, we may see a tiebreaker though. Japan have to pull something out on Romania's pick.
We know they can. We've seen breakpoints before.
They've been
Been
trading
so
picks
far.
back and forth all match, yeah.
Let's get into it. 160 BPM. Completely comfortable for all of these players. OD8. Accuracy is not a major issue, but it will come into play. The changes in rhythm, changes in speed. Everyone hitting the intro this time.
Once again, this map is pretty much just another situation of calm before the storm.
And here comes the storm with streams coming in. First Ki Vento, the first to miss, followed by Shiraha My Mommy. Full combo still for Romania. Vento misses again, but that won't matter too much. He's already dropped his FC. Not a massive combo reset. And in again to the streams. Everyone hitting the first set. The jumps, not catching anyone. Vento misses again on the stream. Can he keep it together till the end of the map now? He needs to gather himself back up. Focus in on these streams again. Still 4 full combos. Could this have been their pick that they held out? That they saved for their last resort? The surefire, we're not going to tiebreaker. Into a 1/3 section. The streams. The speed slows down. The spacing increases, but the speed you have to move over the streams stays relatively consistent. Vento caught out again. Cannot keep his combo going. Everyone else hits that section. The speed up, the accuracy. Dectopia and Varvalion both drop, and there's no FCs for Japan. Their only hope, Shiraha My Mommy, their captain. But is it really a hope? Is the lead too far? It's 1,000,000 points. Rohulk, the first miss on Romania comes out in the last 100 combo of the map, and that will be the only miss for them. That was their hidden bullet. That was their surefire, we'll take this point.
That was pretty much their hidden gem. I mean, they pulled that out of nowhere. The fact that 3 of them managed to full combo it once again, we saw a similar performance from how they were performing at the beginning of the match. Rohulk only happened to miss right at the end, and Japan just had no chance on that at all. But nonetheless, a very, very solid performance from them. 5-3. And 2 teams in the middle seed. I mean, it could have gone either way. These 2 teams were trading picks back and forth. They are both very, very strong teams, as we've seen. And it's not over for Japan either. They may be in the losers bracket, but they're definitely capable of doing some things later on.
We could definitely see them make a comeback to run for top 8, as they did last year. Strong team, strong players.
But as Romania do win that one, they are going to be facing off against Poland. Now this is going to be a rivalry match in round of 16. This is going to be partially Poland's revenge for group stage, you know?
I can't wait to watch that one. That one's going to be absolute belter.
Crazy match. And then you've also got Japan versus Spain in the losers bracket, so another interesting match ahead. But yeah, couple of crazy matches to start off the day. We've got a couple of good ones still to come.
very good one to come right now, in fact. Sweden facing off against France, and we're going to be handing off. We're going to be handing off to our commentators that are coming to relieve us of our posts. Hello, Bay. Hello, Beastrol.
Welcome in, guys.
Hey guys.
What do you think
what
of
a
those
great
matches?
match. I actually did. I had Japan down as favourite for that, and I didn't even realise that they were lower seeded after qualifiers. I just assumed the Japanese team were going to be higher, but Romania really took it to them.
Yeah, it was a pretty close match from the match I saw. I came in pretty late, but oh my goodness.
And what about the Taiwan-Denmark match? Were we watching that one?
I don't think I was watching that one. I was sleeping through it.
Yeah, that one went a bit more like to schedule, I guess.
It was close at the start, though.
It did start
Denmark
off close.
really gave him a run. Well,
Yeah,
anyway.
tough first opponent for Denmark, considering they had such a good performance in groups last year, and then having a really tough opponent as Taiwan in the first round. So I expect Denmark will have quite a good go at the losers bracket.
Sweden versus France. It's going now, so we'll leave you to it.
All right.
Best of luck with the
sounds
matches,
good,
guys.
dude.
You got a couple of good matches ahead of you, so take it easy and good luck.
Thanks for the commentary, guys.
Absolute pleasure. Always a joy.
Have a good one, Dids. All right.
They are
Hey,
gone.
What's poppin', dude?
Yeah, it's going well. We've seen a couple of good action matches so far, and we're going to kick it off now with Sweden versus France, the closest match on paper. Qualifying seats 16 versus 17.
So it seems like the match is already underway. We were just a tad bit late coming into this match because the previous match with, what was it? Romania versus Japan took a tad bit longer than expected, but we're just getting straight into it. With the bands recap though, we have the Fremont that is banned. It's what is it? Hokago Tea Time? That was a band from France, I believe. And Sweden's band is DT, I believe. Alice Emotions Fought and Field. That is DT, right?
It is indeed DT3.
I see. Good stuff.
Yeah, Sweden obviously not want to take on the French speed, it seems. Let's have a quick look at how these two do in qualifiers. I know we are already underway, so we want to try and skip the pre-match show as much as we can and focus on the action here.
Oh yeah.
So Sweden finished 16th. They were particularly strong on the hard rock side, finishing 7th. So potentially an understandable ban there for the French team.
Yeah, definitely makes sense.
And France, pretty much middle of the pack actually, with their highest ranking being 16th for double time. So
Ooh.
definitely their strongest one.
Definitely a smart band then from Sweden. Still, getting into this match though, first map pick. Seems to be going pretty well for France right now though. French team still has 3 full combos.
Yeah, France over the years, last 2 years have not made it out of group, so no group stage gives them a chance to actually have a run at this OWC bracket.
Oh yeah, it's been a pretty tough ride for them. But hopefully this year, in 2019 OWC, we'll finally see some changes. Say that though, Musty with a break. It's pretty late into the map. I don't think it's going to change too much, but still. Right now, France is looking pretty good on this first map.
Yeah, 4.3 million is no joke for a double time score. I've seen the break from Musty, but high combos from Nero, FCs from Poon, and Logic System will get themselves a first point in this match.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, France coming in at C17 is quite a surprising one. You know, the French roster is very strong despite historical performances. They actually, I would say, underperformed during qualifiers. I think Poon was sick as well, and he's a pretty key member for the French roster.
I'd agree. I would heavily agree. I mean, I think a big factor with their previous performances was just the seeding, because the seeding that they were placed against other teams, the teams they were up against were insanely tough, and I'd say I would argue, misseeded from the start.
Is it tactics, though?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see then. Oh, they're rolling for the meta girl. This is Fiery's thing, man. Leave it to him. Hard Rock 2 then instantly picked up then
Right.
for Sweden.
Yes, sir. The previous map pick was from France, when they won their own pick. Very cool. But now it's Sweden's time to get their foot in the door, and they're starting things off with Hard Rock. Dynasty being a map that has really small circle size, CS 6.5, pretty unconventional if when you're playing Hard Rock, but it is pretty tough if you're not used to it. So I'm sure most of these players have glanced at the pool at the very least.
Oh, I would.
They know what they're
firmly
getting into.
expect so, right? I don't think many players come into OWC sight reading.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
sure there are some. I'm sure there are. Yeah, we've seen people perform pretty well on this overall. The CS 6.5 on this kind of map isn't too aimy to the point where it's uncomfortable. It usually comes down to nerves shaking off notes.
Oh yeah. I know in this map particular, there's a lot of streams, which if you're shaking on a map like this, it can really mess you up. All right, looks like we're about to go underway. Something interesting to note, though, on the roster changes compared to last year, France actually has a team captain change. This time, the Poon giving it up for Musty. Poon and Musty still being on the team, but it's the first I've seen Musty as the captain ever, I believe.
Yeah, sometimes captain swaps can change a large amount in team dynamic.
Oh yeah.
I would expect that they pick and ban based on a team, group decision, but I guess at the end of the day, it comes down to your captain. If Musty feels this is the best plan of action, you have to listen to him.
Right.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how the French perform on this. They didn't do too well on the Hard Rock qualifiers, but as we said, underperforming. I
Oh
wouldn't
yeah.
say they have a bad Hard Rock lineup at all.
I mean, right now it seems pretty even across the board on both Sweden and France. France having a slight advantage in terms of accuracy, but Fayers with the break, that's not good for France. Will slowly shift the lead over to Sweden.
Yeah, not
This
the
is
longest
one of-
map either.
Yeah, this is one of the shorter maps in the map pool, so Musty with the break as well.
2 combos down for France against the 4 going strong for Sweden.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely looking to be a good pick here from the Swedes.
Yep, and it's already halfway through the map. Time is slowly running out, but we do see a break from Sonics now.
Just on the stream. Still have 1 combo in advantage, and accuracy as well. All of them across the board, actually. All 8 players are hacking this really well.
Exactly, especially for a map with really high overall difficulty. Accuracy is really hard to come by on this one. Yet almost every single player is leveling over 98.5%.
And that score lead's actually flicked back to France. Oh, there was what? Musty didn't break. It was client lag.
Wait, what? Oh,
So France actually have the lead now.
it's really close. It's really close right now. But it's slowly coming in. Fayers with the break at the end, but it's still they're still able to secure it. France with a break point against Sweden. Getting a really early advantage up 2-0.
Yeah, we got baited big time by the client there. But
Yeah,
France actually,
that's
that's
right there, did.
that's 2 really impressive team scores. 3.9 million and 3.8 million on this isn't anything to laugh at.
Oh yeah,
But France will steal it. First break point to them.
that's a really good start for this match. Really good start.
Yeah, I can't even speak for the French mentality if they went down in the first round again in a World Cup. It
Oh
would
my
not be
goodness.
pretty.
Yeah,
I feel like there's an intense desire to win this one from the French.
Exactly. I'm really rooting for France on the inside right now because like I'm good friends with a couple players on the team, but we can't count Sweden out. All right, Sweden is here to step it up. All right, they've had themselves a couple roster changes as well, switching out 4 players. Last year they had Chronomaly, Navi, Carl, and Asorin, I believe, but now they were switched out with Blue, Coach, Furuzi, I believe, and Saika. A lot of roster changes around here this OWC, so
Yeah, Sweden actually, one of the stats we have is they have had 54 unique players in the World Cup since its creation, which is an insane number of unique performers.
Yeah.
But they've done really well. Their, average ranked seeding was 28th, and they've qualified in 16th seed. So looking like a really strong team.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely don't expect them to get clean swept here by France.
The next pick has already been decided, though. France has decided on another DT pick, Ring of Fortune. If I do recall correctly, this map is pretty standard for DT. All right, it's a pretty comfy map overall. The standard jumps you would see in most DT maps that you find.
So we're underway. Map number 3 then. Ring of Fortune picked by France.
All right. Now France is going into this right now with a really good lead right now. The first breakpoint on the first pick from Sweden. So if they can secure another point right here, that would be huge. They'll just be running away with this match. But right now, this is Sweden's time to shine. They need to bring this back. Of course, they still have a lot of room left, but still.
This double time pick, more of a consistency, features your kind of typical double time burst patterns and overall aim.
Oh yeah.
Definitely up the French street. Double time probably their strongest mod of the 4. If I'm including no mod in that.
So far, nothing too interesting to comment on at the start. It's really close though, alright? No players have broken so far. Not too many huge accuracy drops. You can really see that with the score lead. France is leading by just a tiny bit, but even just a couple 100s could make it flicker over. And as I say that, it does happen.
Yeah, can't make up its mind right now. Sonics though, double S through the first chorus. That's really impressive. Some of these burst patterns are so easy to just mistime slightly. But everyone actually doing really well. There's many 99% on the screen right now.
Oh yeah, but France, assuming that wasn't a client issue, logic system with a break, that's going to give a really good advantage over to Sweden. Just what they needed. And that was during the slow section as well.
Slow section and halfway mark. Pretty much the worst time to miss there for logic system. Definitely a big advantage now for Sweden. That score gap is increasing rapidly. Still 7 players with a full combo though. A double break from Sweden. We saw it in the last match. A double break towards the end cost that team the pick. They've got to stay strong here.
That's right.
Sonics does break the double S.
Still, he's putting in the work, that's for sure.
And they're holding into the final quarter. They know that they're ahead.
Yep, they saw the leaderboard. They see what's going on. Sweden knows that all they have to do is just hold on to their combos and they got this in the bag. And they didn't show no signs of giving up. Poon now with the break. I think that seals it.
Coach has broken as well, so we won't see the 4-way FC, but...
Oh, Musty and Coach are also breaking again?
The 3-way for Sweden. Wow, that's an impressive score.
Yep, a break point for Sweden, showing that they're still in it. All right, maybe a little bit of a slip up on the first map pick for them, but hey,
Dude,
they brought it back.
Just cracked 4.6 mil and a double time pick. That's really competitive.
Yeah.
And they could have even pushed 4.7 if Coach hadn't slipped up.
Yeah. I mean, even with the slip up, Coach was still managing to get over 1 million points. The multiplier of double time really showing in. But every single player has that multiplier, so I guess
Wow, what a great way to stop the French momentum. Sweden get themselves on the board. No clean sweeps here today.
Oh yeah, just like you said.
I didn't expect them to take it on DT1 though. I thought they'd come through with like another pick later on.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, on the inside, like you would think, France has the advantage over here. Not only is it their pick, but it's DT as well, which France has shown that they were really strong on in previous maps, in the tournament as well. So a really, really solid win for Sweden over here, winning on a DT pick against France.
Now they get a pick again. Where do they go now? They use up their Hard Rock. They do have both free mods available, which they can use Hard Rock as mods for that.
Mm-hmm. And they go with Carnation.
Interesting. Probably the least popular map so far of the round of 32 will be Sweden's next pick.
I'd agree with it, honestly. It's a really, really tough map. It's more, I'd say, reading focused. It's a really slow stream map, and can be really tough to get good accuracy on if you're not careful.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of varied performances on this.
I can believe it. Still, I'm sure Team France is ready for anything that Sweden's about to throw at them. They're not going to let them steal away points without a fight. I guarantee you that.
Sweden picked it. They must feel confident.
Mm-hmm. I guess
Practice
we'll really
must
see.
have gone well. We will find out. I have no idea who wins this, honestly. Even from like qualifier performances and everything, this map is just such a coin flip, I feel. Having a 4-man consistent roster on this hasn't seemed... Not many people have done it yet.
All right, now we're getting into it. Now the start of this map is fairly slow, pretty slow. Lots of players to get comfy, get themselves situated in the map.
Seven SSs and Fuzi.
Yep.
Rip.
All right, now we're getting into it.
Yeah, this map really builds up.
Yeah. But it builds up fast, I'll tell you that.
Here we go.
Just like that.
Gonna see drops from Sweden. Coach Nitros Ryzen for France will drop as well.
Ooh. Still, after all of that, France is holding the advantage. 3 full combos versus the 2 against Sweden.
As you mentioned, those players dropping a lot of accuracy as well, as they typically end up missing on streams.
Mm-hmm. I'd also argue that it's a pretty dense map for the approach rate, making it slightly harder to read.
All right, we're halfway. 3 full combos for France, take on the 2 of Sweden, but with Ryzen resetting combo now, the other 2 of Sweden are building back up.
Now, I do know there's a 1/3 stream that's coming up. Yes, right here. Typically, I've seen a lot of huge accuracy drops on that, but every single player seemed to be doing really well, except for Ryzen, who unfortunately broke on it.
Yeah, a few
Still.
inconsistencies, but France still going. That score lead is slowly coming back, though. But they need a break from France here. I don't think Sweden have enough in the tank. Another break from Ryzen. And there goes Besta. All right, that would do it. Score lead instantly back to Sweden.
There you go. Right at the end as well.
And that would do it.
Oh, that's really frustrating for France. Right at the end, too.
Dude, Fuzi broke 1 million points on this. Spinner bonus putting him over that score v1 no mod.
There
1
you
mil.
go. I mean, that accuracy is actually insane for a map like
2
this.
100s. What the hell?
Yeah.
What is this guy on?
This map is supposed to be one of the harder maps in terms of accuracy, but this man, it's nothing for him. 2 100s, eclipsing at the 1 million points, which is normally the cap for no mod scores in Score v2. but the spinner bonus definitely bumped him up.
All right, Sweden's pumped up now. We've
They
got a
even
game
the
again.
board.
Instant pick from France. For Ultra players, we're going for some more streams, but this time at 201 BPM.
Yep.
The Toybot map mapped for the round of 32. A map
Yes,
full
sir.
of streams from start to finish. It's very intense for the whole way through and features a lot of 1/3 stream patterns.
Oh yeah, it can be really, really tricky. I feel like this map fits really well in this map pool, not only in terms of intensity, but just overall experience of the spectator experience. This is a banger of a song, I'll tell you that.
It is. It's a real showcase. It's really good stuff.
Yes, sir.
And it really did fill a slot in early round tournament map pools where stream maps aren't intense enough. They'll have like a stream section. You're like, this is a stream map. This is it. But this is just like, you know what? From start to finish, your fingers will be going left and right all the way through the map.
That's right. That's right. There are a couple slow sections in the map, but for the most part, the difficulty is pretty consistent throughout it. Whether it's space streams or the 1/3 streams, that can be pretty tricky to play. It always has some sort of challenge for the player. All right, and here we go. This is France's pick. A very fast pick, if I'd say.
Oh, looks like we had a full start.
Oh,
Oh no, we're in. We're underway.
wait a second. Client issues.
It's trying, man. It's doing its best.
It's doing its best. Ah, yes.
All right, everyone's syncing up now, and there
we go.
We're off. Yep, any misses you just saw were due to the client catching up, but I think that one from Fusey wasn't. That was an actual miss.
Yeah, Fuzi.
Very early, long, not even a long map actually, only 2 minutes long. I doubt it will matter. I expect there will be more misses throughout this, but
Oh yeah, 100%. For the most part, most players seem to be doing pretty well. Fuzi recovering really, really well, except for right there.
apart from that, it looks like Neuro broke as well, and Best is going to drop as well. 2 combos down from the French side.
Yeah, not only was it a combo drop though, that was also an accuracy drop as well. Think like that, 96% for Fuzi.
Even Poon's down at 97. Reed Cat's at 93. 94
Musty
now.
and Sonics are performing right now though, both at a 99, over 99.5%.
Yeah, the 3
But
combos
Musty
are doing
breaks
it. Oh. And Sonic's broke as well, so it counters the miss of Musty. Did Besta just miss at the beginning of that?
I think so, unless that was a client issue.
Straight after the break, it's like Besta's going to drop, so now Recat and Coach take on the Poon.
And
there goes the Poon!
We just see, that was 3 breaks on Team France.
Wow, France just completely reset there. Coach
Yeah.
will drop, so Recat the only full combo on the board now.
Yeah, and Recat is just performing out of his mind right now.
Despite the 94% hack, it's a combo game. It looks like he will get that full combo as well.
Yes,
the lowest
sir.
accuracy in the board, and he gets the only full combo.
I mean, combo really does rack in the score, I'll tell you that, dude. That is a really solid win for Sweden there. Another break point against France, putting France at now a huge disadvantage.
Yeah, that's 3 maps in a row now the Swedes have won, and 2 of them were French picks.
Exactly.
That 850,000 point FC from Recat. You gotta love it.
You gotta respect it.
Yeah, definitely not what France wants, and now they're on the back foot.
And we're starting to get to the point where the maps that are left in the map pool aren't exactly like a favorable situation for either team. You really start to wonder which maps are like the best picks for your team at this point. But it is Sweden's pick, I believe.
Yeah, it is indeed. Wonder where they'll go. They've been favoriting the more sort of awkward maps. Maybe they might even take Variable.
Variable would be really interesting to watch. I'll tell you that.
Both Hiddens are untouched as well. Both free mods untouched.
I'd love to see Hidden 1, I'll tell you that.
I think everyone would. That map's a lot of fun to watch. Not so much fun for them to play.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, the map features lots of cut streams, lots of technical patterns throughout it. It's really exciting, but is that the best decision for any of these players to pick? Or any of these teams to pick? Oh, but they go with Hidden 2.
Silver Orbit. AR8 Hidden.
Oh. The reading map.
Yeah, we just watched Bado do an insane performance on this in the Romania match.
Oh,
I wonder if any of these players can reproduce it.
Yeah, this is one of those maps that where it requires quite a bit of practice to really get it in. Because there's a couple patterns that are pretty not friendly to sight read.
Yeah, and approach rate 8. Obviously the node density and with the hidden makes it really tricky to read. There's a lot of rhythmic patterns from basically start to finish for this map.
Yep.
It's a full-on test. I don't think the French have a bad AR8 lineup though. I might be wrong and I might be making that up, but I feel like they have players who can deal with this.
Oh yeah. I feel like they also have the experience as well. A lot of tournament players on Team France. They definitely have the experience dealing with AR8s.
They've been relying on their core roster of Musty and Poon so far for every map. They've had a lot of Nero as well. Musty and Poon been playing Osu for a very, very long time. Lots of, as you mentioned, tournament experience between the two of them is probably almost as much as the rest of the lobby combined.
Definitely. All right, the sync up, and we should start momentarily.
Yep, Sweden win this, they get themselves on match point.
Yes, sir. But if France wins this, they'll finally even up the board again. Which, if that does happen, this matchup will just show to be insanely close. I mean, overall, so far, it's been a really close match. Lots of breakpoints. The first break of the match, though, Boozy.
Yeah, a couple of inconsistencies from him, just perhaps adjusting to that lower approach rate. Everyone else, though, off to a good start. Bester from France will drop. And Coach goes down as well, so we have 3 versus 2 now. France still in the lead.
Yes, sir. Musty and Poon, really, really stellar accuracy. Same with Sonics as well, and Nitros.
Nero's 99 as well.
Oh, I didn't even realize.
But this is going to come down to misses more than accuracy. If you hit the notes, you're likely to hit them well.
Oh,
it's just those awkward aim reading patterns you got to snap to. Still 3 plays to France with a 50,000 advantage as we approach that halfway mark.
But we have seen, especially in this match alone, that just a couple breaks towards the end can definitely change the game. Coach with the break,
Sonic's dropped. That's one of the combos.
That's going to be huge for France. As the lead just grows bigger and bigger.
Yeah, 3 against 1 now is a huge advantage for France. You see that bar getting bigger and bigger. The blue is getting larger.
Nitros with the break as well, and now it's an uphill battle for Sweden now. France with 3 full combos against none from Sweden. France is just dominating on this pick.
Yeah, this has not gone in Sweden's favor at all.
Another
French
break
roster
from
for ARA.
Fuzi.
This is this tournament experience, basically forcing yourself to play IR8. You've become really good at these kind of picks.
Oh yeah.
Such a staple now of tournament map pools. Oh, the Poon with the 50s. Almost completely misread that, I feel.
Managed to save the combo though.
Yeah, now nearly 1 million points in the lead and a tiny little piece of map left. Looks like France are going to bring it level once again.
Exactly. You can't really imagine a situation where Sweden can actually come back from this.
Especially not with all the no-fails on the board.
Another break from Nitros. Well, I believe the score is already set, dude. France will be taking this point, but this match has been so close. Lots of break points throughout the game. It's crazy, actually.
I think it's interesting to see that the players don't seem to know what to pick, let alone us talking about it.
Exactly.
So many breaks this match. And yeah, France will take it. 3 full combos. Nero, Poon, and Musty.
And over 1 million point lead as a team. It's crazy, dude.
1.4 almost.
Yeah, France just dominated this map pick.
Whoops, I think is all you can say to that.
Seems like Sweden made a mistake over here.
The 99s for Musty and Sonic, so just the 1 miss for the Swede.
Yeah.
Still really good in performances, but that dominant French lineup just doing work. We have a best of 3 now, and maybe a tiebreaker will be suiting of the closest match on paper.
Maybe. I haven't seen the tiebreaker played yet. Are you aware of any matches so far?
I haven't, no. I think everything has been kind of 5-3. It's always been pulled away at the last hurdle.
We could see it. And there it is. Variable. We were talking about it earlier. This
The pick for France.
Yes.
Other way around. Interesting. I know Musty and Poon like their Amy tech map, so maybe this is right up their street.
Oh yeah,
I wonder how Sweden doing this.
A really good transition as well from the AR8. The AR8s really make you focus on reading, and there's a couple patterns in here that really where you need to focus on reading in order to hit them well. A couple wide angle jump patterns, making sure you catch the slider ends, etc., etc.
Yeah, such a tricky slider
pick. Yeah,
I do like the pick. I kind of thought Sweden would pick it, but after that last map, yeah, I think I'm with you. I think this is maybe France favored.
Maybe France was on the border with it, like, you know, trying to decide whether or not they should pick it. But after that last map, they're probably feeling a lot more confident. I'll tell you that.
So they're going to keep that trio in, Musty, Poon, and Nero.
Yeah. They seem
to just like run it back.
Well.
Run it back, boys. Gonna see Psycho come back in for Sweden. Had a little bit of a break, but is coming back in for the technical slider pick.
Oh yeah. I mean, we're talking about the map being a tech map, right? But it does have a lot of different skill sets that you need in order to play this map well, right? It has streams, it has linear patterns like wide angle jump patterns, some finger control sections toward the end. It has a bit of everything, not just tech. But I think but I also think that's also the reason why it's like the perfect pick for France right now.
Yeah, this is either going to go well or absolutely horrendously, I feel, for France.
Oh, yeah.
We will find out. This map, as you mentioned, does get a little bit more tricky towards the end. So in a case of a close match, it's going to get exciting.
Just kick things off right at the start. This is one of the harder sections of the map right at the beginning. Breaks here could be extremely detrimental for any team. Every single player seems to hit it. But Musty on the wide angle jumps, that's not good.
Oh, the break straight after the hard part. It's just you relax a little bit too much. Your aim doesn't get as snappy.
Exactly.
And you drop. Early break for France then. But Sweden still going strong with 4. Sonics as well once again on a double S. Back into the wobs. Just not dropping slider ends on this is impressive, but to have not dropped any accuracy as well, Sonics is putting on a masterclass right now.
Exactly. Oh, but he breaks though.
I knew
That's
it.
gonna
I
be
knew
huge.
it. I knew saying that was gonna curse him. I'm so sorry. I said it once and I was like, that's risky. Oh, Musty drops again though.
Right,
so combo reset. 3 plays 3. Oh yeah, it's like I had a very early miss.
Yeah,
Very early. Alright, advantage is Sweden for now. Sonics will drop again. So small advantage France. We're going to go into the second half of the map.
Wait, but Psycha breaking on the buzz slider.
That's a painful one.
Yeah, that's going to be huge for France. They're just quickly gaining the lead here. Flipping it
That
over.
ball go. Score lead has packed its bag. It's off to France.
But whether or not it's final destination, we'll see right now. The last section of the map. Finger control, lots of doubles. Couple burst patterns.
Psyche drops, Nero drops. That's a full combo for France. They need another though, Sweden. They need Poon or Ryzen to drop. 200,000 points, the difference. As we're into the final part.
And they hold on.
Just the
France
ending
with a
sliders
solid
to go.
lead now.
Psycho drops. Blue and Recat need to hold here. Poon and Ryzen need to drop. Otherwise, this will be match point to France. But they're showing no signs of weakness here.
Very clean ending for all players. And France secures it on their own pick. They are now at match point 4-3 versus Sweden. That was a roller coaster. The score is really going back and forth on that one.
It's been such a back and forth match in general.
Overall.
France now with 2 points in a row. They do secure their own pick, so it will be Sweden with the final pick of the match. If they win it, we'll have our first tiebreaker.
Oh. Well, I'm sure if you're on the French team, you would want to close this out as fast as possible.
Definitely.
This is the chance to finally move up.
Although score to try tiebreaker is probably closer to variable than anything else in the pool.
Yeah.
I mean, it was close, but maybe a small French advantage, who knows. But Mephisto will be the selection, our final picking match of this match for Sweden.
Yes.
I expect we'll see maybe even 2 hard rocks here for Sweden. Obviously, with the new free mod ruling, at least one player on each team has to run hidden only.
Oh, only one player from each team?
At least one.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's really interesting.
So you could have 3 hiddens and 1 hard rock. You can have 1 hidden and 3 hard rocks.
I see.
You just have to have 1 player with 1 with hidden and 1 player with hard rock, and then the other mods are completely free.
Oh, okay. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, either way, whichever mod these players pick on, it's definitely gonna make it make things a tad bit harder, because with hidden, you're dealing with hidden streams, which can be really tough to follow along, especially with the low approach rate. This is AR9 on 200 BPM, I believe. so the node density is definitely going to make things really pretty hard for hidden players. As for Hard Rock, now you're dealing with space streams, which at that point, like unless you have really good aim, it could be really tough for you as well.
Yeah, you're getting a little bit ahead of yourself. This is only 170.
It's only 170. Are you
It
serious?
sounds a lot faster, but it's only 170.
It sounds intense though. I'll tell you that.
It does. It does. This map would be fun on 200 BPM though, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
All right, what do we got? 2 Hard Rocks on Poon and Ryzen, hidden for Musty on the French side, while FC UK on Hard Rock and Coach and Nitros taking hidden. So 2 hidden players for Sweden. We'll give that mod advantage over to the French side as the Hard Rock weighting is a little bit more than the hidden.
Yep. Gives you a slightly bigger advantage in the score multiplier, but it's not without a cost. Makes things a lot harder to hit. The circles are smaller. Accuracy is much harder to get down. It's a trade-off.
FC UK breaks.
Ooh. Another break from Coach as well. Poon had a break as well earlier on, and Nero with a break as well. Lots of breaks coming into this map, right at the start as well.
Yeah, so only 2 full combos for each side. Fruzy and Nitros for Sweden taking on Musty and Ryzen for France. The French side, they have the lead right now, and if it ends up this way, that's game over.
That could be it. Ryzen with the break though.
That's a full combo for France. That's a Sweden advantage.
Yeah, it's slowly shifting over to Sweden.
Oh,
but
but
we do see a
Fruzy
break
drops
from
as well.
Fruzy.
Nitros versus Musty. Hidden versus hidden.
France does have the advantage going into this half.
Yeah, Poon has the second biggest combo. The biggest non-full combo. It's a lot of combo.
Combos. Nitros though, and Musty, the star players right now. All eyes are on them. If either of those players break, that could be huge.
Yeah, France just has the combo and all the players back on consistent form. We're into the final section. Coast and FC UK drop, which is probably going to do it for France.
Yep,
And it will
there's no
be.
time left. That seals it.
French
France?
victory in OWC 2019. It's happened.
France wins the last map pick. Another breakpoint from Sweden, and they will take it. Winning against Sweden 5-3. We were just robbed of the tiebreaker.
Once again,
You hate to see it.
France will get a victory and progress past a round of 32 in OWC for the first time in 3 years.
Insane. And there you have it.
GG, well played. The captain swap to Musty obviously doing work. The sole reason why France have won this match.
Perhaps.
I kid. Yeah, strong team performance, but also from Sweden are losers. Down but not out. They will drop down to that losers bracket, and we will be seeing them again next week as well.
Honestly, I see France as a pretty good contender in this match, in this tournament in general. I feel like they were robbed of their showcases in the last tournaments, the last years. But now that they moved on from the round of 32, they can finally showcase their true potential. I'm really excited to see what comes out of them.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely a team that scales into the late game really well. Their core roster, that Musty, Poon, Nero lineup does super well when the pools get harder. So really excited to see them actually have a runner this year.
Still, Sweden, they're not out of this just yet, I do believe. They will be dropping to the losers bracket.
Yeah, and they'll be facing up against Turkey,
Oh,
that 32nd seed qualifying team.
okay.
However, France maybe not so happy with the victory. They do now have to play the United States.
Oh,
So pretty tough round of 16 matchup.
yeah, this is definitely going to be super tough for them. But hey, all right, anything can happen. This is OWC. USA has shown to be an extremely strong contender, winning the OWC. What is it? The past 3 years, I believe.
Are they 3 in a row? 2 in a row, right?
2, perhaps.
I think it's 2. But they're definitely trying to make it 3. Although they did lose a point to Turkey.
Definitely.
Just gonna point that one out.
Turkey, all right.
All right, well, that is France versus Sweden all wrapped up.
Mm-hmm. The next match that's coming up, I believe, UK versus Lavita or Lavia?
Levita?
Lavita.
Latvia, dude. Hello. It sounds like a pop band. I'm thinking of
No, it isn't a pop song. At least here in the
definitely
US.
isn't it? Yeah, UK versus Latvia.
Latvia. My bad.
Next match. Yeah, we have an hour's break though, so you know what we can do in an hour, Beastroll?
What's up?
Support your favorite team by buying a banner through the OS store.
Oh yes, that's right. If you guys head to the Osu store, you can actually purchase yourself a supporter banner for a team in the OWC, and all proceeds do go towards the prize pool for this tournament. So if you guys are interested in supporting the tournament and making the prize pool even bigger, feel free to purchase one of the supporter banners in the shop, the Osu shop.
And they're only $2.50. So instead of having a coffee on Monday morning, buy a banner.
It's as simple as that.
All right, guys. Ed, it's been a pleasure, my dude.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for commentating with me today, dude.
And we hope to see you guys in an hour for our next match. Until then,
100%.
bye-bye.
See you, dude.
Until I have come, God. Until I have come.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Osu World Cup 2019. The round of 32 continues now with the last set of matches for this weekend. I am Doomsday, and joining me in the casting lounge today is the one, the only, the lovely Fours.
Hello, how are you, Doomsday?
I'm good, man. I'm hyped. I'm hyped to get on this casting for OWC again, man.
I mean, this is also the UK matchup, so I mean, you not being in the team, at least being able to cast your team, it's also gonna be. I think, is this a first maybe for you? First time casting UK?
It is. This is the first time of actually casting the UK team in OWC.
Oh boy!
Kind of cool to see it from the other side.
Yeah, so in your case, you're probably gonna root for the UK, wouldn't you? And in my case, I mean, I could maybe root for the Latvia because their flag is really similar to the Austrian flag. So I'd say, yeah, close enough, right?
Oh yeah, I see. It's like, it's got that hue. It's got that hue.
Just about the same color.
But yeah, like normally at this point, I'm like preparing, stressing and all that, but this time I get to sit up here in the high booth and watch the UK lads go to work. And of course, after such a successful campaign that they had last year, they're going to be coming into this tournament with so much confidence and so much belief that this year is going to be their year. And even though the roster has a lot of changed names in it, a lot of names that maybe a few people watching maybe curious about them.
Right, because I mean, you got replaced pretty much by these new players. And since you're a pretty good tournament player and an experienced one, it would take quite some players to actually be able to replace you. Is there something you can tell us about the new additions to the roster?
Oh yeah, of course the team this year has been rebuilt from the ground up pretty much. Everyone's been considered on a clean slate, and really this team has been built to be able to perform stronger in the late game. There's new players that have come in, looking at the likes of Blue, Majora, and Voss as well. These players all are putting the team to really perform at that high-end level. So I'd say this UK team probably has a little bit less in the early game than previously. But if they can get through to those late stages, that's where I think this team's really going to shine. But of course, they have to get there. And the first roadblock is going to be this Latvian team.
Oh boy, and while we're talking, we're gonna jump right into the first warm-up, which is which team's warm-up is this one? Probably the UK. I just BBC in the background.
Oh man, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they show EastEnders in Latvia. I don't know. Might need to ask Waywin that.
The EastEnders, oh boy, is this a reference to something specific?
Yeah, EastEnders, it's like a really popular soap opera in the UK. It's been running for like 30 years. It's the theme tune's like super. It's a bit of a meme in the UK. This
is it one of those shows which just doesn't die?
Basically, it's one of those shows that like everyone's mom and grandmother watch, and they all read about it every week. It's one of those shows.
And look at Latvia. Oh, I'm sorry, Lavita, actually winning this one from the UK side. I mean,
oh man, UK, they're not going to take this lightly. They're losing on the EastEnders theme. This is sacrilege.
Yeah, this is losing on home soil. I mean, it's gotta be hard living with yourself after that.
Goodness me.
I would argue Latvia currently has the mental edge, and I think in general. Okay, wait a second. Let's look at their warm-up first, and then we can talk about the Latvian players. I mean, I guess it's another one of those country-based warm-ups, right?
I'd take a wild guess. I'm seeing that map for Mr. Waywin.
I just see Waywin. I see a language I don't understand. This is something we don't really necessarily know about. We don't have an insider from the Latvian team, unfortunately. We do have one for the UK team. But yeah, just let's talk about the players and just the team in general, because this Latvian roster was not present in last year's OWC. It didn't make it in. but they did make it in 2017, which with a slightly changed roster though. In general though, for this year, players to really look out for, which performed really well in the qualifiers, is mostly Wild Tom. He's currently not in the lobby, but Wild Tom has performed the best out of any Latvian player in the qualifier. They did get 31st seed, so it is, I mean, it's definitely on the lower brackets, obviously the second to last seed, and that's why they're facing UK, because the UK was the second best seed. It's gonna be an uphill battle, but I mean, let's see what the Latvian can show us, because Turkey, for example, showed up and actually got the first point off of the US.
Oh, anything could happen, you know. I mean, this Latvian roster, they do have a few solid names in there that you do see a lot in tournament play, or at least certainly in the past. Looking at names like Emula. Emula was a very active tournament player. Not so much in the last year, but definitely put some very solid performances in like early 2018 and 2017. Very solid hard rock player. Players like, well, like Waywin, of course, is fairly well known more for his love picks, but he's a very solid mechanically focused player. Quite versatile as well. So they do have the members in the roster that can do some damage, but it's how they are as a team.
Right, we're missing some members from the 2017 lineup, such as Foreseen and Jesus Christ, for example. But with the addition of people like Wild Tom, I think in general, is this an upgrade? It's a bit hard to say. We definitely need to look at the performances for now, and 2017 was definitely a different time, with like the way seeding worked and the way just the pool difficulty scale and stuff like that. So endgame, for example, UK's lineup, if you look at it and being just created for the endgame, I think it's definitely gonna be a huge advantage this year. Because you just get early to that endgame, pretty much.
Yeah, because the way the map pools are, you know, they're much more difficult this time in the early stages. And plus, because of the fact that it's going straight into a bracket stage, the maps are going to get harder a lot quicker, like you said. So the early game isn't as important, perhaps, as in previous years. It could still play a factor here. It is up to Latvia to put the work in, though. Of course, they did well on Hidden in the qualifiers. It was their Hidden performance that got them into this stage. It was that strong, both of the skill sets. So, but that's going into a team like UK, who have a very decent Hidden roster.
Yeah, even though they weren't the best in Hidden, they were still 7th in Hidden. They were the best in Nomad and Double Time, though. So that's probably something we're mostly gonna see from the UK roster, but I would reckon we could probably see pretty much anything except for maybe not really hard rock.
No, I don't think we'll see too much of that from the UK in this matchup. Especially because Latvia have decent players that, on paper, should be quite strong on these hard rock picks. Even though as a team, perhaps Hidden was their strongest suit. Some individual players have already seen a couple of carry performances on the hard rock picks. Not necessarily the small circle size hard rock we saw, but something like Hard Rock 1, a more consistency based map, could possibly bring that out if the stars align.
Oh, and did I miss the ban rules, or like the bans? Or are we just starting to ban?
Oh, not the bans are coming in
okay,
now.
That's the ban. Yeah, okay, that is the Hard Rock 1 ban from the UK side, which you were talking about. Maybe if the stars align, is it gonna be removed quite swiftly from the pool?
That's a bit rough, actually. Yeah, that would have been a good pick for Latvia. A good target ban there from the UK.
Latvia gonna ban Hidden too. Understandable. If you don't want to practice the pick, don't want to practice the rhythm and to just understand the map properly, it's the easiest to just ban it. Well, yeah, you probably want to ban the approach 8 against UK. I mean, even if your best mod in quotes was Hidden, it doesn't matter if it's your best mod. If the opponent is just that much better on it than you and you will 100% lose it, it's worth a ban at least.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't think you'd want to risk the AR8 against the UK. Have a very, very strong hidden roster on those low approach rate picks. Plus, players like AJT have come in from maps like that. He's a very solid reading player and solid, weird tech aim player, which should come to the fore in the later stages as well. But for those weirder picks, he's definitely a strong trump card the UK have this year.
Right, he reminds me of like a mini digital hypno, because I towards the end of my tournament player lifespan, I noticed him and actually had to play a match against him, and I have to tell you, it wasn't that fun.
It's not friendly.
Yeah, he performs really well in pretty much anything you throw at him, really.
So that he's becoming a sort of the UK's digital hypno. He's just so underrated.
He's just missing a few dozen badges, I guess.
Yeah. Needs to build them up, but I'm sure that'll come with time.
Right. If you can't beat him, just join him, right? You can just join with Digital Hypno and have like all the badges.
Oh my god. Imagine the team with Digital Hypno and AJT, that would just be disgusting in like a 2v2.
Oh boy.
Goodness
Add cases to it and you're like, yep, this team's not gonna lose. Thank you very much. I also appreciate the Latvian, what would you call it, like the great background music here.
Yeah. Quality warm-up picks from both of them. I approve.
Right. And we do see, after all the banter and all the potential team creations we thought of, we're actually gonna start with the match itself. It's gonna be the first pick. It's gonna be Yo Dynasty, and it's the Hard Rock 2, the C6.5 map. It is one of the easier maps. In the pool, it's mostly just about the small circles and not being nervous. And there was actually a interesting point which Aza said when I commentated with him. It's if you start with the CS6.5 as the first pick, it's like the first pick, or like just the first map itself is always like the big question mark. It's like everyone's really nervous, and then you just pick a CS6.5 and you take advantage of that nervousness, which the Canadian team definitely did in their team, picking the best mod of the opponent's team as the first pick, and then actually winning on it. And the US actually does it too. Toy actually also said that he does it a lot against teams, just going for the CS6.5 right out of the gates.
Yeah, it's the mental game, isn't it? It's a good tactic to use. People going into a match being like, oh, I want to play all the stuff I'm comfortable on. But if you throw them straight into the eye of the beast, so to speak, it really helps clear your head, especially if you win it. And speaking of that, actually, the first map here to start these two teams' campaign, and the UK side featuring 3 of their new players in the first map.
Oh boy, that's a statement, right? I mean, this is CS6.5. You would maybe expect, hey, Bubbleman, he's got a big tablet area, his aim is pretty precise, isn't it? Couldn't he just play it? Well, there are reasons why other people are playing, and one of those reasons, for example, is in the UK lineup, Blue actually performed the best out of every member on the UK team. Just think about that. Like a completely new player coming in there and just smoking people.
It's a good statement, isn't it? Not too spooked by that. But here we go. Seeing a few breaks early on. 2 breaks from Latvia. First break will be on Carthy side for the UK. So early advantage here for the UK side.
Right. Carthy just missing early so he doesn't miss again. Understandable.
Jesse tactic. Just miss early. Lose all your nerves.
Oh, a lot of misses across the board though, unless they are ghost miss, because HAT actually had a ghost miss. Did Emola and Deviloka also have ghost misses, or are they real? Can misses truly be real if they're not real?
How can they be real if our eyes aren't real?
Oh man. Wait, they're probably real because they just missed again, and I don't see their score jumping up. We do see a Freeman FC from the UK side for now, and I think that's probably gonna be it because the map is pretty short.
Yeah, it's the 1 FC from the Latvian captain, Waywan. Solid act as well from him, but Unfortunately, this first pick will not be going their way.
And look at that, Blue actually getting the only FC in his team. His team members did do the damage though, like they got pretty good scores across the board. Around the 800 to 900k mark. Waven did try his best, getting the second best score in the match. But it was just the team effort of the UK triumphing here.
Yeah, they had just a little bit more. Some early breaks from Latvia cost them. But in the end, the 1FC to 1 will give Latvia some hope. Wasn't too much in it in terms of those FCs, and Waywin certainly, that's the start he personally would have wanted, and he keeps it going.
Right. I mean, while Blue did get a pretty good performance, I would actually say that the UK should have probably performed a little bit better on that pick, judging by the difficulty of the map itself. You would expect a tad better performance of a of the second seeded team, right? I hope that was just uncharacteristic misses, and we'll see the UK dominate throughout the match. But Blue definitely stepping up, being a new addition to the roster.
I mean, certainly they were hoping for a little bit more from the next maps, but as you mentioned earlier, that map brings out those nerves. It's the nerve shredder. Perhaps after that first map, that'll settle some things in those newer players. They had a good account of themselves, though, for the very first pick, especially Blue. Very good start from him on his debut. But here comes the next pick, and it's more high AR.
DT3, Fulton Field, the speediest map in the pool. It does have OD8 on double time, which is OD 9.67 or like 9.77, depending on rounding issues or something. But this one having a decently high OD plus the streams being decently high BPM. If you don't have some type of mastery for this BPM, you probably will get a low AC on it. You will expect a 93 to 96% accuracy from most players in general.
Yeah, like OD8 DT it's nasty to AC. And with the high amount of bursts in this, it really does test that AC. Maybe not so bad for people to combo, but the AC can make a big difference, and UK have a very strong double time roster. I actually see the same four playing this for Latvia that played the previous map, but we saw some swaps from the UK with Moriandera coming in for AJT, one of their DT mains.
Yeah, this definitely shows you that the UK has more specialized players and a clear structure of which players to choose for which mods, while Latvia mostly is trying to do their best with like the roster they just have.
It's a map that really doesn't change in its style the whole way through. Lots of symmetry, and those 5-note bursts never really change in spacing.
Right, the only thing I want to highlight is actually Majora's accuracy, because Jesus Christ, that's a 99% accuracy.
Yeah, it's storming ahead of anyone else. Oh, then you had to mention it, didn't you, Force? You had to mention it.
He's still holding the accuracy, though.
Oh, well, he is, yeah, but you know... Pretty huge here for Latvia, though.
Yeah, seems like the tournament client also wasn't happy about Majora missing, so it just stopped.
No, it was in shock.
How could he have missed? For now, it actually looks Blue and Majora both missing. That's 3 FCs against 2. Latvia actually has a chance here on UK's pick.
Yeah, they need to keep the nerves down. But that's a solid one so far here for
that's
Latvia.
a 4 FC actually.
It is.
That was a
it
gold
is.
miss.
A bit lower than the UK side, but just don't miss. Latvia take the lead here. I'm getting deja vu here, Force. Oh, those are brutal misses though from Latvia. They've Loka and Nebula finding low breaks, but it's still 2 FCs 2. Minor combo advantage for the UK. Blue and Majora recover well. They just can't hold on to it. The nerves of shattered Latvia fall behind.
Oh,
An
the
upset
robot
point.
attack. It's gone now, finally. Thank you for your beautiful commentary, Doomsday, but I feel like you've actually been taken over by a robot the entire time. Because it's got kind of shed itself. We fixed it though, we fixed it.
Take me to your leader. Exterminate, exterminate. Well, even the robot knows that UK have won this one.
Exactly. Oh, it's WFC from the UK side. Unfortunately, there was some misses towards the end. There was an option. There was definitely a possibility for Latvia to win it. Pretty close, but unfortunately, they didn't quite make it. But it is definitely a lot more competitive than you would expect it to be.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that to be as close as it was, but Latvia put in a really good spot for themselves on that pick. 4 very high combos. It was just unfortunate. The nerves shattered after that break. But again, gives them hope to take something in this matchup.
Right, I was about to say that UK banned Hard Rock 1, which definitely showed they don't really want to play Hard Rock, and Latvia playing Hard Rock 2 immediately after, or picking that rather. They would most likely go for free mod, because that's the closest you can get to Hard Rock. Because you probably don't want to go hidden. You banned one of the hiddens. You probably don't want to go hidden against UK. You probably don't want to go DT or no mod, which they were literally first in. So free mod is pretty much the best way to go if you want Hard Rock to be the thing you attack on the UK side.
Yeah, no doubt. That lets those mod players really shine as well, of course. You can't just spam Hard Rock on everything no than previous years. Someone has to pick Hidden, and someone also has to pick Hard Rock, or Hidden Hard Rock. But I imagine we might see a few more of those from these teams. Apart from those base level mods.
I think on this map, I would actually expect most people to just go the mandatory mods, maybe opting for some more Hard Rocks than Hiddens, just for the comfort. Because I don't think this map is too hard on Hard Rock and would give you the ease of just being comfortable on it compared to having it on Nomad or Hidden, which is approach at 9 flat on 220 BPM, which it's quite easy nowadays. I mean, sure, you can call it high density, but back in the day, back in my days, when we clicked squares instead of circles, we were happy with approach at 9 flat density. Okay, thank you. But nowadays it's pretty hard, and you're just not used to it, really. You see 2 Hard Rocks from the UK side and 3 Hard Rocks from the Latvian side. It's just a modern way of going about it, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for the players that would main Hidden Hard Rock, there's almost no reason to not take Hidden with that Hard Rock. But yeah, of course, lots of Hard Rocks coming out on the Latvian side, as we'd expect. They actually, with the mod advantage, what we're looking at here, I think on the whole, they do have the mod advantage.
Right, yeah, we do have 3 Hard Rocks, which is the 1.1 multiplier, and Hidden being 1.06. I would definitely imagine... I mean, I would have to whip out my calculator and just create a equation there, but my gut feeling says Latvia has the advantage.
Yeah. Like, so 2 Hiddens, 2 Hard Rocks essentially on UK, 3 Hard Rocks, 1 Hidden for Latvia. So ever so slightly more. But that only matters if they can combo it. But forcing some of the UK guys on that Hidden on this denser map might be perhaps the trickier pick.
Right, but there's one interesting thing you see currently on your screen, because literally everyone has no fail. Doomsday, are you aware of the new no fail rule?
Oh yeah. Yep, of course. Players can take no fail on any map on Score v2. It doesn't reduce your score because that's done to avoid failing out, which previously years if you failed out at the end, your score didn't count. So there's almost no reason to not take no fail on everything.
Yeah, but it is an option, mostly due to a compromise between the O staff and the tournament staff. So currently it is optional, but as you see, this is probably what we'll see going forward. Alright, but the champion back into the match. Mega Wino did miss early on, and Waywin also just missed. So currently it's the mod advantage doesn't really tell you a lot about the match. Oh, well, unless obviously the HAT misses, which then, Blue misses, which also equalizes the misses and the FCs again. Thank you very much.
The Falls bringing balance is the yin to the yang, dude.
Right, balance in all things.
Yes. Still not quite balanced though, because the two FCs are the hidden hard rocks here for the UK, and they're holding some superior accuracy with their runs too, so they can make full use of that difference.
Yeah, all the nomads and hiddens just missing so far, while the hard rock's staying strong, really makes you think, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really gets the noggin jogging, doesn't it? It's like,
Oh, and there's another hard rock miss from Emula.
Yeah, that jump caught him out. And that really is going to split things up. And they saw the break as well, if they opt to. A lot of players actually block out the scores and the breaks now, which does make sense. But not everyone does. And if they saw it, they know that they are in a strong advantage now for the UK.
Yeah, splendid accuracy coming from Coffee though, the 99.59%. Don't forget, hard rock does increase the OD, which means ecking is gonna be harder.
Makes those plays all the more impressive on those hard rock players. And it is the two FCs with the hidden hard rock on the UK side, Majora and Carthy. Very solid stuff from those two. Very, very nice act from Carthy there, though. 5 100s.
YP. Yeah, well, exactly. Blue does have a good accuracy too, but you have to remember that Blue played this map on an OD8. So even if you have the 5 100s on the hard rock score, it would still end up being a better accuracy than the 2 100s. Just to get the kind of understanding out there. But Blue still getting 2 100s, but the miss, that is gonna hurt. 100%. Not gonna be happy about that one. As far as I know, Blue, he's very hard on himself. He's like a mini bubble man, it feels like. And, well, he definitely has the carry potential so far. We've seen it in the qualifiers. And we've also seen it so far in the match on the first hard rock.
Yeah, no doubt. Blue definitely made a strong point for himself in that first map. It's been a solid performance, so no doubt. Shouldn't be too hard on himself. He's doing solid so far for his debut. Majora as well, hitting hard rock FC on that in his first match. Very solid as well.
Oh boy, but look at which map has been picked. It's Carnation. Is there anything you can tell us about this one and what makes this one special?
Carnation. This is a cool pick. It's a low AR, no mod pick. Low BPM streams. And some 1/3 streams as well on AR 8.5. Kind of a strange pick, a finger control focus pick. One where you really can't fat finger these streams. It's a rough time when you're having to control your aim so much.
Right, the approach at 8.5 added to the 160 BPM streams and the 1/3 part in the middle, which you can easily single tap. I think it's like 240 BPM single taps, which is very straightforward, I would imagine. Not too high BPM to single tap. I mean, there's A maps which are 240 BPM and people single tap easily. But yeah, it's the approach is still gonna throw a wrench into that track, and you've gotta just maneuver properly through this pick.
Yeah, just be patient. It's a map that takes a lot of patience, just because it's low BPM and low AR. A lot of these players, perhaps, they'd much rather be playing this on AR10. Now, both of these lineups do have players that'd be very solid on this. We do see some interesting swaps. Actually, interesting pick on the UK side. Moe Yandere is in for this? That's not what I would have expected. He's not really a low AR player unless he can single tap this, and well, he's known for very fast single tapping.
I mean, Sure, like you can maybe single tap the 160 BPM streams, but you've gotta be an absolute madman to do so.
You really do. But he is an absolute madman when it comes to single tapping. But even then, I would be surprised to see him play it. I think they're definitely better players, but hey, man, if he wanted to play it, yeah, he is using it as well.
I mean, I hope Mo Yonder getting in there isn't like UK just laughing at our pick'ems.
I swear to God. Here we go. Seen a few swaps from Latvian side as well. Waywin, though, hasn't budged from his spot. He's been very solid so far for the Latvian team, Waywin, playing very well so far.
Right. Waywin currently really has been the man of the show, the man of the team for Latvia.
It's a nice slow intro to ease us in. But the streams will be coming out in just a moment.
Right, while the music just kind of tries to like get you in the groove and just relaxes you. Some of the streams happen, and you're pretty much like missing, just as Honich. How would you pronounce him? Honich?
That's a homage, right?
Honich, alright. And Waywin also missing. Waywin, the man of the hour, missing. Everyone out of Latvia having missed so far. I think this is mostly a done deal.
Yeah, 4 FCs to nothing. Well, 3 FCs to nothing. Unlucky last stream there. But yeah, at this point, with the slow part coming up, I don't think there's much room for Latvia to pull a miracle on this pick. Pretty brutal pick to pick by the UK here. And Moriander, it wasn't single tap. I actually looked at his key count, so I was a little bit surprised, but... Those 2 FCs, though, with very comfortable accuracy from Carthy and AJT.
Oh, a lot of misses across the board and he won third parts, but Carthy and AJT still holding strong. Never mind, it's just Carthy now. But the damage has been done at 700k points in the UK's favor.
That space stream there, one of the harder parts of the map. They did catch out a bunch of people, but it's the old head playing in this matchup. This matchup's featured a lot of newer names for the UK, but Carthy has been leading from the front. Another very nice FC for him. And that is a dominant performance on their own pick. 1.2 million in the lead. Very good pick against this team. Countered Latvia pretty well.
Oh boy, so far we've actually seen a lot of good performances across the board from the UK side. There's always like this one carry coming in. We haven't seen Bubbleman or Spare yet, which might be because of availability, or they might have more information than we do, which is maybe this Foreman roster or lineup on this map, for example, performed the best.
Yes, definitely haven't seen those players yet. Maybe we'll see them in a little while. But these guys so far are doing a perfectly fine job themselves. 4-0 lead for UK is, well, couldn't be going any better here for the last year's runners-up.
Oh, another big surprise. The second Fremont being picked by Latvia. I mean, this still follows their philosophy of how they want to approach this. They went for the hard rocks. After hard rocks, they're trying to go for all the free mods. Just trying the same approach. Hopefully it'll work out this time.
It does make sense. And it really does. And it was looking quite decent for them in that previous free mod pick. It was competitive until near the end where the UK managed to run away a bit. This map, though, it's a very different map. But I feel like on Hidden, it's difficult for the similar sort of reason, because it's also AR9.
Right.
AR9 streams, low BPM-ish, 170 BPM. But they are quite spaced. Nasty on Hidden, easy to fall off them. Definite hard rock favor, probably for these two teams.
Yeah, I would agree in that sense that you would maybe see more hard rocks than Hiddens. I don't see a lot of hidden players who would really prefer to go hidden rather than hard rock here. Maybe HAT, but like otherwise I would expect most people to just go hard rock.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see AJT take hidden again. That's what he did on the last free mod. I imagine we'll see the similar lineup as well from Latvia. Same player taking it as well, but we shall see.
Right, funnily enough, actually, the DT3 which UK picked was by far the closest match so far.
And that's probably their strongest map on paper against Latvia, but Latvia popping off on that as well. But if they want to keep this match going, they're going to have to make it even closer. And then some. Keep this one going. I do remember this map pretty well. I remember I had to play this as free mod in 2013. The grand final of 2013.
Oh, right, yeah.
That was a long time ago, but now we're seeing it around 32, 6 years later.
It really makes you think about the scaling of it, right?
Yeah, how far we've come, how good these players are now. This map is a first round free mod, and it's probably considered, maybe, for many of these players, one of the more comfortable maps in this pool. It's kind of crazy to think about it when you put it in that sort of meta sense like that.
Right, if you really put the old maps into context, then sometimes it just looks so alien and just the skill sets. It's back in the day being a really calm and interesting pick, and nowadays it's like, yeah, you should just slap Hardrock on it. Otherwise I can't play it.
Yeah. Like straight up people finding it easier on Hardrock than no one.
Yeah. But we do see 2 hiddens from Latvia. That's interesting.
Well, now we're looking at a equal mod advantage. 2 hiddens, 2 hard rocks for both sides, but spread in very different ways. We are seeing the same lineup from the UK with the mods, but yeah, Mega Winote taking hidden.
Is it a ghost miss or a true real miss from Coffee? It seems like
I think it's a miss.
Yeah. Oh boy.
4th jumps here.
Oh no, that's a ghost miss by Mega. Oh, is it? But is it a real miss now? Because I think there was a ghost miss followed up by a real miss.
Well, it's definitely 2 FCs to 3 now. Advantage UK on match point for them. More streams to come. This map's pretty relentless. Quite short though. Back and forth jumps here, kind of awkward. They don't catch anyone out.
And this is match point after all. This is the last chance Latvia has if they lose this. And so far it's not looking too hot.
It's not, no. The UK lineup, three of the new players are the ones holding the FCs, and they can look to lock this one out if they keep their nerve. But Latvia still with 2 FCs. Wayward has been indomitable for this Latvian side. He's played so well. But it's looking like his team might be going down to a sweep.
It was an uphill battle, they tried their best, but I don't think it's gonna be enough here.
Nah, Honages as well. Very nice FC, solid hack by him. Solid performance from him. But this one will not have an upset, and it will be a sweep. UK will take this matchup and progress into the round of 16, knocking Latvia down to the losers bracket. Brutal showing here from the UK side, not messing around, and the new players giving a very solid account of themselves today.
And some inside information, Spare just joined voice chat. Literally at this moment when the game match is already over. That is teamwork.
No, that is teamwork.
Oh boy, what a
Supporting the
GG
lads.
well played.
Yeah, very well played. Some competitive maps in there. I'd say some solid individual performances here from Latvia. Wayward playing very well. I think he might have FC'd every map he played, or near enough.
Yeah.
Actually,
Huge shoutouts to Waywon actually, falling pretty well on the Latvian roster.
There will be no upset here. The UK will progress, and Latvia will drop down. We'll see where they'll be going as well in their next phase of OWC. The UK, after taking that victory, will be facing Hong Kong in the next round of the winners bracket. That's a rematch of a match in 2017, so that's when they last faced off.
Ooh.
And on the other side, Latvia, they will drop down into the losers bracket where Norway awaits them. There we go, you can see the brackets now.
Oh, look at that zoom and the camera work here.
That is smooth.
If that isn't T-Tours in Twitch shit, then I don't know what is.
Hell yeah. I love that, it's so smooth. You can see the rest of the matchups as well. We have decided right now, of course, there are still 2 more matches to be played in OC World Cup round of 32. The next one is going to be coming up in a little while. We have a little bit of a gap until then. The next match is Germany facing off against Chile. That'll be happening a little bit later at 1700 UTC.
Which is in about 18 minutes. So the bigger question is, how motivated are you currently, Doomsday? Because we can gap the time. We're talking about the players, the tournament so far. Is there anything which caught your eye, anything interesting in the tournament?
Oh yeah, because I've been following along. I've been taking lots of notes while lurking in chat about what things have been going on.
Oh.
Yeah. And actually one thing I'm kind of surprised about so far is even though we just saw a sweep, there's actually been a lack of sweeps so far this weekend. There's only been a couple of them. I think there's been 3 in total, right? Because Australia sweeped Finland in the
Australia, Finland, South Korea, New Zealand, and UK, Latvia. Yeah, just 3 sweeps so far, which is pretty interesting considering that you would expect more sweeps this time around because teams are actually seeded by their true performance from the qualifiers. But then you have stuff like Turkey versus USA, where USA just kind of loses a point. Well, you also have something like Brazil versus Belgium, where Brazil did kind of throw a single map
yeah.
on purpose, right? Just to screw with people to take it.
Yeah, like so there's definitely been that one anomaly map in some of these skewed matchups. I mean, no doubt that map from Turkey, though, that was no anomaly. That was just a strong performance from Turkey in that matchup. It was on, was it the alternate pick and no mod, Uedu Vanvu, I believe, and they did pretty well on that.
You wouldn't really expect their performance from that, but they just performed on that pick while the US just got misses in key moments, which really helped out Turkey.
Yeah, and it certainly didn't help the US. Like I said, no doubt, that was not a fluke where everyone broke on the US. No, Turkey had like 2 FCs and 2 high combos to back them up too, I believe. Yeah, there has been a few anomaly points like that, but it has meant that, like I said, there's been a lack of sweeps, and every matchup's had a nice bit of spice from the underdogs.
Right, so far the only upset, I guess if you want to call it, was France against Sweden, where France was literally 1 seed below Sweden. So in essence they were like equal, right? But I would have imagined France to be, even though they were lower seeded, I would still have imagined them to be a stronger team, and they did win in the end. But it was mostly due to a little bit of research I did. Masi, for example, just kind of completely inting the qualifiers, getting his worst performances on all maps he played, while in solo he just got a bunch of FCs and really good scores. So that just kind of dragged France down a little bit, and just a few other underperformances which weren't called from players which weren't called Poon. So the France definitely stepped up and showed, yeah, they still have this, and they're trying their best, but they will face US in the next round, which is, I mean, you tried your best, and I mean, I'll still root for you. Give it your best, but I don't think you're gonna make it through the US. They still have a losers bracket, as does everyone who actually loses so far. So this is the round of 32, and there is a losers bracket. So if you lose, you're still not out of the tournament. So each team still has another match to play if they lose this one.
It's really cool to see France come good in these early rounds, of course. Like this time, they faced Sweden, and Sweden, gotta mention, Sweden looked very strong coming into that matchup.
Right.
Their qualifiers were so strong. They were punching well above their weight. And in that matchup as well, some very sick performances. I've got Sonics doing so well on these DT
Double
picks.
S on DT1, getting the best DT1 performance in the entire qualifiers.
It's just that they were really making a name for themselves. And you think in that matchup, that was looking like a proper banana skin with France's performance, but they pulled it off. That's no joke. That's a big win for France against a very informed team.
Yeah,
Sure,
France.
they're going into that match against US, and no doubt it's a scary one. But that winning against a team like Sweden that was in such good form, that's the thing France would have needed to go into like that. Big confidence booster.
Right, actually, I think Sweden versus France was probably the match where you had some of the best performances on certain picks. Like Sweden got a 4-way AFC on DT2, I believe, which was by far the best performance on that map from all round of 32 matchup. And we already had a bunch of top-seeded teams playing, right? And France actually got the triple FC on the approach that everyone wants to ban. They got like 3.6 million points or something along the lines of that, which is insane. Like Sweden and France both really showed what they're able to do. France did edge it out towards the end, but both of these teams had some of the best performances in the round of 32. It is unfortunate that both of these teams face each other, because either of those teams facing maybe even a higher seed could probably win it and not drop to losers bracket.
Another matchup that happened that was quite an interesting one in terms of the result was the Indonesia and Italy, because Indonesia and Italy, those two teams were teams that generally they were burdened with not really progressing past groups previously. Indonesia had never actually made it out of groups in the group stage era, I suppose, of OWC. Did so with Italy, but seeing Indonesia with their super strong roster make it into a stage where the maps are going to start getting much more difficult. There's a big question mark on how they're going to be, because they've always had a very strong roster in terms of highly ranked players, right?
Right.
And their roster this time, it's full of very highly ranked players. They have a top 4 of 2-digit players. And as those maps start getting harder, finally, we could see some of those players start flexing a bit in the matchups they have. Now they managed to actually get past Italy. It was a very close matchup, mind you. Now they're through into the winners bracket.
They're gonna have to face either Canada or the Czech Republic.
Yep, that's going to be played a bit later, of course. We're bringing you that match today.
Right. But I would reckon Canada moving onwards. I mean, having the, I think, 4th highest seed.
Yeah, they were 4th. Yeah, they really did well in those qualifiers.
Yeah, that's also going to be an uphill battle from the Indonesian side.
I think it all does depend on how that map pool looks, which we'll be bringing to you guys on the stream later.
Right. I got a bit of an inside information that originally was planned for Kano, Dooms, and I to commentate the showcase. It will most likely just end up being us two, Doomsday. Unless someone else joins and is like interested in chiming in.
Oh, okay. Fair. Sounds good to me. Shoot the wind about the bangers you and Kano and Silver have put together. And they better be bangers. Or else I'm gonna just be quiet the entire time. But yeah, man. Regardless of who Indonesia faces, it's going to be a scary matchup. But I am very curious how Indonesia would do against a Canada who have been in such good form if they can get past Czech Republic later.
Right. I mean, I would reckon Canada is gonna be able to get past Czech Republic. I think it's more of a question of what's gonna be the tally up. What's gonna be the score? Is it gonna be 5-2, 5-3, or is it gonna be a 5-0? How strong is Canada gonna look against a different team? And how strong is Czech Republic gonna look? That's also a big question.
Yeah, Czech Republic did play last year. Talk about the match that happens a little bit later, the one that happens after the Germany-Chile match.
Right.
Czech Republic played in the groups last year and they didn't get out, but I think it was relatively close.
They did have a group with China and UK in the same group, so that was an uphill battle. Let's be honest. I mean, when you get UK in your group, you're gonna have to see if you can get a second seed, and then you also have China added to that. They did try their best last year, but they do have a shot. If they don't have a shot against Canada, they do have a shot in the next round, in the losers bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. There's always that second wind. And honestly, when it comes to these early rounds in World Cups, those early round losers bracket matches are always some of the most interesting ones for me personally, because they're always so closely matched.
Yeah, especially this time around with the seeding. Usually, sometimes you might get a top seed falling down to the second seed, and then having like a huge just matchup in the round of 16. And then obviously one of those two big teams losing and then just clawing their way up from losers bracket where all the other teams are. And just like this one mismatched top seed is kind of like just stomping its way up to the grand finals if possible. But this time around, I think losers bracket matches in the first round should be really interesting.
Yeah, no doubt. We're bringing those to you next week, of course.
I don't think there were any huge mismatches or like just a team which didn't really deserve its seeding.
No, actually, the qualifier seeding actually did a really good job, I think, of organising these teams on paper. I mean, normally, in the past, you'd be looking at teams like, say, Hong Kong that always get low seed and unseeded, and they're basically a high seed team in terms of ability.
Right, yeah, but this time around, Hong Kong seed is. Let me quickly find them.
Because it was a solid seed, I recall, right? It was
yeah,
like
I think it was like middle of the pack, which kind of is where they deserve to be, maybe on the a bit higher side. Yeah, they were seeded in 15th, so like pretty much middle of the pack. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like bang in there, yeah.
Usually, if they get seeded by PP, which they did get seeded by the previous years, they would be lower seed, I believe. So they would be 24th to no, that would be low seeded. They would be somewhere around actually 16 to 24th actually, yeah. But this time they're on the kind of, if you call 15th, I think you can call it like already high seed, right?
Yeah, I mean,
which they would have never gotten.
Yeah, in theory, if there was that sort of seeding, which there isn't, yeah, it would technically be a high seed. Actually, before we get stuck into the next matchup, which is happening in 5 minutes, I just want to go over a couple of the MVPs from some of the earlier matches because there were some very solid performances. And I want to highlight a player from Romania, Badu. I'm looking at some of his stats, and goodness me, 99% max out of 8 maps played. What on earth is this madman? I just want to point that out. He played, of course, in the match between Romania and Japan. Played all of those maps. And FC 7 out of 8 with almost 99% max score is an incredible statistic for one player.
Ooh, absolutely disgusting, actually. Like, usually you see these type of performances from, obviously pretty good players in like 4 or 3 maps played, but he played quite a few maps, actually.
like he is one of the main players of Romania, of course. They're shining tournament player right now. And if he keeps playing like that, they could shoot for the moon. Especially with the lineup they have. Romania's lineup right now, I think they're one of the dark horses to go far in this tournament. Considering their top four, you know, they're top four of, say, Badu, Turnham, Tramosiala, and like Rohulk. But I think many teams will look at that and have an easy time.
Right, but so far, I think in general, the scariest team has been Brazil. Because if you just look at one of those two Mistias and Mouse Easy, and you see most of the Brazilian players in like the top 20-ish performing players. For example, Mistia is number 1 currently with a 99.83% max score, but he only played 2 maps. He did play the 2 double times. But once he's in there, like if he plays a double time, he's in there and he's there to perform. And then you have Mouse Easy, who's currently the 4th highest performing member of every player so far, which has played, and he played in all matches. Imagine that, playing in every single match. Sure, he played one map less than Badu, but it's still a pretty good performance if you add Misty to the equation of just having on your team. I think that's really scary.
Yeah, no doubt as well. My Angel Sim in that Brazilian team. On top of that, he got 90% max and played every map. It feels like their core roster is on such good form. I was really excited to see my Angel Sim play this year. And I'm really excited to see what he can do in a team that looks like the team around him is in good form again as well. If Misty can keep up that on those DT picks, and Mouse Easy, it is Mouse Easy. He always does well in OWC. Yeah. Really exciting times here for Brazil in this World Cup. Even if they did drop a map against Belgium. And I thought Belgium was a very solid team on the whole. Brazil just doing Brazil thing in such good form. We'll see how far they go this year, but I believe we're going to be getting into this next matchup pretty soon.
Ooh, would you look at the clock? It's time for another match.
Oh boy!
And who is it gonna be? It's gonna be Germany versus Chile. Every time I want to pronounce this country's name, I have to stop and think which way was it again. Every single time, it's literally only country it happens. And every time I almost get it, like I pretty much get it wrong every second time. So I'm gonna have to have you step in for me if I want to pronounce the second team's name. So I'll just be like, hey Dooms, I'm gonna talk about the second team's name, and then you're like just gonna jump in from the sidelines and saying, yeah, this is Chile.
Yeah, man. See, that's the teamwork. That's the teamwork we have here in the casting lounge.
Exactly. I mean, we're trying to emulate the UK side teamwork, which we saw in their matches, and now we'll have some type of teamwork, at least I hope, in the commentators booth. But talking about this match, what would you expect? Is there any player in particular you want to talk about? Any lineup? Is there something which is catching your eye, Doomsday?
Well, certainly both teams have some recurring names. Probably more so Germany, but I'll talk about Germany first of all. They are on the left side. This German side, I'd probably say, and Germany have had some very good teams in OWC over the years. There hasn't been a year where Germany hasn't been very scary. This might just be their most complete roster they've had in OWC yet. It feels like they're not lacking for a fourth on pretty much anything. And in the past, they've lacked a fourth on some of those niche skill sets, especially Hidden as well. Hidden has never been their strongest suit, but they have players like Okinamo and Knally locking down that Hidden, especially if they get to the late stages where they can
also Hello Watch, the Approach 8, he's really good at Approach 8 Hidden.
Oh gosh, yeah. That, and also a high AR as well. Hidden Hard Rock, very strong player. Hello.
Yeah, in general, I also think a lot of reoccurring players, obviously, but the strengths of Germany, if you just look at their lineup, is mostly gonna be Double Time and Hard Rock, and Nomad depending on the map. And obviously, by an extension for Hard Rock being a strength, it's also gonna be kind of free mod.
Yeah, they can really flex on that free mod. I can expect a lot of mods coming out of Germany because they can throw those hidden mains in there, and they can take hidden for the 3 points. The Hard Rock mains can go in there, and they can take the Hard Rock mains. I almost feel like they don't need to take a no mod player in free mod for the sake of safety. They can take a hidden player, and that's perfectly safe and reap the rewards of extra points.
Right, Germany might not have the best hidden lineup. They do have a decent hidden lineup, obviously, when it comes to it. You just put in Okinamo, Dust Ice, Hello Watcher, and depending on what map it really is. But in general, I would expect free mod to be an interesting mod for the German side this year. Because players who specialize in one thing or the other can just go for the Hard Rock and the rest can go Nomad. Because they also have a really solid Nomad lineup. Funnily enough, their best performing map was actually the alternate map, which I think just came down to performing on the day, not really them just being that much better on alternating than every other team, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It is a bit of a toss-up on certain maps, but it's just in terms of previously where you could poke holes in the German roster in previous years. Not so much this year. They've definitely done a good job at plugging those weaknesses. Although, they are still pronounced in times. I don't feel like they're obvious picks against them as much anymore. But alas, once the chips are on the table, we'll see how these guys do. I'm excited by this German roster. I think these guys could potentially go all the way.
Right, but Doomsday, do you want to address the elephant in the room? Which is, where is White Cat? And all the people asking for where's White Cat? You want to clarify that?
Yeah, so around White Cat, of course, White Cat recently jumped on the scene. Because of his situation, he can't actually play tournaments for a year, meaning he's not eligible for OWC this year. Depending on how the year goes. It's possible we could see him next year, but he's not eligible this year. Hence, he's not on the German team. Just to clarify anyone that was wondering.
Right, and for now, I think we've got most of the base covered. We are having a few technical difficulties trying to get into the match. So I think for now we can just talk about the second team's roster, which is... What's the second team's roster, like the country called, Doomsday? This is your line? This is your moment?
Chile!
Oh, thank you.
Hell yeah.
Do you have any standout players? Any reoccurring players?
The lads, South America. There are a few recurring players from maybe previous years. There is a glaring omission. There is no Mathy playing this year, who played for them last year. But there are definitely a few recurring names. Definitely a few I recognise. We're seeing Danny Desu in there. And also Deruz as well. Two very highly ranked players. Danny Desu is a very solid high AR and double time player. Strong rock for them. He's captaining the team this year. Among their lineup, they have some strong specialists. Zax Reed, a solid hidden hard rock performer. They also have the Dill crew. They have Dilson and Dilden. Vitoko changed his name to Dilden, so now they have some nice matching names on the Chilean roster.
At least it's not as bad as Mystier and Mystier, isn't it?
Oh no, it's not quite on that level. It's not quite word salad yet. Not quite. Dilson, a solid hard rock player. In for those hard rock picks. There's also a player called... his name is Eno37. I wonder if that's pronounced No Thank You.
Well, if it's No Thank You, I think it would be a 39, wouldn't it?
Is it? Oh.
Yeah, the 9 would be Q, which would be a reference to the one Hatsune Miku map, wouldn't it?
Oh, my memory didn't serve me right.
I know, it's really close though, right? So I would just call him number 37 at this point. and be like, yeah, that's good enough for me, I guess.
Yep, here, No 37, a hidden specialist. And also, there's actually another member of the Dill crew we haven't mentioned, because there are 2 Dilsons. Fours, you've jinxed it.
Wait.
Dilson and Dilson. And then Dilwyn.
Oh my god. This is just trying to make our life hell, isn't it?
Oh man, we've been thrown off.
Yeah, because the Ruse actually renamed himself to the Wison, pretty much. He's got a big eye instead of an L. I mean, at least we can kind of tell them apart. I mean, if you look really closely, you see the L on the top right, and in the bottom left, you see the big eye. So we can call him Dilson and the Wison, or whatever what do you want to call it?
So we've got like of Dilson, we have
Dildo.
Deason. Maybe you could pronounce the Y-I as like a D.
Oh, like a double I, yeah. I
like
can
a
see it. I
Dyson.
can see Dyson or Dyson, yeah.
And then we have a Dilden.
Dilden.
Yes, these names.
You know,
man, I'm so dyslexic, but it's fine.
I don't want to be biased, but I wouldn't mind if Germany wins this one, and then whoever faces Chile is also gonna win against them. I wouldn't mind, but I'm not biased, by the way. Please don't quote me on this one.
Oh man, these names. But see, by the end of Chile's run, whenever that may be, they're gonna have a whole team of just the Dill crew.
Yeah, I'm just glad we don't have Dustis and Dust Ice on the German side, otherwise I would just die inside.
Oh god. Shout outs to the times we kept mispronouncing Dust Ice.
Yeah, justice for Dustis, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh man. For great Dustis. He's actually a player that a lot of people are going to be super excited about. He was arguably the MVP of last year's World Cup, Dust Ice.
Yeah, arguably. I would say just kind of taking away from Bubbleman, mostly because Bubbleman performed as well, if not better, on the Grand Finals pool, which was even harder, on an even harder stage against harder opponents. With, well, you can argue if it's a better team or not, though. But in general, I would say Dust Ice, for the matches he played, especially towards the end, was quite the MVP in finals, and Bubbleman was in Grand Finals.
In terms of just the raw value to his team in those matches,
right.
Without him, they wouldn't have got nearly as many points as they did in those late stages, no doubt. I suppose you could definitely compare the situations that Bubbleman and Dust Ice played in those matches, but you can't doubt he's so important to this German team once those maps start getting ridiculous. Maybe at this stage, though, I wonder how much we'll see him. I'm sure we'll still see him a lot, but his team should be perfectly fine on maps like these. As long as they've got the consistency down.
You're currently seeing a 7.9 star map on top of Hard Rock, making it hard on for Dust Ice, and Dust Ice having the highest score currently. Kyun currently lagging a bit behind with his Hard Rock score, which is also pretty nuts. I'm not sure whose warm this is, because it is not really country specific. I don't see any Bratwurst, for example. I don't see Lederhosen. I don't see anything really German about this. So I would maybe expect this. I think Germany would be more a country to troll than Chile, wouldn't it? I think so, right?
I don't know. I mean, I know a lot of the South American teams always like to pick some.
I mean, they already
nice
trolled
medium
us.
warm-ups.
Look at those names. I think that's already a troll, wasn't it?
Oh, is that enough? They don't want to, they don't want to give us too much.
Oh, wait a second.
Here.
Oh, we had technical difficulties, so we actually skipped one team's warm-up, and I think that might have been Germany. Yeah, because obviously, why didn't I think of this? Obviously, they do have some maps prepared, like German rap songs. I completely forgot.
Ah, right.
Oh, rookie mistake.
they got even more German rap. I think they had a similar theme to some of their warm-ups last year as well.
Right.
The thing is, those maps, even though there were memes, they were actually like pretty decent warm-up maps with those German bangers.
I've seen some of those, and they're actually not horrible, which is pretty interesting.
Oh, that's definitely not a troll warm-up though. A big warm-up map to really get the mechanics going.
I mean, I would still argue it's a troll warm-up because you wouldn't play out 8 stars jumps, not even the grand finals. I mean, that is a very hard warm-up.
Oh yeah.
Like, get used to like just throwing your cursor around and being like, hey, let's just get everything relaxed and moving.
Oh, ding ding ding. Jackpot hit by Chile, rolling 100. As you do.
Oh boy. Alright, Dasta is deciding who's gonna pick or ban. Who's gonna ban first or second? They wanna ban second. Alright. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Probably due to I think banning second on this poll is gonna be more just a better choice. Because you wanna wait if they ban something in the hidden pool, especially looking at the approach rate hidden pick. Because if Chile bans it, then Germany doesn't have to. Because I think they would definitely ban it. I think they don't like approach rate 8 hidden in general. And it's one of those maps where if you practice enough, you can definitely outperform a team full of good approach rate 8 players which didn't practice.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see that. We'll see how they pan out now, though, but Chile will take the reins. Because Germany banned second, that means they'll also be picking first. And that means Chile gets second pick, meaning that in the case of a potential tiebreaker situation, Chile get the last pick of that. Which is a tactic that we're actually seeing a bit more in tournaments. People picking second to get that last pick for a potential tiebreaker.
Right,
But it's quite a strong mental little thing.
By the way, you can actually ban second and pick second, if possible, like if both teams kind of go for that type of deal. Each team has a decision to make, so they can influence if they want to ban first, or if they want to pick first, depending on if they want to roll or not.
Ah, fair. That's my mistake.
But usually you see first pick and second ban. That's usually what we see. Alright.
That's an interesting ban. No Mod 2 has been removed from Chile.
Germany is a good stream. That's the hidden 2 ban, which is to be expected.
Yep. Rest in peace.
I was just waiting for it. I think it's a good idea for them to not ban hidden 2 and just to go for something else, which they think Germany is really good at. Mostly because Germany will ban hidden 2. They just will. It doesn't matter which stage, against which enemy, they're just gonna ban it. That's about it.
Yeah, I suppose you wouldn't want to trust the streams, though, against this German side as well, as you mentioned. They are very scary on those streams. But I feel like that sort of map does suit a few of these Chilean players as well. But even then, I guess Germany just have such a strong 4-man roster for streams. It's not a bad ban by any means, but it leaves some of the weirder maps open, especially that DT pool. Germany are going to go straight for it.
Alright, and you see the... would you go DT against Germany? It really depends. If you truly think you can foresee something, I think it's a good idea.
I don't know, yeah.
Then it's just up to consistency and not really to like complete domination and skill on that mod. Which usually you see proficiency in a certain type of skill set in terms of accuracy. And you can still miss, like even if you're really good at a mod, it's a lot easier to get accuracy. It's also a bit easy to be consistent on it, but usually you see on a good player, you see one miss and then 1 or 2 hundreds, rather than 10 hundreds for like FC easily. It's just usually the way a match goes.
Yeah, I think in terms of just raw comparison on this map, though, this being probably one of the more standard, more comfortable DT maps. Between these two teams, I have a decent DT roster. Chile, pretty decent on the DT. It could come down to those act differences and the minor misses, but would I pick this into Germany? I don't know, man. I don't know. But it is first map.
It was their best mod, right? And if this is the kind of same strategy of trying to pick the opponent's best mod, first pick, and see if you can like get something out of it. I mean, this is CS4 and really, really generic, and I would reckon really easy for Germany. They've got a solid form and lineup currently for it. I don't think they'll be nervous enough due to the experience they have and just the type of skill they have.
Well, if it pays off for Chile, then we'll see how it goes. But that's 3 early misses from Chile in the intro. Slow start for them, but this map's relatively lengthy. Doesn't really change in style. Plenty of time for a recovery, possibly.
Right, but you don't want 3 really early misses against Germany, because they'll just take it and run away with it.
In terms of this map, though, quick rundown, pretty standard balanced. Some aimee pots, plenty of bursts, lots of symmetry, cherry blossom style mapping, so it's a little bit older, but not really uncomfortable.
Right, funnily enough, so far we had 1 cherry blossom map in each stage. Qualifier was a stream map, this one being the DT map. Who knows, maybe this year it's gonna be the cherry blossom World Cup, while last year was the Lassie World Cup.
I'm down for that. Do you like my cherry blossom maps? Big fan of his work.
Alright, interestingly enough, he is retired since October this year.
Yeah, he's moved on. Bit sad, but hey, there's plenty of good stuff he's made, so plenty to tide us over, I suppose. No early game shakes here from Germany. Look at them go.
Yeah. I mean, Germany, just doing Germany things, this is what you would expect. Is this gonna be the 4AC though? We did see Sweden, I think, 4AC this. I will have to check though. Can they beat Sweden's top performance? Because at this point I think it's over. It's almost like it's 800,000 points difference and the map is almost over.
Yeah, the early misses stung, and then a couple middle misses from Dyson and Dilden. I think I got that right. I've
Yeah.
kind of stumped them, and yeah, the German team, no mercy.
4.6 million points. Sonics with 1/100. I don't think anyone can beat Sonics' 1/100 score on this one. Thus is gonna be really close. But I think that's more than 4.6 million. That's the best DT1 performance we had so far as a team.
I don't think it gets much more dominant than that.
Yeah.
What a performance from Germany. Incredible. It is a 200 from Dust Ice. Not quite beating Sonic's score, but that's damn close.
That is really, I mean, it's just 1/100. I mean, you could argue it's double the hundreds, which sounds a lot if you just listen to it and don't know the context, but it's just 1/100 more. I mean, good 99% accuracies across the board from Germany. All the Cs, 4.71 million points. I think you can at max get 4.8 with like 4 DTs if there's no spinners. And I don't... Was there a spinner? I don't think there was actually. Well, yeah, that's the first map out of Germany. Already setting a strong statement there, being, yep, we're trying our best. We're in this to win it.
Yeah,
and
no
they're
messing around.
And they're actually gonna go for the C6.5 map. That is interesting. I like it.
Mixing it up from normal circle size speedy to small circle size not so speedy.
Right. Chile, actually, I would have expected Chile to probably go for the C6.5 for just the opening pick, but they didn't. There was probably a bigger reason behind it. And perhaps it was because they just don't have the hard rock players. And if you look back to the qualifiers, hard rock was their second worst mod. They were 28th in hard rock. Slightly better than no mod, which they were by far the worst. But they don't look like a solid hard rock team, in essence. So, still, Germany has hard rock players. Sure, they have Kagami, they have Hello Watcher, who's a really good hard rock player, Kanali, Bjorn also coming in here. I think that's a solid lineup for Germany to go on this C6.5 pick.
It is. It's a complete roster change too, so... Seeing all 8 players in the first 2 maps.
Oh, you're actually completely right. It's a complete roster change. Nice.
But yeah, it does make sense for this map. Of course, Kagami and Hello Watcher playing Harvard just makes sense.
Yeah, though you still have the option, like, I think you kind of have 6 good hard players on the German side. You can still get, like, Umbre in there, or Dust Ice. Those are still options to go for, which will come in pretty handily when it comes to later stages for free mod. Because when it comes to playing a map on free mod, and if it's a skill set, for example, more suited to Umbra, which would be Space Streams, for example, or Hello Watcher, which is kind of similar, or if it's more like just a raw skill aim pick, which would be more akin to Kagami or Dust Ice, they can just kind of swap out and choose their DT players for free mod, which is really handy if you have like 6 pretty good hard players.
No doubt. It's nice to have that choice.
Right.
No one's relied to play one thing and the only person that can do it. No such thing with these sort of picks for Germany. For Chile side as well, we saw a swap. Riffo came in for Danny Desu, who had a solid run on the DT earlier, but not playing this one.
Alright, and we finally see Kyun. He was a bit shy, having his first match here, but he's back.
Yep. Client catching up for him now. And we are back. A couple early misses in the first half for Kagami as the map starts to pick up, but the rest of his team are backing him up.
Ooh. Perhaps it's time for the retirement home for Kagami. Because those were 2 misses in a row, and that's a pretty low act.
Yeah, maybe it's just some early shakes. First map in OWC this year for him. He's played a lot of tournaments, but early days for him. But it looks like his team are going to do the work for him because 3 FCs from Germany against just the 1 from Dilson.
Right. No pressure, no pressure. It's just 3,000 people judging every single mistake you do. It's no problem.
Yes, it's like that's it's just part of the course, isn't it?
Exactly. Man, that is Kyun slider breaking at the last repeat slider. Or the second to last. But that is a really good performance. 3.6 million points.
Yeah, really good run there from Germany on this small circle size hard up. Almost 3 FCs, but not quite. Really close though. Unfortunately, Dilson couldn't lock out the FC for his team, but it was very close. Solid run for him.
Maybe it's time to whip out the double Dilson.
Yeah, it might be time to get the Trinity together.
Exactly.
With their powers combined.
Kagami is saying in chat, if I flame him, he's gonna visit me.
I'm gonna slap you up for us, man.
Oh, he knew I'm gonna flame him. He absolutely knew I'm gonna flame him, and I did. Sorry, Kagami, but I think it's time for the retirement home. Your old man hands just can't keep up with the new guys.
Ooh.
Look at those guys around you just performing really well. Also, fun fact, Hello Watcher, the guy who's, I think, hosting and just like upkeeping the pick'ems.
Yep, he is. He is the one organising that whole system and has been doing that for almost every single major tournament which has been really cool for the community, actually. It's been really successful. A lot of people really like that pick'em system, me included, so shout outs to HalloWatcher for getting that sorted for us. Of course, we have one for OWC this year again. We'll see who is the Oracle who can predict all these matches.
The Nomad 4 being picked, the alternate pick, which, if you would just go by statistics, not a good choice. Germany being the best performing team on alternate in qualifiers. But the qualifier alternate map was mostly a map which I think like the top 8 kind of the same scores, and it's mostly just up to the third or fourth members just performing or not performing and just getting a lucky running, I guess. But still, being able to just edge out and having the best performance on that map definitely tells you about the potential.
Yeah, I think they're going to be perfect fine on this for sure. That's whether Chile can match them. So there's definitely been a case of a few nerves in the Chilean side that are going to hopefully be cleared up after those first couple maps. Germany playing with a lot of confidence right now.
I think Dasses should come in because he was also one of the FCs on the map in qualifiers. I think if you would just go by qualifiers, you would expect Okinawa to play this. You would expect Dastais, Knalli, and Umber to play it. But it's a bit of a different style of alternate. This one being more consistently spaced.
Yeah, so the last one was Chaos King, right? Which is a very awkward map.
Yeah, it had some very high-level alternate patterns on a low star rating with like just accelerating patterns, stream jumps, what have you not, like overlaps, and a bit of ping control there with like a 1/6 triple. Just a bunch of things just combined and mixed with each other, which will feel a lot harder than this week's and next week's alternate pick, mostly because it is there to qualify and to gauge your skill on high level alt, which is gonna be coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, compared to that one, this one's a lot more comfy, much more linear. There are a few stop-start jump patterns you have to deal with though. Just before each chorus you have these stacks that go into a linear triple jump pattern that has been catching out some players.
I can imagine people actually single tapping that part if you truly want to. It is definitely possible, especially with like some of the faster players like Dastais, Okinawa, and FX. All definitely can single tap that part. It's just 268 BPM. But usually you will expect them to alternate. But if they want to cheese that part, the triple part, you can single tap it. 100%.
Yeah, it smells pretty single tap friendly, but some of the longer streams, most people are going to be opting to alternate those for sure.
Yeah, getting 7-ish notes in a row, single tapping on this BPM should be fine for most players.
Are we seeing any single taps here? I think we're seeing one single tap.
Yeah.
No, we're seeing two from Chile, I believe. Denny, Desu, and Zax.
Yeah. An early miss by Okinawa and a miss by that's Dyson. But yeah, that's an eye. Okay. You gotta really like I gotta get my magnifying glass for this one.
We get someone on stream to scale up that eye so we can tell the difference.
Alright, can we please get a different font in here?
just for us. But yeah, the early miss is going to be biting Chile a little bit, but it's just a bit of a combo advantage for Germany. Not too much right now. Still some solid FCs on the board for both teams. 3-3. Halfway point. Misses here really going to hurt. No one catching on that linear stream pattern. Looking like a decent pick for Chile in the sense of they are looking much more comfy on this pick.
Right. pretty solid performance for now. So if Germany actually makes one mistake, they could potentially take a point. Pretty much reminds me of the Turkey situation, Turkey-USA situation. Oh, but that's a miss by Ripple.
It's those triples. It caught him out. Such good act, but the miss is unfortunate. Some late crumbles from Chile here. There's only one FC remaining. It's Danny Desu, and he falls. There is nothing left apart from Dyson, who then falls as well. There's nothing left on this Chilean side, and this one will be going to the Germans. And it's another very solid performance from them. Another score well above 3.5 million. Really putting in work here. 100 from Dust Ice. Putting in the work, leading from the front.
I actually think so far Germany has the best average performance out of any team, actually.
I say so far. I mean, getting over 3.5 million is... It's not massively common because this map pool for an early round pool isn't the easiest one. But yeah, I think so far, consistently, the German side have just been super, super strong.
Yeah, I mean, as far as it is also like Chile trying their best to really match this performance, it is Germany also performing really well. Germany isn't really giving them any chances here.
It was a much better performance from Chile, though. A much improved one from the first couple maps. Competitive all the way to, well, very nearly the final chorus there, but unfortunately they just started dropping during that final chorus. Crumbled a little bit, but until that it was very competitive and they were lurking to strike. But Germany, well, they broke way too late.
Is there anything specific they want to pick? I mean, they could probably go for double time, which was probably the most dominant, I guess, but like hard rock is possible. I don't think they want to ever go hidden one, to be honest. I don't think Germany is the team to go hidden one, ever.
Nah, I highly doubt they're going to pick that themselves, at least. But they are going to be going for more of that hard rock.
And yeah, it seems like Dusters is going for hard rock 1, which I think is the second time we see this map. It has actually been banned, I think, more often than it has been picked.
It's not been very popular. It's kind of a surprise. I would say this is possibly one of the trickier maps, though. Even if it is a consistency-based aim hard rock pick, it's a bit of an older-ish style sort of map. It's not a massively comfortable one. But it is no doubt consistency and aim focused. It's a bit of a throwback seeing Kaon. You know,
Right.
it's only you see so much of that in older maps back when that series was pop like newer, but it's kind of weird seeing it again.
It's definitely a bit more obscure because when you usually see Kaon, it would be back in 2011, 12-ish, where I guess it was more relevant. I don't actually know when it came out, but probably like around that time. And that's also when like most of these songs have been mapped. And then like there's just dead silence, like everyone just kind of forgot it, and people just kind of always keep on mapping the, I guess, current season anime, which is why people always rotate through the songs which they map every like 6 months, I guess. And this one, or this Kaon, I think Natsu had a few Kaon songs which he kind of revived. But otherwise, you don't really see it a lot nowadays.
Yeah, it was very much a fad-based thing. But it was such, like, say, people just went crazy mapping all these songs when they were newer, and then they sort of die out after a while. It's defined by the era.
Right. And I was actually so happy I just hit my table.
You'll let that excess energy out, dude.
Exactly. I'm just excited about this match. I mean, could Germany lose this match potentially? I mean,
Could it happen? It could
could
still
it happen?
Could still happen.
Right? Yeah. I mean, there's always a possibility. There's also a possibility for a meteorite hitting a house. There's also a possibility for interesting DCs. There's always a possibility for anything. We can't rule anything out. So that's why we have to look at this and analyze until Germany wins 5-0 or 5 whatever. We cannot be sure that they actually have won the match.
We are seeing a new player on Chile's side. We're seeing IGN
Oh, right.
coming for this one. A strong, well, no mod player, but he is coming in for this hard rock pick.
For now, just an early miss by Danitas, which wouldn't really matter if it went for Riff also answering with his own miss. I mean, that's teamwork.
Yeah, it's not the kind you'd want, though, with Germany sitting there with an early 4-way FC. No early chokes on this from them. Still 2 healthy FCs from Chile, though, to try and combat this German wave.
Hello, what
like
you're
to be
currently
kind.
having 100% accuracy, by the way.
He's Hello Watcher doing Hello Watcher things, man. This is what he does. This is what Uber does.
I mean, we did hear that Doof, I think, was calling out that he's gonna assess hard rock. Currently, Hello Watch is the only one doing it. Stu's match is gonna be in the Canada match, which is right after this one, I believe. Not commentated by us, though. I mean, if Hello Watch assesses this, that's, I think, a pretty good score. It's 4
Nice.
minutes.
Well, now you've said it, it's not going to happen for us. You didn't
Yeah,
know
it's not gonna happen.
It's, again, we're restoring balance. If that happens, then I think a singularity will open up in the
I mean, I was about to say, okay, great. He got a 100, thankfully. I was about to say, I'm not sure if I should bet anything on him assessing or not assessing, because I know Hello Watch is really good at accuracy. Like, really good. And I don't want to lose a bet, so I just better not take a bet. But he got 100, still a really good score, 99.9% accuracy.
He's doing it. But when it comes to the Chilean side, sadly, there's no FCs left. They're finding a few breaks on this. The consistency is biting them a little bit. This is going one way. This is another dominant performance from Germany with 3 FCs. Highest combo on the Chilean side is IGN. He is coming for this map and he is holding their team's best score though. So props for him coming in and doing that, but it's just not going to be enough. Not with this performance.
Is this gonna be another 3.6 million points? Or is Kagami Old Man Gaming miss and ruin this potential 3.6 million plus score?
Well, we'll see. Jump spike coming in, and he seems to be doing so far right now.
Yeah. Oh, his great brain cells actually weren't working fast enough, unluckily.
God damn it, Force. It might still be 3.5 million. Maybe, actually no, I think it's going to be just short. It's going to be just short. Or will it?
I mean, I think it is. I think it is 3.5 because Dust and Howard are gonna be like 1.4-ish million? Yeah. Oh, they actually still got the 3.6 million.
Solid. IGN recovered his combo well for Chile as well. Comboing that ending on a very solid his slider break. Props for him coming in and doing the work. But it's another big point for Germany with 2 FCs. Look at that ack from Hello Watcher. What is that? What is that? Absolutely filthy ack there from Hello Watcher.
Right, usually you would expect high accuracy to come from a pick like this, which is very generic. But in terms of acking, there is that slider part somewhere in the middle or the 2/3 section, which cost Hello Watch, I think, 1 or 2 100s. And people just got a lot of 100s there, while you also have to be really consistent on the other 3 minutes of the map. So still a really respectable score in context. Yep.
Oh, hang on.
That is hidden 1.
Oh, interesting. I like this pick a lot.
I mean, I did say in no universe where Germany plays would they pick hidden 1. It's just not the type of team to pick this type of map. And I mean, maybe they've just heard like my cries, or maybe they just also thought, Germany banning hidden 2, not going for hidden 1. Let's just try it out. I mean, what else is there to lose, right? They're 4 down. And since double time didn't really work out, nothing really worked out because they just got solid performances, why not just pick something which they think they're weak at?
I think in terms of just the context of the way this match has been going so far, Hard Rock has been really good for Germany. DT's been really good for Germany. That alternate pick's been really good for Germany. They need something left field to throw at them to try and stop this momentum. And like I said, this is historically their kryptonite, this sort of hidden pick. But they have those specialists that could probably do well on this. Being Okanamo coming in for this one. Knally coming in for this as well. Solid hidden player. Umbra too. And Dust Dice is Dust Dice.
Right. I think while this is still, like, I guess the weakness of Germany, is it really a weakness if your weakness is still a lot stronger than what Chile can really come up with?
Well, shot in the dark, I suppose, really. Hope and a prayer on this pick. It's a low BPM, sort of techie stream map, weird streams.
Oh, but there's actually one big question. Is Germany gonna throw, because I heard Dust Dice has a 5-1 as his pick'ems? I mean, this is personal interest just in conflict right now.
Wait, why would you pick him your own match? Why would you do that? Collusion.
Oh boy. I think we need an official investigator questioning the motives behind this match. Or this map, potentially, who knows?
Like, sorry, I mean, winning the World Cup is one thing, but I gotta win those pick'ems first.
I mean, think about it. If I don't win the World Cup, I can at least get a badge from the pick'ems.
See, no 37 come in for Chile here. First map for him.
Ooh. Oh, I think. Oh my god! Look at the. Oh, do you smell the money? Because I do look at the PayPals of the German side. Because oh boy, they're actually throwing, but they're not throwing hard enough.
Everyone was dying on those streams. Those streams are just so unfriendly. They're pretty hard patterns. It caught everyone out. Dyson nearly got out of that with a combo, but missed at the end of it.
I mean, to be fair, this map is pretty difficult. So misses aren't like too surprising. But this one's really close. Oh, a bunch of misses across the board. Okanamo, Umbra missing, Knally and Dust Dice, the only ones holding a common German side, but it's only Dyson. Yeah, it's an eye. It's Dyson holding combo.
It's a scary one. Both teams having a bit of a cough on it, but Dust Dice and Canale holding strong through that middle section. It's only Dyson with that big combo. This ending is, well, it's kind of tricky, but I'd say the middle part's harder. And with Dyson missing, that's going to be the game, I think.
Oh, if only Chile had more funds to throw at Germany.
It wasn't hard enough. No 3.6 million on this one. The only one where they don't do it, Germany. But it's enough. And that wraps up the point for Germany. And they will take this win 5-0. A scary, scary performance from this German side. They are not messing around this year. Chile will drop down to the losers bracket, unfortunately, on the end of that. Tough one for them. But I bet the German team are going to be very happy with that run. The way some of those maps went, the raw mechanics and that consistency on those more normal maps looking so strong.
Yeah, in terms of like weaknesses and strengths, I think Germany has some of the most well-defined strengths and weaknesses. Like if you think of UK, you in general think, yeah, they're pretty good at everything. And when you think about what to pick against them, you're like, let's look at what we're good at, and let's go from there, I guess. But like, in Germany, you definitely know what to pick, but they're scary at when they actually do show up on their picks, which is mostly double time, hard rock here and there, and some no-ones.
Yeah, after that performance, definitely you can still look at that hidden as being a weakness of. They do have good cover for it, but that's still something that other teams could definitely leverage. But it's quite a niche. You just have to take them on those core skill sets. And on those core skill sets, like I say, we were looking at the way, the other results on those same maps, and it looked like Germany might have had some of the best scores on those maps out of all the ones we've seen so far. But it's how those translate to the harder pools, and if they can keep it going. And honestly, I think they can. They have the roster for it. Looking at where these two are going now, Germany move on in the winners bracket, and they will be going off there to face they're against China in the next round. There it is. Ooh, Germany and China.
Who would you reckon to win that match?
Oh god. I think I'd still probably give that on paper to Germany on the way they've played. But some of the new names from China really impressed me against Mexico. Some really strong individual performances on their side. It wasn't a clean sweep by them, but Mexico did a good account of themselves. But that is a tough matchup for China.
I completely agree with you. I think there's potential because China did perform really well on hiddens in qualifiers. A really, really good hidden team actually. So they can actually take advantage of Germany's weaknesses. But after that, I mean, they can maybe get 1 or 2 points off them. And then what? You're up to picking nomads, double time, hard rock, which you saw Germany just performing wonderfully on it. I think that was probably one of the more dominant performances, if not the most dominant performance in the tournament.
Yeah, and those core skill sets, they look terrifying. And China are going to have a hard time if they match up that on those more core skill sets. But with them doing well on the hiddens, yeah, that's a good thing to be good at going into a match with Germany. So I expect some points to be traded. But I wonder how it'll go when those picks dry up. But we'll see. We'll see. On the flip side as well, Chile will drop down into the losers bracket, where they will face off against their America's compatriots, Mexico, in a... Actually, that's a really interesting matchup to have, Chile and Mexico. I can see some good banter in that one. That happens next week.
Oh boy, yeah, that sounds like a really interesting matchup, actually.
I say, in terms of ability, very comparable. That one should be an interesting matchup that's really hard to call. Some really good matchups forming in that losers bracket. But there is one more set of matches to be decided, because there is one more match to be played in the round of 32 fours.
Oh boy, and would you look at it, you can actually see the match. It's gonna be Canada versus the Czech Republic. And this one's gonna be the last match of the day. After that one, the showcase, the map pool showcase for the next round will start.
Yep.
And yeah, that's gonna probably then be the entire day. But there's also an important information. We're not gonna be there for the next match, because we'll have Toy and Doland coming in for that one.
Yep. You get the American double team coming in for that matchup as your casters.
Right. We did have Toy already debuting, I guess, on the OWC stage in Block 6, which was in a very EU unfriendly time, I guess. But right now, that's a pretty EU friendly time, I would say.
Yeah.
For Toy to finally make his debut for the European stage, I would say.
Yeah, bless. Not casting at like 4 a.m. for us.
Oh boy, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, man. They're really cool. It's really cool seeing Toy casting this year.
Yeah.
Really cool seeing him part of the World Cup team, and he can bring his very eloquent knowledge of this game in for you guys.
Yeah, so I hope you guys are gonna give him a warm welcome. And Dolan is obviously a face you will see quite a bit, especially in other World Cups. But is also not a stranger to the OWC. Oh boy, a bunch of matches, or I guess a bunch of matches already finished, and now just one more match. And then we'll hopefully see the very exciting matchups for next week. But you will not get rid of us for today, because after the match, Doomsday and I will be, I guess, commentating and guiding the Maple Showcase.
Yeah.
So you won't get rid of us yet.
Can't get rid of us that easily, chat. You're stuck with us. You get a break.
Whether you want it or not.
Yeah. Of course, once those guys get in, they'll talk a bit more about that Canada and Czech Republic match. But the Canada being in such good form going into this against a fresh-faced Czech Republic side. They can show what they can do. An exciting time for these guys playing in knockout OWC competition for the first time in the case of the Czech Republic. Formerly only really made it into the group stage in those previous tournaments where we had that format. But it's going to be a tough matchup for them.
It definitely will, because Canada, I think, hasn't been looking too hot. I mean, I want to say the exact opposite. They have been looking really hot this year compared to previous years. I don't want to understate like the performance. They've got 4th seed, and Canada was always this team which had potential. They had some pretty good individual players, but not really a solid foreman lineup for everything. They had also pretty good strategy all around, and really good just active tournament players too. I mean, with like Acer being, I guess, the mind of the team, being the leader, the captain, doing some things some other teams wouldn't expect. Also might give you a bit of an X factor.
Yeah, they were the mind game team, as we saw last year, employing some really cool sort of psychological tactics, I suppose you could say, with the way they pick things and the way they organise the flow of their matches. And it worked really well for them last year. I imagine they'll have some tricks up their sleeve. They've been keeping close to their chest this year as well, with such an exciting roster and exciting qualifier performances they have.
Oh boy. And I think the newest additions actually for Canada this year were pretty positive across the board.
Oh yeah, because a lot of their up-and-coming players, last year they had a good solid rack of players that were new, and this time they've added even more to that very changed roster over the last couple of years for Canada. Seeing some of the usual names, of course. Of course, you have your Aces and your UKs, but you also have your players like Yummy in My Tummy, solid username, who has been very good in tournaments recently. And Neuro, ditto to him as well, underrated tournament player, who have all shown their stuff already in the qualifiers.
Yeah, we had some pretty good performances like Yuki-chan, for example. I think when he played for Hidden, he just, I think, was by far the best percentage max performance player. So if he plays hidden, he's just really, really good. And if you add like Aza, who's also really good at hidden, and a bunch of other people there, like Ryuk, who's also pretty decent at hidden, you have a really solid hidden lineup. And then you look at the rest, and you think about Double Time and all the other mods, and you've just got a good performing, well-performing team. I mean, but can it beat Germany? I mean, can it beat Germany's dominant performance, which we saw? That is, I think, a bigger question, because Canada, I think, were always good performers in the earlier stages, kind of got outscaled in the later stages.
That really was their biggest weakness, their Achilles heel. They did put a good performance in the late stages, but they did definitely have a case of that glass ceiling when they faced Russia on the harder map balls, on the finals map ball last year. But if their additions can really push on there, who knows what this team can do, because they still have that strong base that gave them all those upsets last year. That's really the big question about how these guys will do throughout this tournament. We know they're going to be decent early on. At least most likely, of course. You never know with OWC, but
right.
It's how they do when those maps start getting harder, if they get there, of course. That's the big question. I feel like players like Nero and Yumi and Matumi do well on the early stuff, but I'm not too sure how they do on the harder stuff. I don't really know.
Looking at the qualifier results, Yama and My Tommy, great name by the way, got an FC on Nomad 1 and Nomad 2, so a very, I guess, generic kind of player, raw skill type of player, and then just coming in for the double time. But just getting solid, I think almost SS or an SS on Nomad 2.
Yeah, shows a strong sort of performance on very particular things then. And it's always a good skill set to have if you can just jump into a map and do well without too much of an adjustment period.
Well,
it's going to be how the qualifier maps are, harder than this round. It's a good barometer if you can assess those on command.
Yeah, right. Because, I mean, if you can assess those, there's only one way. There's actually just one way, which is performing worse, right? So you're already like kind of peaked on your skill set, and it's just being able to keep up with the other things. Because if you can't assess or FC the maps right now, chances are you can't FC them next round either. But I like Yummy and My Tommy, for example, just being able to swap in for select few maps and performing. This was always a big issue with a lot of like very specialized players who play maybe one map or two maps, if at all, like having very specialized skill sets, and coming in, being nervous, having their first map and then just underperforming because of nerves. That's usually what happens to like very, I guess, one tricks you can call them.
Yeah, it's all about dealing with those nerves, the butterflies, when your time comes, right? Strong mentality required. It's a hell of a lot harder to play one map than it is to play all of them, right? Just because of that mental side. But anyways, it looks like the match is about to begin between Canada and the Czech Republic. But we are going to be handing off to the lovely Toy and the lovely Doland, who will be your cast for this match.
You're too kind.
Hell yeah.
Hope you're gonna have a wonderful time for the next match. And I wish you the best. And hopefully it is a very exciting match. Even though I think it won't be. But who knows, maybe we can see something interesting, like maybe Canada performing even better than Germany.
Well, thanks for the healthy optimism there.
Yeah, I hope. I mean, it's always hard in the early stages.
True. But we have seen some interesting matches this weekend from a few of the lower seeded teams performing. So we'll see if we get one here. But Toy, you ready?
Yeah, good morning.
All right, and I wish you very good luck and see you.
All right, take care, guys.
And the torch is being handed off.
Here we are.
Ceremoniously.
And it is time for the Americans to take over the casting booth.
But actually, time for both Canada and the Czech Republic to take over the gaming spots. They get to show their stuff as the last match of a round of 32.
Yeah, and a lot of people have been looking forward to Canada because they did so well in the qualifiers, placing fourth. I think I was a little higher than most people had pegged them at. But nevertheless, here they are. We finally get to see Azer, Ryuke, big names.
Yeah, I know Azer has definitely been hinting a lot at his team. I think he's a little stuck between wanting to keep it a little bit secretive and also telling everyone that they have a chance, placing really well this year. And with a qualifier performance, leaving them at 4th seed, I believe them now.
Yeah, the thing about Azer is he's always got a game plan every year. I don't know if you remember last year we were a part of that prediction stream. He said that they could get to finals week, and they did.
Yeah. And
so
now I think he's hoping for at least top 3, and if he's confident about that, I don't think he ever tries to overshoot his own capacity. So if he thinks it's possible, then it's definitely possible.
Yeah, and as we saw last year, Azer, when Azer says he's going to do something, he does it. And I think Canada actually have a realistic possibility of making top 3. It's going to be highly contested, but I don't think you can really rule them out.
Not. Though they first have to get through the Czech Republic. They seeded 29th in the qualifiers. A couple of good performances from Swati and Vila Z. A couple players to keep an eye out for, as well as Daichi, who played in most of the maps for the qualifiers.
Looking back at the qualifiers for the Czech Republic, they came in 25th in Nomad, 32nd in Hidden, 29th in Hard Rock, and 23rd in Double Time.
Yeah, I think Double Time is definitely where this team shines the most. Though, compared to a team like Canada, it'll still be a tough time to get any points off. And I mean, looking at the roster, there's a lot of names that I think most people wouldn't be incredibly familiar with. Like, there's Azer, there's Ryuke, maybe you know Stoof, maybe you know Kyle, but the others are people you might not know about. And I think that makes Canada really scary in that sort of sense, especially for a viewer. They might not know what this team is even capable of.
And a fun fact for Canada, only 2 teams in the qualifier managed to place in the top 10 in all 4 categories, being the United States and Canada, coming in 4th Nomad, 3rd in Hidden, 8th in Hard Rock, and 10th in Double Time. So definitely a team to be feared, and I think that shows great consistency, great flexibility when you're able to play so well in all aspects of the mod pool.
Absolutely.
Speaking of the map pool, here it is.
Take a good look, because it's gone.
Yeah, and there it goes. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I was casting with Azer earlier, and I was mentioning how I wanted to talk about the Canadian team. He was like, "No, it's best that you don't. Just like keep it to a down low. Like, we don't have to talk about." But
we don't need to expose everything. We don't need to go into detail.
No need to show off our secret weapons here. But I think it'd be a disservice to this team if we didn't give them a quick shout out, because you're looking at some people that they have in their quote-unquote bench. They've got Yuki-chan, who's an incredible hidden player. They've got Nero, who I've seen in a couple community tournaments, and he's been extremely well-rounded lately. Yummy, he's coming off he's coming into his first OWC, actually. Him and Nero, first times playing in the World Cup. Of course, you've got Kyle and Azer and Ryuk.
Yeah, that's the thing about Canada is they have a lot of versatility in the fact that they have their core players kind of set, but they also have such a depth of good players in their country that they can kind of fine-tune their team every year to the competition.
Absolutely. I feel like the last couple of years, Canada's mostly had their bases covered, but yet couldn't find like very solid like last couple players to fill those 7th and 8th spots. But I think this year they've really maximized their potential.
Getting into the second warm-up, this one is the Canadian warm-up, mapped by Kyle himself.
One thing I love about Kyle is that when I first met him a few years ago, he told me like one of his favorite things to do was to convert catch the beat maps into standard and try to play them. And I think this mapping is very indicative of that.
No.
It's very all over the place, left and right.
Why would you do that?
Masochist, this one.
I guess. Oh my goodness. But anyway, what I love about the World Cup this year is we're getting so many great like stats.
Yeah, there's been a bunch of people tracking stats. Like Enwolf, of course, every year will do stats. Azer as well has been keeping quite a lot of like individual player stats, and that helps to really like showcase the best of the best performers, even if there are teams that aren't performing as well as a whole. So I think that's
definitely.
pretty cool.
It is nice to highlight every player, even if they don't get the chance to play in the World Cup very long, because for many of these players, it's going to be 2 weeks. You know, we're going to start cutting teams next week, so it'll be nice to get to see all the great players in the World Cup from across the world.
Absolutely.
Well, that's going to do it.
There were even some players from teams that didn't even qualify that played fantastic during the qualifiers.
Oh yeah, there were definitely some names up at the top that I think a lot of people didn't know coming into this World Cup. And I'm so grateful that we have the qualifiers now. But I think that's going to do it for warm-ups. Now we get a longer look at the map pool.
Here it is.
There we go.
You didn't catch it the first time.
So time for the rolls and the bans. Azer with an 89. Strong roll for Canada. And not going to be enough to beat the 89.
Kyle also rolling an 80 plus of himself.
The rolls have been strong here. Rolling's been very popular this year in the World Cup. I wonder why.
I could never understand why rolling is the main attraction
Yeah.
during World Cup matches.
Rolling's overrated. Right, Toy?
Definitely overrated. Should never get excited about a roll ever. It's just RNG. There's no skill to it. There's no point.
Oh, that's great. Rolling World Cup win.
There actually is like community tournaments that's just like literally rolls. You just you get into a lobby and it's best of one roll, and then whoever wins moves. So Canada will be banning first.
Well, all right, let's see where Azer decides to go. We've kind of seen bans slightly all over the place, especially with the higher seeded teams. When you're like the 4 seed playing the 29, it's not necessarily about just banning something that you maybe will have trouble on, because Canada can play the skill gap here, I think, quite well. There's a few tech maps in here that we've seen other high seeded teams use. So it'll be interesting to see what the Czech Republic ban in response to this.
With a team like Canada's, it's hard to say where they might want to place their bans. Oh,
no mod one. All right.
Junshin.
So Canada taking the tactical no mod 1 ban.
Thing about no mod 1 is it's usually a generic aim map, and that's usually the biggest toss-up map where both teams seem like they can do just as well as the other. So.
And HD1 getting the boot from the Czech Republic.
Fully understandable. You got players like Yuki-chan and Azer.
I think that was a good use of a ban for the Czech Republic. Azer calling for the HR1 ban, and Blood promising not to pick it, but we'll see. We'll see. Variable to pick.
HR1 not too popular this time around.
Yeah, it actually has only been played a handful of times. Dynasty has definitely been the more popular map in the Hard Rock pool. But the first pick will be from the Czech Republic, and it is Function Phantom Variable from the No Mod bracket.
I think Hard Rock 1 aside from Hidden One, has been the most banned map this whole round. 7 times for both of those maps.
Wow, that's quite a high ban rate.
Yeah, except Hidden One, when it wasn't banned, was picked a lot more. Tokimeki Sugar only picked twice in the how many matches have?
Almost all of them. This is the 16th and final match
Yeah,
of the
so
weekend.
out of 15, it's been picked twice.
Wow. But all right, teams getting set for this Nomad, and we'll be taking you to the lobby and to the match shortly. But also, I gotta appreciate these graphics done by Flight every year in the background.
Yeah, they're gorgeous, and everything's being run on laser. Like, this is all OSU laser possible.
Yeah, so a bright look into the future of the game as well. But now here we are. We got the roster set, it looks like.
Got the regular stand-ins, Azer and Ryuke, but a couple new faces there. Their match debut in the World Cup, Yummy and Nero. And I would keep a closer eye on Nero. I think he does like fantastic on these sorts of maps.
Definitely going to be keeping an eye on them, but start command has been issued. So for the Canadians, it's Ryuke, Yummy, Azer, and Neuro. The Czech Republic, Bloodbursting, Neshpi, Swati, and Evident.
Remember, I mentioned Swati before, the highest performer from Czech Republic in the group stage, or I suppose the qualifiers last.
Ryuke having a little trouble loading in, so we might get a reload here. We'll have to see if the client fixes itself here in a sec, but going to be getting a late start into this one. So we're going to have to play catch up here, but it looks like no drops here. Everybody making it to around 200 combo relatively smoothly. Aside from a few accuracy drops on the side of the Czech Republic. Blood bursting. We'll find the first miss for the Czech Republic. Canada gonna pull out that score advantage.
Yeah, on a map like this, accuracy is important, but I think it's going to be sealed more by where you drop your combo. Just because it's such a long song and there's so many opportunities to miss.
Yeah, and again, dropping halfway is not optimal at all, and we still have yet to get there, so we'll see if Canada can maintain. Azer rocking the double S right now, though. Ryuke's accuracy through the roof as well, performing as expected. Yummy and Nero, though, mirroring each other with that high accuracy and Ryuke. So Canada's looking really comfortable and composed right now.
Though at the same time, the Czech Republic make it to the first break with 3 FCs still under their. They're still facing the big Canadians on with.
Oh, Swati! Unfortunate miss there. Coming in just in the intro to the second part after the break. And that is now.
That combo here.
Ooh, Swati will continue to struggle here with a second miss. And that is now 2 FCs. Oh, Evidence down. 1 FC remaining for the Czech Republic. And Canada still holding the quad FC. Pulling away now.
When you enter a break and you can see that your team is holding up, but so are your opponents, it's gotta throw a wrench in.
Nero.
I don't think he broke. I think that was Client.
Oh, that was Client. You keep getting jebaited by the Client, man.
Neshpi's down.
And that is the last FC for the Czech Republic down, but Blood Bursting has rebuilt the combo, but unfortunately for him, Canada's quad F sinks. There's nothing he can do. Azer's still holding the SS. Incredible stuff from him.
Really, like, you can just see that Canada has come ready to play. Everyone on their team still holding FC. Everyone's still holding above 99% accuracy. This is a terrifying team.
Double miss there from Yummy and Nero, but it matters not. They've put in the work. And they've gotten their team far enough. A very comfortable lead. It's going to take, barring some insanity happening, Canada's going to come away with the 1-0 lead on the break point.
And it's difficult not to point out, but
I don't want to do the thing.
We're doing the thing.
I don't want to do the thing. I don't want to do the thing. gonna be so mad.
Look, whatever happens now, it's fate.
He got
Azer.
He got it.
Incredible.
SS from Azer, the captain, leading the way. Ryuke with an FC. Good accuracy from him.
And on a
Brilliant
map like
performance.
this? On a map like Variable? That's stunning.
That is insane play from Azer. Proving that he's still one of the best.
Golden S is all around for the Canadian team. Only slider breaks for them, no misses.
Yeah, the Czech Republic were hanging with them through the first part up until the first break, but once Swati started falling apart, that's really where it ended for the Czech Republic. And we'll see what Canada now throws at them. That was a break point.
I think they might go for Silver Orbit just to flex their hidden muscle.
Definitely, I think they're going to try to play the skill gap here as hard as they can. And Silver Orbit is a map that will let Canada showcase a lot of their skills. Some great players. I mean, Canada already flexing with the
here it
Azer
comes.
SS. Called it. Boy. Silver Orbit coming in.
You know, Azer and I were also talking about how there's kind of a strategy in picking your first pick. You might want to, if you're feeling much more comfortable in your opponent, you might want to pick something that will require either more focus or more aim. So either like a low AR hidden or a high CS, like Hard Rock map. And I think he mentioned that the US team likes to pick the Hard Rock map, and the Canadians like to pick the low AR map very early on, just to throw people off, because we know they're ready.
They're always ready.
A couple of swaps on the board. Yuki-chan coming in for Yummy, and Kolgar swapping Bloodbursting out, and I believe Daichi coming in as well.
A couple of substitutions made, and it looks like we're all set for the second round on Silver Orbit. The HD gamers rising up. So Toy, as a HD gamer yourself, what are you looking for here?
I'm looking to see if people practiced, because this map is very consistent in the patterns it uses. So if you've played it a couple times, you should be able to do it fairly well. Like, it's very difficult to sight read just because of, well, it's AR8 hidden, but with a bit of practice, it's doable. And I think a lot of teams kind of forego that sort of practice for the other skills that they're good at. So I want to see who here has like learned that.
Neuro and Daichi gonna trade early misses here. And this is one of those maps where a combo is obviously very important, but accuracy is gonna be vastly different usually. Daichi's still struggling here in the early going.
Yeah, looking at the qualifier performances, Czech Republic not very strong on hidden as a whole, though Swati probably the man to keep an eye.
Yeah, and
PFC
Azer
both.
does find that miss.
You know, a bit uncharacteristic to see misses from Ryuke and Azer so early.
Yeah, I also forgot that Ryuke did miss as well. So Czech Republic actually eking out the slight advantage here, keeping pace in the early going.
So they've still got Yuki-chan on that FC, and
Nashby and Daichi will find that double miss.
Won't matter too much. We've got Kolgar and Swati still FCing as well for the Czech Republic.
There's another miss from Daichi. Struggling now. Canada slowly checking out, pulling away as Daichi continues to struggle.
Yeah, even though they've got two FCs, Canada has their other players all with stronger, lower comp.
Yeah, the supporting combos for Canada are there. Azer and Ryuke have recovered from the early misses, as well as Neuro. And so now all Czech Republic can do is, we're still only halfway through the map. They have to just recover and wait for Canadian misses. And so far, no such misses being provided from Canada. Oh wait, Ryuke will find several misses there. Lost the tempo.
Looking at Kolgar, he looks really nervous. His curse is kind of flying over. I'm seeing him note lock on. Oh, yeah, there's some definite nerves on the Czech Republic side, but he's still holding on.
The combo. Yeah, he's still with it though.
And
Now-
looking at the combo advantage, like it's
Yeah.
in Czech Republic's favor.
Yeah, Ryuke with another miss. Now the Czech Republic starting to pull it back into the final third now.
They're gonna need to miss from either Azer or Yuki-chan soon. But even then, like we're seeing the score gap.
Nashby will miss, but he's not the biggest combo.
Colgar
the
down.
Colgar. You mentioned the nerves finally getting to him. And now Canada, look at that lead. Still with Yuki-chan and Azer. Up to brilliant combo. Swati, the only significant combo now on the side of the Czech Republic. Canada putting up some serious advantage on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think with that miss, it's kind of sealed their fate. Canada bringing the score way back in their favor with Yuki and Azer still holding nearly all, like 1,000, and the song nearly over as well.
And that is going to do it. Canada coming through with a 2-0 lead to start the match. As we wait for the ending sections here.
Yeah, Yuki-chan showing up
Yeah.
exactly where they needed him. I mean, he is their like backup hidden, and he's FCing the only FC on the board actually.
And that's going to give Canada the point by a significant margin. Yuki-chan, the only FC. And now the Czech Republic need to stop this momentum from Canada with this pick. And we'll see where in the map pool they go.
Small shout out to Azer for getting the only 99 and single digit 100 count on that map. Good accuracy from him as always.
Hard Rock 2, the pick from the Czech Republic. So we'll go to Hard Rock now. Czech Republic trying to shake things up here. Test the waters in a new mod pool.
We'll see how everyone stands up. Especially, I want to see someone like Colgar, who is dealing with nerves, play something with much smaller circle size. That might be a bit of a cost, but I think it's a risk they're willing to take.
Canada heavily favored on this mod, but not stopping the Czech Republic.
Maybe
As we
expect to see
see-
Nero come in, or Kyle potentially. There he is.
Yeah, there he is. So Trev Rasher, Azer, Kyle, and Stoop the roster. And another thing you can already notice from Canada is that they constantly swap members.
Yeah.
I mean, Azer is kind of the mainstay here, but Canada is very versatile, and that's what makes them such a potent team.
I think what makes them so potent is because I don't know if it's super right to say that they have a lot of like very well-rounded players. Like you've got Ryuke who can play basically everything, Azer everything but something fast pretty much. But everyone else seems like highly specialized in what they're able to do. Like you'll see Yuki-chan come in for like mainly just hidden. You'll see someone like Stoof come in for like mainly just hard rock, and they don't have that sort of like all around consistency, but like they've got enough players in each category that it doesn't really matter, and like because they're specialized, it just makes them stronger.
And I think that this is a team that highly benefits from the new changes to the free mod bracket, where you only need one hidden and one hard rock minimum for free mod. So I think Canada is going to be one of those teams that's going to be able to explore the free mod pool quite frequently this tournament.
Yeah, and with someone like Yuki-chan to just take hidden every single time, because you're now forced to have one player on hidden only.
And we do see some early misses coming in from the Canadian side, but won't make a massive difference. It just gives the Czech Republic the minuscule advantage for now.
I do think like free mod picks actually give Canada a lot of potential, because they've got many players who can play all the different mods, and they can choose to over mod if they really wanted to, if they wanted that extra point.
Yep, and Colgar and Stoop trading misses. Canada with the advantage based off of accuracy mainly right now.
Yeah, early misses from one player of each side, so looking really even.
Trev Rasher, though, will change things with a miss. Oh no, that was client lag.
Yet you still see Czech Republic pulling ahead a little bit.
Yep.
Lots of client lags.
Lots of client lag, but that was a miss from Bloodbursting and Villas.
And an
Stoop will miss as
entire
well.
stream for Stoof.
Yeah, that was a big axe drop, keeping Czech Republic in it, but Daichi now finding breaks as well as Kolgar. Misses coming in across the board, but it is Azer, Trevrasher, and Kyle, the consistent pillars for Canada here. 3 FCs.
EFCs to none. You can see Canada's score just pulling away so quick. 500k,
Unfortunate.
600k,
Yeah, for the Czech Republic.
700k.
This pick will backfire, unfortunately, for them. Canada, a resounding victory here. And they'll lead
Fantastic.
it 3-0.
3-0 with 3 FCs. Look at that score gap. 900,000.
Massive win, to say the least. An S from Trevrasher.
Did Azer miss right at the end?
No,
What
my
happened
God.
there?
Azer missed at the beginning. He didn't FC it.
Oh.
He missed at the very beginning, but it was basically enough. Only actually technically 1 FC on the map, and that was Trevrasher. And so Canada now a significant advantage, and they have the pick.
Now, like I was saying, free mod might be pretty viable. Like, yep,
And
free
yep.
mod is coming.
Yep. It's
If
like
there's
he
any
was
team-
listening to us.
There's any team that I feel like I know pretty well, it's Canada.
Yep, and here we go. Free mod being explored. Hasn't been really too explored this one. I think Mephisto's been the more popular of the free mod picks.
Fisto being generally a bit easier because there's not a lot of aim to it. This one's generally pretty generic, jumpy, but with probably the best song of the of the pool.
Oh, yeah. Hands
This
down.
one's jamming.
Mapped by Dallas.
Sung by Yorushika. Difficulty extra, it's got it all.
It's gonna be a banger.
Can absolutely expect to see Azer swapping out for this. I think he got spooked by the early 220 BPM stream or burst. There's definitely potential to miss on that.
Well, here we go. Let's check out the mod lineups for both teams. For Canada, it's going to be 2 Hard Rocks from Trevrasher and Ryu K, Yuki-chan with HD, Nero the Nomad. And for the Czech Republic, it will be Daichi going Hidden Hard Rock, Bloods Bursting going Hard Rock, and Swati with HD, Neshby the Nomad.
Interesting choices. I thought that Canada might want to take advantage of overmodding, and I think they did. They've got 3 mods when they only need 2. But so did Czech Republic, so I don't know if they're trying to do a counterplay.
I think Czech Republic were kind of backed into this corner of overmodding, and we saw Spain do this with Poland overmodding on Mephisto, and it worked. It's kind of one of those high risk, high reward situations where if the Czech Republic can hold combo for a significant way, they'll actually be able to take this point because they have that advantage. And Yuki-chan does find the miss for Canada, so Czech Republic in the driver's seat.
It's also good to note the Hard Rock players' accuracies because if you're playing Hard Rock and you're hitting 95% accuracy, you're basically getting the same amount of score as a high accuracy Nomad. And look at Daichi as I say that, 100ing the entire stream there, but still holding combo.
Yeah, but holding the combo, that's what's important for him because he is that double mod. And he did find an early miss, but again, because of the mod kind of offsetting it and Yuki-chan's combo, so Czech Republic actually playing quite well, but Daichi does break the double mod, and that's a big blow. Blood Bursting as well is going to follow it up. Canada now in the lead.
Heading into the second half of the map after this, both teams get to take a quick look at their opponent, see how they're doing, maybe wave to one another.
You know.
As you do.
As you do. But Canada now in the driver's seat, and the Czech Republic know this, but now they're not that far behind still, I would say, even though Canada are pulling away. If they can hang in there and get a miss or two from Canada, they could get right back into it.
But looking at Canada and who they're up against, like, not too confident we'll see more miss. There's a chance they just don't.
Yeah, there is a possibility that they just won't miss.
And in the background, we have Azer twiddling his thumbs, smiling an evil smile.
I'm sure he's enjoying what he's seeing right now on the screen.
Yes, go.
Daichi with a Daichi with a miss. And that may all but seal it as we kind of transition into the final quarter.
3 FCs still for Canada. 2 for Czech Republic, though. They're not playing too weak here. Like, they're doing well.
That's what I've noticed. A lot of these lower seeded teams have actually shown up a little bit and put up a fight against these powerhouses. Swati, though, will find the miss on hidden for the Czech Republic and gonna all but seal this. Bloodbursting will follow it up at the end. But Canada, with 3 FCs, is gonna come away with a 4-0 lead.
And like I mentioned, did not even see another miss after the very first early, maybe even slider break? No, a miss from Yuki-chan.
So 3 S's against 3 A's. Canada take that point down 4-0. They lead match point. The Czech Republic, though, will have at least the final pick in this if this is the last map. They
The
have
score
a shot.
screen. Bring me back to trigonometry class. Side angle side.
Oh my goodness, no. The side angle side, oh my goodness. But where does I think I think a map that the Czech Republic might go for just the simple way to Ranvu.
I mean, it's their last pick, potentially. Match point for Canada.
Mm-hmm. They kind of just need a map that they're confident on, even...
I would say DT.
Yeah, DT or way to Ranvu, because both these teams are good at DT. And DT was the best mod for the Czech Republic in the qualifiers. So we'll have to wait and see what the final decision is.
I think maybe Ring of Fortune, something simpler. Ring of Fortune also being one of the most picked maps of this round. 10 times out of the 15 matches we've seen so far.
That's 2/3.
But if they're feeling dicey, they might go for Foughten Field or Seysen Spectacle.
Go for a spicy pick.
Oh, there we go.
DT2. Hey, there you called it.
Surprised they didn't try this earlier. I mean, I guess, what were their previous picks? They had Silver Orbit and... No. They had
a Variable and Dynasty.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't pull DT out earlier. It was what they seemingly were best at in the qualifiers.
Yeah, but hindsight is 2020, so we'll see how the Czech Republic do on this double time pick. It's do or die for them in the round of 32. But we've gotten to see a little bit of everything. We've already seen a no mod, a hidden, a hard rock, a free mod, and now a DT. We've literally gone through all 5 areas of the map pool.
Aside from the tiebreaker, no tiebreakers in the entire round of 32.
We did have a few close matches, but unfortunately none of them got to the tiebreaker mark.
Speaking of close matches, the winner of this will face Indonesia, and the loser will drop down to the losers bracket and face Italy.
And that was a spicy matchup between those two teams.
A 5-3 ending.
One of the 2 5-3 matches, I think.
Yeah, it was this one.
A couple of them.
It was this one, and then Sweden versus France, with France being the victor. So we're gearing up for what's potentially the last map of the round of 32.
Unless the Czech Republic have anything to say about it.
A cool 230 BPM. I think everyone's sufficiently warmed up for this now. Azer's still sitting in his throne, watching menacingly.
Man. You got some beef or something?
No, I like to picture him as like the evil mastermind of this year's OWC.
He is the tactical mastermind. I think that's what people have come to know him as. I don't know if he's evil, but certainly a mastermind of tournaments.
He's evil because he's not helping me out. But early miss from Ryu K, the supposed all-star from Canada.
Evident will trade it though from the Czech Republic, so Canada will maintain that advantage. And Yummy still with the SS right now. Very impressive gaming from him.
I think this might be my favorite song of the entire pool.
Isn't that what you said about the Fremont?
I said that was the jammiest one. I think this one's like my favorite. I've always had a soft spot for this song.
An oldie but goodie. And Canada is still maintaining no misses from either side, though. The Czech Republic are doing everything they need to do to keep pace with Canada.
I'm surprised. I think Yummy just stopped spinning for a little bit. Like, spinners honestly do a lot for your points. Like, they are free point.
Yeah. But interestingly, he just felt like he wanted to make sure he got off to a good start after the spinner.
Potentially. Though it was a break, but I guess the nerves might come in if you're still holding an SS like he is.
Yeah, true. He's still holding that SS. And Canada's still holding on, distancing themselves, but the Czech Republic at any moment, if there is a falter on the Canadian side and they're ready for it, they will come storming back into this. But they're going to need that miss soon.
Like, an incredibly strong appearance in his first match. Yummy with a 99.8.
That's insane. And remember, both these teams were really good on DT in the qualifier, and they're showing their stuff right here in the round of 32.
Just incredible from both teams. Like, look, everyone's holding on real strong, and yet the accuracy lead from Canada is so evident in that score gap.
Mm-hmm. But should one of the combos falter, I think Canada still know that Czech Republic still have significant combo. So there is a little pressure here. We'll see if it gets to any one of them. But Canada, look, again, this whole matchup looks so composed and comfortable.
Yummy is a machine on these streams. Look at that.
Just, what are 100s to this man?
Eating it down like it's a cheese platter.
A cheese platter.
Look,
But that's going to be it. Only one miss from both sides. Incredible team performance from both teams. But Canada will take it 5-0. The accuracy difference and the slight combo advantage Canada maintained put them on top.
A little bit unlucky for the Czech Republic. They played so well. That was 4.3 million.
And again, you alluded to it earlier. I think the mistake for them this match was not picking that sooner.
Canada, what can you do when Canada pulls out nearly 4 FCs and 4.7 million points on a DT?
There's not much you really can do. But a valiant effort from the Czech Republic. But nevertheless, Canada, your winners in the round of 32. They will carry on in the winners bracket, the 4th seed. And they will face, I believe,
Indonesia,
the 13th seed. Czech Republic are off to the losers bracket to play Italy, the 20th seed. So our matches for next week are set.
Some exciting matches, actually. Like some good matchups next week. I'm looking at...
How about that Romania-Poland rematch, though? That is going to be spicy.
And yet, as spicy as that is, it's still looking like Poland is going to play super. Like, Poland looks like they have their foot on the gas this entire tournament.
Yeah, I think Romania played solid today too, but Poland definitely looked really good in their match against Spain. Really dominant performance, and Romania able to hold off a challenge from a fierce competitor in Japan.
Yeah, but looking around this bracket, if I had to give my personal match highlights that I think will be good to catch if you can only see a couple. I think Australia versus South Korea would be a great match.
Oh yeah.
Canada and Indonesia, pretty strong as well. And then Brazil and Russia. I think those are all going to be some pretty high level competition in those matches.
Yeah.
But I
And
mean,
then you just
considering
see
how
some-
dumb.
Yeah, and then you just see some interesting matchups too, like Germany, China, and Taiwan, Netherlands. That's a match I'm paying attention to. Taiwan and Netherlands, two countries with a lot of history. As I recall, those two were the two countries that were in the finals of the first ever World Cup.
That's a good point. Yeah.
And they're squaring off. So there's definitely a historic rivalry there, I'm sure, for a lot of those players. So a lot of great matches for you guys to catch next week. So do not miss it.
Don't miss the map pool showcase. I think that's coming up right now, right?
Right now, I think at least I'm done. I don't do map pools. Not my forte.
Map pool showcase in about 10 minutes or so. We'll be handing off the torch ceremoniously once again.
Once again, as we received it, we will give it to whoever is doing the map pool showcase. But it'll be coming up soon in 10 minutes time. So I want to thank all you guys for watching and Toy for casting with me.
Thank you too, Dolan. It's been a pleasure.
Pleasure. I finally got to cast with this guy.
It's been great.
It's been a fun weekend of matches. Stay tuned for the round of 32. Not round of 32, that just ended.
Round of 16.
Round of 16. Map pool showcase.
Congrats to all the different teams playing.
All right, well, we hope you all enjoyed and have a great rest of your day. We'll be bidding you a pleasant farewell. Adieu.
Hello! Welcome back, everyone, to the Osu World Cup 2019. At this point now, all of the round of 32 matches have been concluded. Matchups for next week are all set. The teams have had their run out. But there is one more thing we must do tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And that is, of course, to show off the next map pool that these will be playing in the round of 16. I am Doomsday, and once again joining me is the master of map pool ceremonies, or at least 1/3 of it, Mr. Fours.
Hello, that is a beautiful introduction. After a pretty hectic hour, because we literally just got all our replays done for you guys in that one match where Canada fought against the Czech Republic. To preface the pool, I want to say, for now, the MVP, the crown of the MVP of the round of 32 is going to Badoo. For now, because the German players and the Canadian players and UK players haven't been included yet, but for now it's looking like Badoo is going to be the MVP of the round of 32. Other than that, do you have anything else to say, Doomsday, or do we want to just get right into the pool?
Yeah, one word on Badoo's performance. It was unreal. Like, we talked about this a little bit earlier between the last match, but yeah, Badoo's performance in his match versus Japan was absolutely incredible. Almost 99% the max score he could have possibly gotten. Playing 7 of the 8 maps his team played is an indomitable performance. So hats off to him. Of course, some very strong mentions should be mentioned to Mouse Easy as well of Brazil for a very strong performance as well as Mistia for his couple maps as well. Of course, many others will be talked about, and we actually, well, me and Fours, of course, we didn't get a chance to really look much at that match because we were sorting out map pool showcase things, but
right, I actually want to preface this by thanking Bay, Juan also for trying, Beastchol and Ventus for joining us, well, obviously also thanking you, Doomsday, for like coming in there for, like half an hour ago and just playing the maps and getting decent-ish replays in the last second, because we had a kind of internal turmoil, but we do have the replays ready for you guys. Thanks to all of these guys for just stepping in the last second. And yeah, we weren't able to watch the match, but maybe we can get someone else in there later to like talk about it. But yeah, I think for now we should probably just jump right into the pool, because that's what you guys are waiting for.
yeah, I think time. Let's get it going then.